Imagine pulling the rarest class in the world, but having 0 mana to cast spells. What would you do? Rage quit. Kiayu decided that if he can't summon the undead, he'll just send the living straight to the graveyard himself. With his bare hands, meet the Necromancer with stats so broken he solos epic bosses using nothing but pure muscle. With a mechanical empress merged with him, and a shady organization hunting down his past, he's about to prove that for a true genius, magic is just a minor detail. The story kicks off at the 4th Academy in Sioux City, showing off a super modern-looking building. Inside, a group of students gets the news that today's the day they finally become players of the inner world. Then the principal, Ju Jinlong, breaks it down, explaining that the system will assign their classes once they step into the formation. He starts listing some examples like becoming a beefy swordsman or a tenacious knight, or maybe an agile assassin or a powerful mage, but at the end of the day, destiny calls the shots on their class. Without wasting any more time, the principal yells to activate the transfer formation, and everyone gets teleported away. That's when we meet our MC, who mentions that 18 years have passed and introduces himself as Qiaoyu. He explains that this world is called Kaiji Star, a parallel world that's basically a copy-paste of Earth. But unlike Earth, the inner world descended on this planet, and dungeons started popping up everywhere. When humans turn 18, they unlock abilities to clear these dungeons and level up. Right after, a system screen welcomes player Qiaoyu and asks if he wants to roll for his class. Our hero accepts immediately and starts praying to every single ancestor for a top-tier class. The roulette starts spinning right away while he waits anxiously for the results. Out of nowhere, a sinister energy wraps around him, and the system congratulates him on landing a hidden class. And to his surprise, the class our main guy unlocked is the Necromancer. The MC goes absolutely nuts with happiness because he just hit the jackpot with this one. After all, the Necromancer class is super rare, only like 1 or 2 people in the whole world have it. With enough mana, he can summon an entire army of undead and fight solo. Knowing hidden classes are usually overpowered, he decides to check out his stat page. We see his stats: 10 strength, 6 defense, 9 agility, but absolutely 0 spirit. Qiaoyu instantly goes into panic mode when he sees his spirit is 0, since a Necromancer literally runs on that stat. He's freaking out because the points are random, and spirit is the most crucial thing for a mage. With no choice, he agrees to roll for his talent, even though he thinks it's pointless with 0 spirit. So the talent roulette starts spinning to decide his unique ability, and to his shock, he lands the Brave Heart of a Mage talent, a skill of unknown grade. This talent grants attribute points for killing enemies with physical attacks and can equalize all his stats. Our hero is shook because getting extra attribute points is usually next to impossible. With the passive, he can farm points, and with the active skill, he can boost all his attributes. If he uses the skill right now, he'll become a rookie with 10 points in every single stat. But he's thinking about waiting until his strength hits 100,000 to become a one-man army. He realizes his passive requires physical attacks, so strength is the priority right now. With that in mind, he screams at the system to dump all 10 attribute points straight into strength. The system confirms the allocation, and his strength is now sitting at a crushing 20 points. Now he needs to register and finish the newbie task to make his class official. He gets transported to the newbie mission through a blue energy portal. Arriving at the spot, he sees another portal and a stunning blonde elf waiting for him. The lady introduces herself as Elaine, his guide, and asks if he needs any help. Qiaoyu is surprised by the waifu's beauty and says he's just there for the rookie task. No problem at all, the guide says she'll help him out and hands over a beginner's gift. He gets a raggedy old robe, a beginner's staff, and a skill book for summoning skeletons. The MC points out that the robe is trash and the summoning skill is useless without any spirit. But he's hyped about the staff because, with 20 strength, it's going to be great for bunking enemies. Then our hero turns to Elaine and asks what exactly his newbie task is. She points to the portal and reveals his mission is to escape the Misty Cave. The guide warns him not to kill any skeleton soldiers and to find the exit fast or else. Before she can even finish her sentence, he vanishes, leaving the guide wondering where he went. Without even listening to the warning, Qiaoyu jumps into the portal and gets warped to the mission. He arrives in a creepy cave full of bones and weird eyes watching from everywhere. The MC didn't hear a word the NPC said and wonders what she was rambling about. Ignoring everything, he pushes forward into the cave, wondering why there are so many skulls on the ground. Suddenly, a shadow attacks him from behind and he dodges on pure reflex. Spooked, our hero spins around and yells, asking who's hiding in the dark. The enemy turns out to be a level 1 skeleton soldier with 20 health and 5 strength. Without a second thought, our hero grips his staff tight. Then he charges straight at the bony monster, which runs at him holding a dagger. With a single whack, he deals 20 damage and smashes the skeleton's skull to pieces. The monster drops to the ground defeated, and its skull rolls away from the impact. Qiaoyu wonders if he died already, admitting that fighting without magic is pretty tough. The system notifies him of the victory, and for getting a one-hit kill, he gains a grade of passive skill. The skill Miracle of Power converts every point of strength into 2 points of attack power. With this new skill, 1 point of strength is now worth 1 attack point, just like normal. That means he's now dealing 42 damage to targets with no defense. Suddenly, giant skeletal hands start bursting out of the ground all around him. Another skeleton soldier rises from the dirt, ready to throw hands with our hero. But Kyoyu decides he needs to focus on finishing his task first. Right after, 4 skeleton soldiers pop up with the exact same stats as the first one. Furless, the horde of monsters charges in his direction to attack him all at once. With a single swing of his staff, he hits every skeleton, dealing 20 damage to the lot. The system informs him that he defeated all 4 and earned 4 attribute points. Hitting level 2, his strength shoots up to 30 points, which is absurd for a rookie. The MC starts thinking it's weird that the monsters seem to exist just for him to farm levels. Just then, something much bigger and stronger rises from the earth right in front of him. It was a level 3 skeleton captain with 50 health and 15 strength. He realizes he's in trouble because getting hit by this monster would be a major problem. But the captain only has 1 agility, so Kyoyu knows he wins if he strikes first. Our hero rushes the captain, but the monster manages to block the attack with its shield. Immediately after, the captain counterattacks with its spear, smashing the ground with tons of force. Kyoyu is surprised the monster attacked while defending and cracked the floor so easily. But while dodging the blow, the MC notices a gap in the enemy's defense. So he takes that opening to dodge and prep his own counterattack. Seeing this as his only shot, our hero jumps super high to attack the skeleton from above. With pure determination, he yells for the monster to try and block the incoming attack. And with a powerful strike, he hits the captain dead on, dealing 50 damage. The system confirms the defeat, and Kyoyu admits that opponent was pretty tough. Facing such a strong enemy, he wonders how anyone else completes this mission, and then an item drops. Our MC remembers the director mentioning a chance to drop a core with rewards. It was a skeleton fist set, a disposable item that guarantees 100% critical damage. But just his luck, more skeletons start crawling out of the ground to attack him again. Kyoyu is shocked by the sheer number of monsters that just won't stop spawning in front of him. And to make it worse, the enemy count keeps rising, and now he's surrounded by a horde. Even at level 2, the MC knows his health is still only 20 points, so he's got to be careful. With that, he starts wiping out all the skeletons, and the system congratulates him on leveling up. Luckily, the enemies only have 1 agility, so he takes a second to check his stats. Now at level 3, his strength is already at 46, and his health bumped up to 30 points. Meanwhile, outside the school, the other students are chatting about the classes they pulled. Some extras are wondering why the director hasn't said anything and if anyone is still inside. One of them mocks the situation, saying skeletons are slow and dying to them would be embarrassing. But one student is worried about Kyoyu and wonders if something happened to him. Back in the cave, he wonders if all the skeletons are dead and why the mission hasn't ended. Suddenly, a mysterious, furious voice echoes through the cave screaming, "How dare you!" Our hero goes on full alert, sensing the unknown presence that just appeared. Then all the skulls on the cave floor start floating up around him. The MC gets booked seeing the skulls flying around. He notices the skulls are combining to form something way bigger and way more sinister. And from the depths of the earth, a gigantic creature made of bones starts to rise. A giant skeletal monster forms and charges at our hero, who gets ready to fight. Then the boss screen pops up, the wounded skeleton king level 10 with 400 health and 60 defense. Kyoyu is shocked, wondering why there's a boss in the mission, and if they want rookies to die. The skeleton king starts charging a green energy attack aimed right at the MC. The monster smashes the ground with full force, but Kyoyu barely manages to dodge. Our hero thinks he got lucky because if that attack landed, he would have been toast. Despite being strong, the boss is slow, and he wonders if he can penetrate the beast's 60 defense. Taking advantage of the enemy's slowness, our hero runs at him to attack. He lands a solid hit on the skeleton king's chest, dealing 32 damage. His attack worked, and he calculates that with about 10 more hits like that, he can win this fight. Wasting no time, Kyoyu starts unleashing a flurry of fast attacks on the boss. He attacks non-stop, landing multiple hits, each one shaving 32 health off the monster. The skeleton king can't react and keeps getting pushed back by our hero's attacks. With 200 health left, he thinks the monster is just there for show and the fight will be over soon. But suddenly, something unexpected happens and the MC's face gets serious. The skeleton king speaks, saying he's guarded the cave for years and never saw a player kill this much. He's furious that a rookie broke his defense and decides the MC isn't leaving alive. Our hero realizes the boss just powered up and braces himself for the next charge. The monster jumps and smashes the ground with a devastating blow that sends rocks flying. And the MC notices that besides being stronger, the skeleton king got way faster too. Then the boss starts spinning, unleashing a series of rapid and powerful attacks. Kyoyu dodges the strikes that are destroying the cave floor wherever they land. He realizes a direct attack won't work, and he needs to restrict the beast's movements. The skeletal monster continues its frantic attack, leaving no openings for a counter. But our hero gets an idea when he spots a huge rock that looks ready to fall. With a plan in mind, he throws his staff, which misses the boss and heads toward the wall. Meanwhile, the skeleton king keeps attacking the MC, who dodges with agility. Kyoyu positions himself in front of the rock and taunts the monster to attack him. The boss takes the bait and leaps with full force at our hero for a killing blow. At that moment, the staff hits the rock, and he uses the skeleton fist for a critical hit. Even dodging the direct hit, he gets caught by the shockwave and takes 26 damage. He's shocked that just a graze dropped his health down to 4 out of 30 points. But the Skeleton King doesn't stop and prepares to launch another powerful attack. With a look of panic, the MC braces for what's coming next. Just then, the rocks he loosens start falling and crush the boss with full force. The monster gets buried under a rain of rocks, pinning it to the cave floor. The rockfall causes an explosion of energy that strips another 70 health from the boss. With that, the Skeleton King's health drops to 129, and he's trapped in the rubble. Qiaoyu knows he can't hold on much longer and needs to end the fight fast. So he decides to risk it all and jumps at the monster to finish it with one blow. In mid-air, he activates the Skeleton Boxing Glove, an item that guarantees a critical hit. Our hero focuses everything on this final attack. The Skeleton King can only look up in shock as the blow comes down. The critical punch lands perfectly, dealing 132 damage in one go. And with that final attack, the boss's energy dissipates, and he is finally defeated. The system announces the mission is complete, and he's officially a player of the other world. Because he killed the Skeleton King in melee combat, he gets another 10 stat points and jumps 3 levels. Plus, for getting the first kill on the boss, his reward is the Skeleton King's ring. This ring is rank C and boosts the damage of his first normal attack by 50% every 24 hours. Qiaoyu thinks the item is awesome and figures if he sold it, he'd make some serious cash. But he's confused about the first kill part and wonders how everyone else passed the test then. Ignoring that, he exits the portal and we see his new stats with 76 strength and level 5. When he returns to the front of the school, a powerful aura radiates from him and everyone feels the pressure. Suddenly his buddy Yang Shandy grabs him all excited, startling the MC. The friend asks why he took so long and Qiaoyu is surprised everyone else got out so fast. Yang Shangdi confirms it's been 3 hours since the last person exited and asks what class he got. Joking around, he says he became a mage but finds his friend's reaction to a playful spell weird. Then a blonde extra named Mi-Fei shows up and mocks him for being the last one out. Mi-Fei, the class monitor, says looking good is useless and talent is what matters. With a sour look, our hero wonders why Mi-Fei loves picking fights with him. The principal announces that tomorrow the whole class will have newbie training. With that, the students start introducing themselves and talking about their classes and talents. A waifu named Jiaozi reveals she's a level 2 healer with 6 spirit. Right after, another girl, Zuyu, says she's a meat shield paladin with a rank B talent. Then Mi-Fei shows off, saying he's a level 3 swordsman with a rank B talent. Everyone is impressed with the monitor since swordsman is a pretty strong class in the other world. Principal Xu Jinlong is pleased with the students and calls Qiaoyu to introduce himself. Wrapped in a gloomy aura, our hero reveals his class is Necromancer. As for his talent, he says it's not convenient to reveal right now, and he doesn't even know what it is himself. The principal is surprised and reveals to everyone that Necromancer is a hidden class. The crowd is shocked, and one student even remembers a Necromancer who destroyed a Union Solo. But Mi-Fei, full of envy, says mages are fragile and easy to kill up close. Plus, Necromancers take forever to summon and are easy targets for assassins and swordsmen. The monitor then realizes Qiaoyu didn't reveal his talent rank and mocks him for it. However, the other students praise the MC's modesty, calling him a humble genius. But Qiaoyu thinks that without being able to use magic, he's just slightly stronger than a normal person. The principal congratulates him, saying with that class, he'll get into the best universities. With introductions over, class ends, and everyone goes home to prep. On the way, Yang Xiangdi praises his friend and says he wishes he pulled the Necromancer class. He shows off his stats level 2 mage with 8 spirit, thinking his talent isn't bad. Our hero hides his 0 spirit and brags about having 76 stat points. Arriving home, he yells, "I'm home," even knowing no one is there to answer. He remembers his parents used to do that every time they came back before they vanished. When he was 6, his parents, who were really good people, said they were traveling to the capital. They left the house and said goodbye to little Qiaoyu, who watched from the door. But after that, they mysteriously disappeared, and our hero ended up an orphan. 12 years have passed, and he wonders where they went while looking at an old photo. Determined, he decides he's going to get into the capital university to uncover the truth. The next day, the director gathers the class and says he has just one request for the training. He warns them that if they think they can't handle it, they should quit immediately. After all, he adds that it's better to fail training than to die during it. The director tries to calm them down, saying the newbie world isn't that dangerous. But then he tells a story about how a class of 40 students once got wiped out and vanished without a trace. To this day, nobody knows what that world was like. The only thing known is the name Nightmare Village. All the students get anxious hearing the story, but Qiaoyu stays calm and observant. The director reassures them there's no danger if they leave on time and activates a timer. As the clock hits 0, a countdown starts, and the tension rises among the students. Time runs out and the timer finally hits 0, announcing the start of training. With everything ready, the newbie training begins, and our hero is focused and prepared. A dark energy wraps around them, and everyone is transported to a new mysterious location. They arrive in a desolate and gloomy village with a heavy, scary atmosphere. Qiaoyu comments on the creepy vibes, and Mi-Fei brags that he'll protect everyone. At the village entrance, a sign shows the place's name, but it's worn out and unreadable. Mi-Fei declares himself the leader and guides everyone into the village, promising to lead them to success. He stares down Qiao Yu and says he'll prove he's the strongest and the true class leader. Our hero thinks it's weird the system didn't give any warning and wonders what kind of world this is. Suddenly someone appears saying, "What a pity," while the students look up. Then an old purple-skinned elf appears, lamenting that everyone there is so young and inexperienced. Ma Fei asks if the old guy is an NPC and Qiao Yu addresses him respectfully as uncle. The mysterious old man then starts welcoming the newly arrived students. And to everyone's horror, he reveals they are Nightmare Village, rank S difficulty. The system explains the mission is to survive and find the secret in the village center. The students panic, recognizing the name of the village that killed 40 people. One of the extras freaks out and tries to run, screaming he wants to go home and isn't playing anymore. Ma Fei tries to calm everyone down, but Qiao Yu thinks they're too weak for this challenge. A screen explains the inner world levels with Disciple being level 1 to 10. But the students trying to flee get knocked back by an invisible barrier at the exit. The old man warns that fighting is useless because once you're in Nightmare Village, nobody leaves. Everyone despairs and Ma Fei tries to lead them again while others cry for their lives. The MC understands the danger but thinks the old man isn't evil and the goal is to find the secret. The old elf tells them not to worry and, since they're there, they should make themselves at home. Ma Fei cuts in, saying he understands they should relax and face everything head on. But the old guy cuts him off with a sinister look and says, actually they should just accept death. Facing this terrifying revelation, all the students are left speechless and completely in shock. Then he introduces himself as Wu Gan, the village chief, and says there are 2 requirements to live there. The first rule is they can live in any empty house, but they must not touch the black stones. The second is they must return before nightfall, lock everything up, and not open up for anything in this world. Intrigued, our hero asks the village chief why they can't go out after dark. With a macabre look, Wu Gan replies that they'll understand when night comes. And so, night falls over Nightmare Village, bringing a sinister darkness with it. Following the chief's orders, the students split into 4 groups of 11 and look for shelter. The MC's group finds a house and notices 3 strange black stones by the door. Without touching the stones, they enter the house and lock the door carefully to stay safe. For safety, the group decides everyone will rest on the 2nd floor during the night. Then the healer waifu Zhao Ziyu asks Qiao Yu to protect her if any danger appears. She offers, saying that as a healer, she can give him lots of health in a very suggestive way. Paladin Zuoyu scolds her for being so shameless in front of everyone. Then the beef starts between the waifus, with one calling the other a cow and the other a flat board. In the middle of the fight, the paladin gets annoyed and blames the protagonist for everything. But the argument is interrupted when an extra approaches the window to look outside. The student gets emotional seeing his grandma outside and yells that he misses her. The supposed grandma says she's cold and asks him to open the window so she can hug him. Blinded by emotion, the guy runs to open the window to let his dear granny in. But our hero realizes it's a trap and screams desperately for his classmate not to open the window. And at that moment, the old lady reveals her true face with a red eye and an evil smile. The monster's arm stretches and goes through the window, grabbing the extra by the neck. The creature pulls the student close, showing its demonic face, and the guy is terrified. Suddenly, a golden spear appears in the middle of the room, shining with powerful energy. It was the MC's friend using a sand ability to trap the monster. Yang Xiangdi screams for help, saying he can't hold the creature for long. But the monster breaks free from the sand easily, and the extra takes the chance to run. Then we see the creature's stats: a nightmare, level 3 with 50 health and 25 strength. Everyone is shocked that such a strong monster is considered normal in an S-rank world. The nightmare ignores the sand trap and advances toward the mage Yang Xiangdi. The MC's friend panics and tells the monster not to eat him, because he's too fat. Suddenly, the paladin Zuoyu jumps in front and defends the mage with her light shield. Her shield deals 10 damage to the monster, but the paladin also takes continuous damage. She yells for the healer to heal her and asks Qiao Yu to summon his undead to help. Our hero agrees and the healer waifu promptly obeys his request. Zhao Ziyu casts her healing magic called Fresh Breeze to help the paladin. The heal cancels out the continuous damage, and the paladin recovers 10 health while continuing to defend. Zuyu says if they work together they can win, they just need to stall until Qiao Yu summons. Before she can finish her sentence, the MC sprints past her with his staff in hand. Our hero leaps into the attack and hits the nightmare with a heavy, direct bunk. And his friend Yang Xiangdi freaks out, screaming that's not how you use a staff. With a single blow, he deals 50 damage and defeats the nightmare instantly. Everyone stands in silence, shocked by the absurd strength the MC just showed. One of the girls wonders if all necromancers fight like that and gets scared. After the defeat, the monster turns into a black stone that dissipates in the air, leaving everyone confused. The girls notice the symbol on the stone is the same as the one on the door and think it makes sense. But our hero is intrigued because he didn't gain stat points, even though he killed it with a physical attack. The paladin asks if he noticed anything, but Qiao Yu says no and that he might be overthinking it. The next day, everyone thanks Zuyu and Qiao Yu for saving them the night before. Ma Fei watches from afar and comments that it's better to stay close to the MC for safety. The monitor gets annoyed and says if he were there, he wouldn't have let a girl tank the damage. With his sword in hand, he brags that he would have defeated the nightmare with a single strike. Just then, the MC's group arrives and praises him for training so early in the morning. Embarrassed, the monitor plays it off, saying he was just practicing a bit to warm up. Then Maffei invites the paladin to stay at his house, promising to protect her from danger. Our hero scolds him, saying everyone needs to work together, and he should learn from that. Suddenly, a mysterious voice orders the death of all students without exception. Then the villagers surround the students and say not to let a single one escape. With that, Chief Wu Jan screams to kill anyone who tries to resist capture. Maffei tries to argue, but the chief accuses him of what they did the night before. Our hero notices the number of villagers and their ages are similar to his class. The monitor questions them about the nightmare, and Wogan reveals they were guardian spirits. Furious, he says now the spirits are angry and the villagers will suffer because of them. Scared, Maffei asks if there's a way to save a spirit they killed accidentally. The chief says yes, and the person who injured the spirits must stay outside at night. The monitor thinks it's suicide since nobody knows how many nightmares are out there. At that moment, Qiaoyu takes the blame and says he'll wait for nightfall outside. Maffei panics and tries to apologize, saying his classmate is a bit slow in the head. But our hero reassures him and says there's something he needs to check, so they can leave. The village chief accepts the proposal and orders his men to tie up the MC immediately. And so, Qiaoyu is tied to a wooden post while his classmates watch the scene unfold. His buddy asks what he meant by that, and if he's figured out the secret to escaping Nightmare Village yet. The MC replies that he might have cracked the code and plans to test his theory tonight. Night rolls in and our hero is still tied to that post under the light of a full moon. Suddenly, a shadowy monster with red eyes comes creeping along one of the nearby rooftops. The bizarre creature gets ready to strike with its razor, sharp claws and multiple glowing red eyes. Wasting no time, the nightmare jumps off the roof and flies straight at the main guy to attack. But our hero stays totally chill, staring down the approaching creature with a confident look. Right at that moment, a sand prison pops up out of nowhere, trapping the monster in mid-air before it can hit. It was his buddy Yang Shangdi, screaming for Maffei to attack because he can only hold it for a second. Then the monitor starts flexing, telling them to relax because a real swordsman can beat anyone. But the creature manages to wiggle free a bit and scratches the blonde swordsman's face with its claws. Ignoring the scratch, Maffei presses the attack and lands a sword strike on the nightmare. He's shook by the monster's speed and wonders how Qiaoyu managed to kill a beast like this. With his pride stung, the monitor tells himself that if a mage could do it, he can too, and preps a new move. Then the swordsman uses his defense breaking strike skill and hits the nightmare with everything he's got. The girls show up, and the healer explains they came to help as a way of saying thanks. The paladin says they need Maffei to cut the chains with his sword, but he's kind of busy. Our hero says there's no need, and with pure brute force, he snaps the chains holding him like they're nothing. He turns to the waifus and asks if everything's cool, while one of them questions if he's even really a necromancer. Back in the fight, Monitor Maffei gets yeeted away by a powerful blow from the nightmare. The paladin shouts that they're jumping in and tells healer Zhou Ziyu to patch up the swordsman. But he refuses the heal, claiming heroes are made in battle and scars are a man's pride. The group yells at him to aim for the head since that's the weak spot, reminding him that's how Qiaoyu killed one. With a cocky smirk, the monitor says he gets it and claims he should have thought of that earlier. Qiaoyu tries to warn him that the head isn't the weak spot, but Maffei accuses him of being scared of getting outshined. The arrogant blonde tells everyone to watch his next move closely because it's going to be epic. Then he unleashes a combo of attacks that only deal 10 damage to the nightmare. Maffei starts panicking because the monster has 35 health and he only has 15, so he questions the tip. The paladin confirms that the MC killed it that way, and his friend concludes that Maffei is just weaker. With his self-esteem destroyed, the monitor wonders how a swordsman can be worse than a necromancer. The friend screams for Maffei to retreat because, with low health, one more hit means he's dead. But the stubborn monitor ignores the warning and uses his defense breaking strike again. This time he hits the monster square on and deals 30 damage with his attack. The nightmare is left with only 5 health, and Maffei says he's going to prove he's better than Qiaoyu. So he goes for the finisher on the head, but the sword only deals 5 damage and gets stuck. The swordsman stands there totally shocked, having no clue what just went down. Just then, the MC pops up, grabs the dropped loot, and thanks the monitor for his hard work. Maffei gets salty and accuses him of kill-stealing, while Qiaoyu thinks the item is useless. Suddenly, 2 more nightmares drop from the sky, and the group goes into full panic mode. But our hero orders everyone to get inside the house, because he thinks he figured out how to clear the level. The 2 monsters start banging on the door of the house where the students are hiding. Once inside, the MC's buddy asks what the plan is to get out of this village. He replies that they'll know tomorrow and to just follow his lead when the time comes. The next day, the villagers show up furious, calling them despicable outsiders. Chief Wu Gan declares they all have to die because he won't let them destroy Nightmare Village. Our hero asks the chief if they're actually the residents of Nightmare Village. Then he says it's time to reveal the truth behind this place, and there's only one truth. With a grim face, Wu Gan asks what the main guy means by that. Pointing at the crowd, Qiaoyu reveals that none of them are original residents of the village. And to everyone's shock, he says those 40 people are the class that got wiped out here in the past. One of the villagers confirms the story, saying they got trapped in this fantasy realm. But the chief laughs, claiming those are just lies to save their skins since there's no proof. The MC stares him down seriously and states that of course he has the receipts. He pulls out one of the black stones, and the villagers freak out seeing the item. Right after, his friends also reveal the stones they picked up, sending everyone into a panic. Wugan explains the stones are sacred objects and messing with them brings divine punishment. But Qiaoyu reveals the realm is made of them, and if they break them, the whole place will crack. Then he yells for everyone to act, and the group smashes the stones on the ground with full force. With the stones destroyed, a massive crack appears in the sky like shattering glass. Chief Wugan screams in pain while the fantasy world starts falling apart around him. We see memories of the previous class promising to return safely but ending up in Nightmare Village. The old monitor tried to calm everyone, but one by one they vanished, leaving him wondering what happened. Then the elf Wugan appeared and introduced himself as the village chief to the confused students. With that, the illusion shatters and the former monitor remembers his true identity. Back in the present, the system announces the mission was a success and the students celebrate. Right after, a screen says all players will be transported out of the world. As they teleport, the former students thank Qiaoyu and his group for the save. His friends congratulate him on his smarts, and our hero says they'll talk when they get back. But suddenly, they realize they're still there and wonder why they didn't get teleported. The system then congratulates them and hands out a new mission, Recover the Heart of Nightmares. And to everyone's surprise, the difficulty of the new mission is rank E, which is super low. We check our hero's stats: 101 strength, still 0 spirit at level 5. Meanwhile, back at school, the other students wonder why 5 of them haven't returned yet. The principal figures out they triggered a hidden mission, and if they win, they can pick their university. But he's worried because missions like that are dangerous, and he doubts rookies can pull it off. Back in Nightmare Village, Mafei complains he's only level 3 and everyone else must be the same. He thinks a hidden mission is suicide since they're weak and don't even know what the Heart of Nightmares is. Paladin Zuoyu asks if breaking the stones was really necessary, and our hero just cops to hide the truth. Yang Xiangdi praises him, saying he knew about the mission and invited them to share the opportunity. Mafei is surprised by the generosity and declares he'll complete the mission before the MC. But the conversation gets cut off by the shadow of a sinister creature appearing on the scene. Suddenly, 4 level 5 nightmares show up screaming that everyone there needs to die. With its multiple red eyes, one of the monsters repeats the threat to the scared group. The paladin orders no one to run and asks the healer to be ready to heal her at any moment. The fight kicks off, and Zuyu orders the mage to trap a monster and the swordsman to attack. Mafei uses his defense-breaking strike, but to his surprise, the attack only deals 10 damage. He's shook and wonders why his damage is so low if Qiaoyu defeated one with a single hit. The battle rages on, and the mage warns his mana is running out while the paladin is losing health. Then Qiaoyu steps into the fight and defeats a nightmare with one walk, gaining a stat point. No time to celebrate, the other 2 monsters jump at our hero to attack him. Focused on the fight, our hero takes out the other 2 nightmares with a single spin of his staff. With the win, he celebrates because hidden missions give great rewards, and an item drops. He sees the fairy necklace, which boosts skill damage, but since he doesn't use magic, he decides to give it to his friend. With all monsters dead, the group cheers and the MC suggests they keep hunting. He checks his stats and realizes he needs just 1 monster to level up and grab equipment. Mafei asks about the mission, and Qiaoyu says the heart must be in a nightmare, so they just need to kill more. While running, our hero takes a wrong step, and a stone in the ground suddenly cracks under his feet. The whole floor gives way, and the entire group falls into a dark hole that appeared out of nowhere. Everyone screams in panic as they plummet into the depths of that mysterious hole. Our hero manages to stick the landing a bit better, but still feels the impact of the fall. He wonders where they fell and why the ground there feels so strangely soft and squishy. His friend yells for him to get off, and the MC realizes the soft ground was actually his buddy's back. After the crash landing, the group stands up and sees they're all okay in a dark, weird place. The MC's friend complains about the strong smell, saying the place reeks like a sewer. But the healer points in the darkness and screams that the horrible smell is actually something's breath. The group turns and stares into the dark with serious, nervous looks on their faces. And right in front of them, a giant, shadowy creature is resting on the ground with a sinister aura. It was the rare boss, Nightmare King, level 10 with 1000 health and 65 strength. The system warns that waking the Nightmare King will trigger a frenzied chase. Our hero gets tense, noting that this boss is way stronger than the Skeleton King. The friend thinks the mission item is the boss's heart, and the others start panicking. Scared stiff, Mafei gives up and says he's going to leave the Nightmare King alone for now. But the MC says there's a chance because with his strength, he has 202 attack. He shows his stats with 101 strength and the Skeleton King's ring that boosts damage. With the ring, his first hit will take a third of the boss's life, and then they just focus on weak points. His friend thinks he's lost it and asks if he has a fever to want to fight a giant monster. Qiaoyu says that despite the high stats, the Nightmare King's weak point is its defense. The paladin realizes they need to distract the boss so the MC has a chance to attack. He warns it's dangerous since the boss is fast and strong, and the four of them need to hold it together. Even though they're scared, the group agrees to the plan and decides to trust their lives to the MC. Mafei warns him not to show off and says there's no shame in running from a boss that strong. Our hero just tells him to chill with a super confident look on his face. After a quick break, the MC approaches the Nightmare King, who is still sleeping. He thinks the first hit is the most important, needs to find the monster's weak spot. He gets closer and notices something glowing intensely on the sleeping creature's body. It was a pulsating yellow energy orb that looked like the giant monster's core. With a determined look, our hero concludes that must be the Nightmare King's weak point. So he raises his staff high, getting ready to deliver a powerful blow. The system warns the ring's effect is active, and his face shows pure determination. With a devastating critical hit, he deals 508 damage in one go. Mafei and his friend are jaw-dropped, wondering how a mage can deal that much damage. The system announces the heart is broken and the mission changed to kill the Nightmare King, now rank 8. With its heart destroyed, the Nightmare King wakes up from its slumber and roars in pure fury. Our hero yells for everyone to get ready and follow the plan to give him a shot at attacking. The giant monster stares at the group and with a guttural voice screams, calling them vile humans. With the Nightmare King awake, the final battle against the giant monster officially begins. Our hero yells for Mafei to attack and draw the boss's attention to kick off the plan. The monitor charges in without hesitation, going straight for the shadowy creature's giant arm. Then he uses his defense-breaking strike, but the attack deals only one single point of damage. Mafei gets annoyed and says he'll kill the boss even if he has to tickle it to death. With that, the swordsman starts unleashing a series of strikes that barely scratch the enemy. The Nightmare King calls him a worm and says if he wants to die, he'll grant that wish. Furless, the monitor stares down the boss and challenges it to fight, sword in hand. But realizing he's outmatched, he screams desperately for help from his teammates. The mage uses sand prison and the paladin uses light shield to block the boss's attack. The blow hits the defenses hard, pushing Mafei back with the force of the impact. With the waifu's healing and the defenses, he barely manages to tank the damage and keeps getting healed. The monitor screams he can't hold it anymore and asks if Qiao Yu is ready because he's about to die. Our hero replies he's coming and sprints rapidly toward the combat. And with one single whack, he hits the Nightmare King, dealing 182 damage. The system warns that with low health, the Nightmare King is about to trigger his ultimate ability. With a focused look, our hero braces himself for the giant monster's final charge. Then the boss starts charging dark energy and launches a powerful area effect attack. The whole group takes damage, and the mage screams that the enemy's attack is unblockable. Our hero realizes this attack must be why the other class got trapped here. Without hesitating, he charges in to interrupt the spell and lands another hit for 182. With only 128 health left, the MC knows he needs just one more hit, so he jumps super high for the final strike, and the girls scream for him to be careful. The healer warns she's out of mana and won't be able to heal him if he takes any damage. But the MC yells that he doesn't need healing and focuses on the finishing blow. With a powerful spin of his staff, he smacks the Nightmare King dead on one more time. The system congratulates him on the victory and gives him 40 stat points and 50 experience. With the boss defeated, the hidden mission is complete, and the system starts evaluating the players. The group celebrates the hard-fought victory, and the system announces the evaluation is done. The healer gets rank D in a talent, and the paladin gets rank C in another talent. Mage Yang Shangdi and Monitor Mafei get their rewards with a rank C and rank D talents. Meanwhile, the MC scores a rank A, earning 50 experience and a rank B magic book. He absorbs the Nightmare King's soul and hopes to get a good item from the defeated boss. The monster drops the dragon-piercing sword rank B, which gives 100 attack and ignores defense. Our hero is salty about getting a sword since he doesn't even know how to use that weapon properly. Without thinking twice, he tosses the sword to Mafei, who is shocked by his classmate's attitude. The monitor explains a rank B item is super valuable and could buy a house in the capital. But the MC doesn't care and just complains that the Nightmare King was cheap and only gave one item. Ignoring the rest, he opens his stats and sees he's now level 7 with 151 strength. The system details his brave heart of the mage talent, which gives points for killing with physical hits. He realizes his health is too low and needs to figure out a way to stay alive in fights. Then the system says the mission is over, and a portal opens to transport them back to the real world. With everything settled, the group of students finally gets teleported back to the school. When they arrive at the gym, the other students scream in relief seeing Qiao Yu and his group back. The principal welcomes them, saying it's been 2 days, and asks what happened to them. The principal celebrates, saying the group is lucky because top universities are going to fight over them now. The other students call them geniuses since the class will be famous, and in extra dreams of being like them. Mafei warns our hero that he'll regret giving away the sword because with it, the monitor will beat him at level 11. At that moment, an extra runs in desperate, warning that people from Huiking and Jingdu universities are there. And to the group's surprise, the man confirms the reps are there looking for exactly the 5 of them. The principal wonders how the university's found out so fast, but is happy for a happy ending to his career. With that, the two men in suits approach the principal and the group of students in the middle of the gym. Director Shu greets Professors Peng and Pei, who just arrived, and everyone shakes hands. One of the professors looks at the group and comments that, as expected, they really are extraordinary. He introduces himself as Peng Liangji from Jingdu, says he needs geniuses and can send acceptance letters tomorrow. The other professor calls him shameless for recruiting without a test, but Peng says that's sincerity and agrees to test them. Next, the other guy introduces himself as Pei Singo from Huaking University and tells the group not to worry. He explains the test is just to see everyone's role and if their stats are good enough to get in. Our hero thinks he's in trouble because he doesn't use skills but needs to get into Jingdu to find clues about his parents. With everything explained, one of the recruiters finally asks which of them wants to be tested first. Without hesitating, Ma Fei volunteers and introduces himself as a level 5 swordsman. Recruiter Peng is impressed with the kid's stats and look, thinking he's a fit for Jingdu. So Professor Pei Singo, level 25, challenges him to the test and tells him to attack. Ma Fei warns the professor to be careful and gets ready to attack with his glowing sword. Then he uses his world-splitting strike and launches a powerful slash at the recruiter. The professor is shocked that the hit managed to break his defense even though he's level 25. Pei praises the kid's technique, saying it concentrates power at the sword tip and is very rare. The recruiters praise his strength of at least 35 and his high agility in the attack. The other students are shocked by the 35 attack and one layman's not being a swordsman. Professor Pei thinks he's definitely dragging this incredible student to Huaking University. With the test over, the recruiters make their pitches and try to convince Ma Fei to join them. But the monitor says he needs time and decides he's going to the same university as the protagonist. The test continues and healer Joao Ziyu steps up as the next one to be evaluated. With her fresh breeze skill, she summons a green healing aura that wraps around her body. Professor Pei is impressed she can heal the whole group even being only level 4. Right after, Paladin Zuyu gets tested and uses a light shield that reflects part of the attack. The professor is surprised because even at level 4 she has strong defense and reflects damage. She explains it's her rank D talent Armor of Thorns, which reflects 20% of damage. The recruiter praises her, saying for a meat shield, the talent is the most useful one out there. Next is Yang Shangdi, and the professor thinks he's a tank, but he says he's a mage. The recruiter is confused, wondering if a 300-pound fat guy can really be a mage. Ignoring the doubt, the test for the mage holding the golden staff finally begins. But Professor Pei doesn't feel any magic and wonders what the kid is up to. Then the MC's friend focuses his energy and finally casts his ground explosion magic. The magic explodes out of nowhere under the professor's feet, causing 3 damage, catching him off guard. The recruiter is shocked because even at level 25, he didn't sense the attack and took damage. He thinks he needs to keep an eye on Director Shu for raising 5 geniuses and that he might be strong. And finally, our hero Kyoyu is called up, revealing he's a level 7 Necromancer. Peng notes he's 2 levels higher but suspects his talent is very low. Professor Pei proposes doing the test to see the results, and the protagonist accepts. Professor Pei asks what kind of undead our hero can summon. But Kyoyu charges straight at him, and the recruiter wonders why a necromancer is rushing him. Then he wins up a punch, and the professor calls him inexperienced for fighting up close. Underestimating the kid, he mocks a mage's strength and decides to let the hit land. With a powerful punch, our hero hits the professor dead on, causing 200 damage. The hit is so strong that recruiter Pei gets knocked back and hits the gym floor. Everyone is completely shocked by the scene and can't believe what they just saw. The crowd is shook, wondering how he knocked out a level 25 professor. The other professor accuses him of going easy, but Pisingo tells him to shut up, annoyed. With a bruised face, he thinks the kid is a monster and that he almost had a heart attack. The students theorize that he is an undead and the real Kyoyu is hiding. Professor Peng is relieved he wasn't the one testing the terrifying rookie. Our hero asks if the test is over, and the recruiter says he passed but he can't grade it. He says he wants to specialize in physical combat but thinks he just wants into Jingdu. Peng thinks this is unheard of and says he needs to ask his director about this crazy situation. Calling his director, Professor Peng reports he found a necromancer who wants to be a warrior. The Jingdu director is furious, but Peng explains the level 7 kid knocked out a professor. Hearing that, Director Ji Pingyang gives Peng full authority and tells him to accept any condition. And to make sure, the director asks for a video call and appears as a hologram in front of everyone. Our hero cuts to the chase and says he's joining Jingdu University. Professor Pei tries to call his director, but it's too late, so he decides to fight for the others. But Director Ji suggests taking them all, since they're from the same class and can help each other in college. Peng feels victorious since this will be the biggest achievement of his recruiting career. The MC then asks Jie Pingyang if he knows his father, Qiao Enking. The director is shocked and asks if he's the son of Qiao Enking and Bai Shixia, saying he felt something familiar. Our hero asks where they are, but the director says they were his students and vanished 10 years ago. He can only say the protagonist's parents were very talented individuals. Since then, they disappeared, and the director couldn't get any more info on them. but he remembers the two talking about a private world and that the protagonist should go there. With everything settled, the director says goodbye and tells them to level up before classes start. With a smile, Director G signs off and wishes everyone luck at Jingdu University. A week later, students are split into classes, and today mages are going to a special world. In the classroom, Director Shu explains the world tests their mental ability and logic. Without giving many details, he just talks about the passing criteria and preps them for the test. With that, a portal opens and our hero and his friend get ready to enter the new dungeon. The MC asks if his friend is sure, but Yang says theory is nothing without practice. He suggests Kyoyu carry him since they can run the dungeon multiple times without rewards. Then the MC's friend invites some girls to join them for the mage dungeon. An elf guide welcomes them, saying she's looking for a world for 2 players right now. The portal found is the 10,000 Poisons Cave, a dangerous and creepy place. The guide tells them to go, but the MC's friend complains he didn't even hear the instructions. Our hero asks if there were instructions, and Yang reminds him how he cleared the skeleton cave. The friend asks if he killed all the skeletons and calls him an idiot for not following rules. The guide starts explaining the legend of an ancient, cruel tribe that uses poisonous worms. She finishes saying the worms reproduce and eat the host flesh until they die. The mission is revealed they need to find the tribe and destroy all the worms. The guide warns the dungeon needs 5 players, and the system matches them with 3 others. When they arrive, one of the new teammates tells them not to get in the way, and the girl scolds him. Then Fire Mage Fang Yun introduces herself along with her brother Fang Shun and Extra Long Chang. The MC's friend introduces himself and says they should work together to clear the dungeon. They reach a door, and Long Chang ignores instructions, trying to break it by force. But his ice spear attack doesn't even scratch the giant stone door. Everyone realizes the door is immune to magic and decide to focus on the words written on it. Our hero gets thoughtful hearing the door is immune to magic attacks and gets an idea. Mage Fang Yuan thinks the answer is protection but gets interrupted by a loud noise. Our hero uses his brute force and with a single punch, he smashes the door into 1,000 pieces. The crowd is shocked and wonders how he did that if they're in a world just for mages. The system says the answer is correct, and the door opens for them to pass. Crossing through, they find another door and a field of strange red flowers. The MC's friend warns them to be careful, but it's too late, and his hand starts burning. Suddenly, everyone realizes they've been poisoned and are losing 3 health per minute. The friend asks what to do, and Qiaoyu tells them to keep moving forward. With the poison, our hero complains his health is already low, and he won't last half an hour. They run desperately to the next door with more weird words written on it. The group gets annoyed because they don't have time for another riddle with poison in their veins. But our hero wastes no time and once again he smashes the door with a powerful punch. Irritated, he says he doesn't know the answer and doesn't care to figure out the riddle. With the door destroyed, the group advances to the next area, a dark and creepy cave. Fang Sun wonders if this is really a puzzle world since they didn't have to think at all. The system congratulates them on completing the first mission and finding the 10,000 Poisons Cave. They look around and one member asks where they should go now. Suddenly, a little girl named Xiao Dong appears and asks if they came from outside. She notices everyone is poisoned and reveals it's the poison of the bee and flower. The girl invites them to the 10,000 Poisons Cave to get treated ASAP. Our hero is suspicious of her but decides to go since they don't know what else to do and need healing. Little Xiao Dong runs in screaming for her parents, showing off the group she dragged along. Her mom asks who they are, and the girl explains they're outsiders she found poisoned. She asks them to whip up the 5 poison soup, and the mom invites them in to have a seat. Inside the house, the family serves said soup to the group sitting at the table. To everyone's disgust, the soup is centipedes, scorpions, and bones floating in a dark broth. The MC suggests his buddy Yang drink first since he's stronger, but he shuts that down instantly. Out of patience, our hero decides to chug the bowl since he's only got half his health left. He's surprised by the taste and announces the poison is gone, telling everyone else to drink up. But as soon as they drink, everyone else passes out on the floor, and Qiaoyu asks about the place's history. The mom says the poison is cured but tells them to bounce, because they don't like visitors. Xiao Dong gets annoyed and questions her mom for trying to kick out guests who just arrived. Ignoring her mom, she smiles and tells the group to stay as long as they want and not to worry. The main guy agrees to stay since they're weak, but he thinks Xiao Dong's parents are acting super sus. The family says goodbye, telling him to rest, and walks out, leaving the group alone in the house. Outside under a weird red moon, the girl just tells her parents, "Let's go." With a creepy smile, the little girl says it's a full moon and the show is about to start. Far away, the tribe gathers in a forest clearing for some kind of dark ritual. Everyone kneels and prays to the great insect swarm, promising fresh meat as an offering. To kick off the ritual, someone cuts their finger and lets a drop of blood fall into a pit. Suddenly, a cloud of bugs flies out of the pit and attacks a guy tied up nearby. In seconds, the bugs devour the man's body, leaving nothing but a skeleton behind. The MC's group is watching everything from hiding, and Mage Fang Yuan is horrified by the scene. Her brother Fang Sun says they need to bail because he doesn't have AoE attacks to fight all of them. Just then, the tribe leader senses their presence and comments that there are some rats nearby. With a smile, she calls a giant warrior named Jushi and sends him after the group. The matriarch orders him to go easy and keep the intruders alive for the next ritual. Back at the house, the group wakes up from fainting and wonders what they should do now. Mage Fangyuan warns that if the tribe finds out they came to kill the bugs, they're all going to be insect food. At that moment, our hero goes on alert and wonders what that weird noise is. Out of nowhere, the house gets swarmed by scorpions, and the group screams that bugs are everywhere. So Mage Fangyuan uses her fire enchantment to roast all the scorpions. The system tells the MC the enemies are weak, so he won't gain any stat points. Then his buddy Yang Shandy combines sand bending and ground explosion spells. Our hero praises the combo, but Yang says that drained almost all his mana. Suddenly, the giant warrior Jushi appears and says they've got guts for being there. He gets mad they use magic to kill the bugs and says they're all going to become larva food. Furless, the MC's friend, attacks again but only deals 11 damage to the giant. Jushi mocks the attack, and we see his stats level 10 with 289 health. A system screen explains that NPC stats only show up when they take damage. The group panics because the warrior's stats are boss level, and the mission is way too hard. But our hero gets thoughtful and wonders if this world is different from the others somehow. Ignoring the danger, he charges at the giant, who mocks the MC's arrogance. Jushi keeps bragging about his strength but takes a punch that deals 121 damage. Shocked, the warrior uses the bug bite skill, which instantly boosts all his attributes. The group despairs because the enemy's defense got multiplied and his stats went up again. Jushi brags that no one can hurt him and he'll use their blood for the swarm. But the main guy stays calm and stares down the warrior with a serious and super confident look. Without even showing the fight, our hero beats the giant, leaving him with 23 out of 500 health. Then he starts interrogating the warrior about the sacrifice and the woman leading the ritual. The good explains it's a sacrifice for the insect queen, who the tribe made a contract with. The MC's friend realizes the family cured them just to be the next sacrifices. Qiao Yu asks why the cave names are different, but Jushi doesn't recognize Xiao Dong. He reveals the only person with Dong in her name is the tribe matriarch, the powerful Zun Dong. Our hero thanks him for the cooperation, and the warrior asks if he can leave now. But the MC finishes him off, and the system gives him 10 stat points and 50 experience. He levels up, and for being the first to kill an NPC, he gets the S rank item Sage's Protection. The hero is hyped because the item negates one fatal hit, which is the strongest thing he could get. The group is worried they can't rely only on him since the matriarch controls all the bugs. But he says the mission is to kill the bugs, not the tribe, and they should blow up the nest in the pit. Everyone agrees with the plan and decides to act before the matriarch finds out. Arriving at the clearing, the group finds no one, and our hero orders them to push forward. But they find Xiao Dong's parents dead and wonder why they killed their own colleagues. The MC understands their weird behavior earlier and says to leave them and focus on destroying the pit. With that, everyone launches their wind, fire, and earth explosion spells at the insect nest. The combo of magic causes a massive explosion that completely destroys the stone pit. The attack leaves a huge hole in the ground, and the group gathers to check the results. The MC's friend thinks all the bugs died but wonders why the mission didn't end. Suddenly, Matriarch Sundong appears, saying the little rats have been making a mess. Accompanied by another warrior, she reveals herself and is surprised Jushi was defeated. Our hero asks if he should call her the cave matriarch or Xiao Dong. Smiling, she asks if he doesn't like her current form and if she should go back to being a little girl. Then she transforms back into the girl and says she wanted to spare him to continue her bloodline. But with so many bugs dead, she needs to sacrifice him so the Queen Mother doesn't get mad. The MC asks why she killed her own parents, and the girl mocks the question. With a cold look, she calls them useless, disobedient trash for helping the group. The main guy gets furious at the girl's coldness and stares her down. The little girl asks if he's mad and tells him not to worry about it. With an evil laugh, she warns him that he'll be seeing them soon anyway. Then the villain summons a swarm of flying insects with sinister purple energy. The main guy gets caught in the middle of the whirlwind of poisonous creatures. Seeing this, the group runs to help, and Mage Fang Yuan preps a fire spell. But the warrior Kuang Mang stops them with a powerful blow that knocks Long Chang to the ground. He says he'll fight them, and we see his stats level 10 with 500 health. Meanwhile, our hero is getting attacked from all sides and complains about the amount of bugs. He knows fighting like this is suicide and thinks about using his talent to equalize his stats. But he ditches the idea and decides to fight since he can revive once with the Sage's Protection. Then the villain taunts him, asking if he finally gets it and wants to become bug food. Suddenly, the little girl makes a shocked face seeing him approach. Without hesitating, our hero bursts through the swarm and lands a powerful kick on the matriarch. She reverts to her adult form, and we see her rare NPC stats with 1000 health. Our hero thinks it's weird her stats are low for a rare NPC and concludes she's crazy. Then the matriarch says he made a hole in her stomach and boosts her agility by 80. The MC is shocked by the villain's sudden speed as she charges to attack. With a dark energy strike, she screams for the main guy to die once and for all. But before the attack hits, she impales him with a dagger that appears out of nowhere in her hand. The hit leaves him with only 9 out of 80 health, and he's shocked he didn't have time to react. With the dagger in his chest, the villain says she's gonna peel his skin and keep it as a souvenir. His friends despair, and the MC's buddy screams Kiayu's name in worry. On the other side of the fight, the group tries to help, but warrior Kwangmeng intercepts them. With his health already at 312, the warrior gets annoyed they're distracted mid-fight. The MC's friend uses sand binding, but the warrior says his tricks are useless. He mocks Yang's attacks and rushes him with a spinning spear cut. Suddenly, the warrior is shocked to notice the sand holding him turned bright red. The ground explosion magic activates and deals 312 damage to the enemy. In a fat-burning state, Yang Xiangdi tells the enemy to ask in hell. With his new power, Yang screams he's gonna save him, and the MC is shocked by his new skinny form. He explains that when he got anxious, all his fat turned into almost 300 spirit. Our hero thinks that's almost the same as a mid-level mage and is super impressive. Then he grabs the matriarch and tells his friend to use the explosion magic to kill them both. Yang Xiangdi freaks out saying his friend will die, but he tells the mage to just trust him. With a shout, our hero tells him to stop talking and just act before it's too late. With no choice, the mage casts his ground explosion while calling his friend's name. The villain panics and asks him to let go, but the MC says it's over, and they both explode. The magic explodes hard, and a huge wave of energy sweeps the battlefield. The group watches in shock, and the mage screams the protagonist's name in despair. But the system says the lethal damage triggered Sage's protection and gives him a new passive. The rank A talent, Strong Contract, boosts his strength for every 50 health and his health for every strength point. With that, our hero calculates that with 166 strength, he'll have 1,660 health. His friend shows up wondering how he didn't kill him with 300 spirit, but he says he revived. The MC asks about drops, but the friend says he got no notification and thinks the villain is still alive. Suddenly, Jundong resurfaces from the flames, saying the two of them are a real pain in the ass. With an evil smile, she says they'll soon see her true beauty. She transforms into a half-human, half-insect creature and her stats skyrocket. Yang says to attack again but mentions his spirit went back to 48 and the boost was temporary. Then the system issues a red alert to all players in the dungeon. It warns the boss got too strong and everyone needs to leave that world immediately. Yang tries to convince his friend to run, but he refuses to give up on the mission. The system insists they leave and restart since they didn't beat the Queen Mother. But the MC gets annoyed, says the director ordered him to pass, and he's gonna kill the villain. The insect queen mocks him, saying she'll skin him alive because no one can hurt her. Our hero charges and the two start trading a series of fast and powerful blows. The exchange is intense, and both take damage while fighting with everything they've got. The villain is shocked and wonders why the protagonist hasn't died yet after so many hits. He thinks that even at level 80 deals more damage than her and questions who the real boss is. Suddenly, the insect queen stops the fight and asks if someone named Bai Zi sent him. With an insane look, she concludes only Bai Zi could create a monster like the protagonist. Our hero gets annoyed by the name and screams he's Qiaoyu while rushing to attack. With a powerful staff strike, he hits the insect queen dealing 213 damage. Before dying, the villain recognizes his surname and wonders if he's related to that lord. With the victory, he levels up and earns 15 stat points and 75 experience. The system says the anomaly is resolved and congratulates the group for clearing the dungeon. Everyone gets their grades, with our hero getting rank S and his buddy Yang a rank A. He hits level 10 and gets 100 experience, 10 stat points, and a talent book. With the soul core, he grabs the Savage Spider chestplate, which gives 800 health. Plus, he also gets a mysterious magic cube that binds to him instantly. The cube gives him the ability to appraise humans up to 10 levels away and has a locked skill. He's surprised by the item's power and the fact it has a hidden ability. Suddenly, the elf guide appears and congratulates the group on clearing the 10,000 Poisons cave. As an extra reward, she decides to boost everyone's spirit by 20%. The MC's friend celebrates, but he's bummed because his spirit is 0, so the reward is useless. With the mission done, the group thanks the protagonist for carrying them through the dungeon. The guide asks where they're going, and our hero says they already secured a spot at Jingdu. With a smile, the elf guide watches them leave for the portal back to the real world. We see the MC's stats at level 10 with 202 strength and 0 spirit. Back at school, he goes to the cafeteria and finds other students chatting. One of them is shocked to see the main guy is also level 10 like him. The guy wonders how that's possible since the warrior world has more monsters. Two girls approach the MC's friend and say he got way more handsome. But he says he's gonna get fat again because he doesn't feel safe in the other world without his blubber. Our hero then asks if they're still doing the other world exam even with the guaranteed spots. The exam is the most important day of the year in Kaiji and selects the next generation. Most students join to try and be the best and win in rank A equipment. A blonde guy stands up saying he's gonna join to take first place among the warriors. He reveals he heard from his dad that this time the reward will be rank S equipment. Hearing that, the MC decides he needs to be the best to get that item. On top of a building, two men watch the protagonist and doubt he's actually that strong. Wasting no time, the two jump off the building and head toward our hero on the street. As they get close, the protagonist's magic cube activates its skill and detects their attributes. With a serious look, our hero turns and asks if he can help the two strange men. They ask if he's Qiao Yu, and the cube reveals they are level 16 and 18 assassins. The protagonist realizes they might be from Baizi and regrets not asking more questions earlier. Trying to lose them, he claims his name is Mafei, but one of the assassins doesn't buy the lie. The older one slaps the younger one for believing it and orders him to capture the kid anyway. So the two charge to attack, but our hero stays calm and faces the rush. Unshaken, he preps for combat against two assassins at once. They launch dark energy attacks, but the protagonist defends easily. The younger one gets annoyed because assassins are stronger than mages, and he's not even dodging. Our hero then steps in and wins up a powerful punch aimed at the weaker assassin. With one hit, he deals 197 damage and defeats the enemy instantly. The older guy is shocked by the MC's strength and defense, concluding he's not a mage. With a confident look, the MC asks if the assassin is ready for round 2. But the man switches up and says fighting is the best way to get to know someone. He apologizes for the mistake and claims to be just rank 7,438 in the org. Our hero is shocked that such a strong assassin is so low in Baizi's hierarchy. The assassin offers to help find Qiao, but he declines and lets them go. A screen explains Baizi is a divine beast strong as a lion that exorcises demons. Back in his room, MC tries to research the organization but finds nothing. He knows his identity will be exposed and he can't fight them with his current strength. His only option is to join the exam and go to Jingdu, where Director Ji Pingyang will protect him. The director is known as the Sword God, so if the university isn't safe, nothing is. He then grabs the magic cube and wonders what's so special about it to be a drop. Looking at the item, he wonders if it was left for him somehow. He doesn't get how they knew he'd be there, and is confused by everything happening. Far away on a rooftop, the assassin leader gets the mission report. The man says the intel was wrong, the target was too strong, and one of theirs got hurt. With a cold stare, the female leader calls them useless for failing the mission. She tells them to forget Zundong's death and focus on organizing operations in the city. Days later, our hero goes to the director's office to ask for help with the magic cube. He explains he found it in a special world and it seems to be sealed somehow. The director says without the password, they'll need the key of all locks to open it. He shows the key and explains that since the seal is weak, it can open it without damaging anything. Our hero asks where to find the key, and the director says it's in the machine realm. Arriving at the spot, he finds a futuristic city full of high-tech buildings. He remembers what the director said about the war between humans and machines that happened there. The war only ended when both sides signed a peace treaty and founded the city. He realizes he's in the human area of the machine realm, Machine City. He needs to get the key from the landlord Huajun, but doesn't know how to find him. Suddenly, an old scientist bumps into two thugs, and one of them pushes him to the ground. The men get annoyed with the old guy, who is distracted by calculations, and knock him down again. One of the thugs apologizes mockingly and gets ready to beat up the scientist. The thug gets mad and asks what the old man's problem is, and if he can't walk straight. Then they accuse the scientist of hurting them and start demanding compensation. Out of patience, one of the men grabs the old guy by the leg and turns him upside down. Seeing this, our hero steps in and yells that he won't let them extort an elder. The bully stares him down and tells him to mind his own business or pay the scientist's debt. But our hero clenches his fist and says with conviction that evil can't escape the law. Right after, he attacks the two thugs with an energy blast that throws them far away. The force of the blow is so huge that the two bullies get hurled violently backward. With one guy on the ground, the protagonist stares down the other, who gets scared of his strength. The thug panics, apologizes saying he'll pay the old man and begs to be let go. Out of patience, our hero just yells for them to get lost, and the two run away in fear. With the bullies gone, he turns to the scientist and asks if he's okay. He refuses the money, saying he's a good kid, and the old man thanks him for the help. RMC says he doesn't need anything but asks if the scientist knows how to find the landlord. The scientist gets curious and the protagonist explains he needs the key of all locks. Smiling, the scientist says luckily he can help him find the landlord. He warns it won't be easy to get the item, and the protagonist brags about his immense strength. With a confident look, he claims he only used 1% of his power in the fight. Far away, the two thugs wonder if the landlord found the person he's looking for. One of them comments that the protagonist was the strongest player he's ever seen. Elsewhere, a man named Lord Mond orders Professor Hoa Jun to be brought to her. Her henchman with a machine face confirms the order and prepares to do the job. The scientist takes our hero to a huge mansion and says the landlord is inside. The protagonist wonders how the old man got in if it's Hoa Jun's mansion. But when he turns around, he realizes the scientist vanished out of thin air. Ignoring the disappearance, he decides to go in and get the key however he can. Opening the door, he enters a luxurious hall and sees 3 people sitting at a table. To his surprise, he finds the scientist and the 2 thugs he defeated earlier. The old man reveals he is the landlord of Machine City, Hua Jun. He introduces the 2 as his strongest bodyguards, and the protagonist wonders why. He explains he staged the show to find someone strong enough for a special mission. The landlord reveals that person is the protagonist, Qia Yu. He offers the key in exchange for help, and the protagonist considers the old man's proposal. The system notifies that a hidden mission has been unlocked for the player. The landlord says he's holding a seminar and robots will try to steal his research. Our hero thinks the mission is protection, but the landlord denies it and reveals the real goal. He wants the protagonist to defeat the Machine Queen and destroy her mechanical heart. The mission is defeat Queen Munda, destroy the heart Marta, and grab the key of all locks. Confident, our hero says no problem and accepts the mission instantly. The next day, the seminar begins and the landlord gives a speech on tech advancement. He talks about system complexity and how AI was created to solve mysteries. The scientist questions if an AI can be considered life, even if it passes the Turing test. He raises the question of whether a robot can truly grow and evolve like a living being. Our hero, bored with the lecture, wonders why the robots haven't shown up yet. Suddenly, he notices something weird on the auditorium ceiling and goes on alert. The glass ceiling shatters and a robot crashes through, landing in the middle of the room. It says flesh is weak, but the machine is eternal and orders the professor to join them. Security guards rush the invader, but he defeats them easily. The landlord's bodyguards also charge, but the robot tells them to move. With one hit, he knocks the blonde guy away and goes for the other bodyguard. The big guy attacks with everything, but the robot with a machine body is way stronger. He manages to take down the bodyguard easily and keeps advancing. With an evil smile, he mocks the foolish humans and defeats all security. Our hero watches the scene and thinks it's all very disrespectful to the landlord. But the scientist says they came for him, and this time he'll go to the realm. With a serious look, he says he's betting everything on Qiao, and the protagonist understands the plan. The robot keeps bragging about his strength, saying he has the most powerful physique. Suddenly, Lord Manda appears and calls him to leave, and the robot obeys instantly. The landlord offers to go if she orders her men to stop fighting the humans. She agrees, binds the professor with dark energy chains, and takes him away. The robot tells Manda to take the professor, and says he'll stay to play with the humans. With a powerful jump, he breaks through the roof and goes outside the auditorium. Our hero follows, and the robot turns to face the new opponent. Smiling, our hero asks if he's the one bragging about having the strongest physique. The robot calls him an ant and says he doesn't understand the power of mechanical transformation. He tries to convince the protagonist to join the mechanical evolution, but our hero punches him, dealing 306 damage. The robot is shocked and asks if he used a skill to hurt him. Smiling, he says he already has a perfect body and doesn't need the robot's help. The robot despairs, saying it's impossible for a mere human to breach his biochemical body. Our hero says he just raised his hand and punched him like it was the simplest thing. He lies and claims to possess the ancient sacred physique of the human race to fool the robot. With the enemy on the ground, he stumps hard and the robot asks what he's doing. Out of patience, he tells the robot to scram before he turns him into a pile of scrap. With a final powerful move, our hero grabs the robot and throws him far away. Our hero realizes the landlord let himself be captured so he could enter the realm. The robot wonders why he let the professor be taken and decides to warn Lady Munda. With a trail of energy, the robot flies through Machine City to deliver the report. In the machine realm, Lord Mon welcomes the professor in a room full of screens. He apologizes for the rude transport but invites him to join his kingdom. But the professor refuses, saying even if he dies, he'll never betray the human race. Mon tells him not to be stubborn and invites him to see his creation. He reveals the mechanical heart pulsing with orange energy in the center of the room. The giant machine is a mix of bioengineering with biological and mechanical parts. Mon says the heart combines human spirit with machine power and isn't just a robot anymore. He calls it ascension and invites him to join the glorious evolution of machines. But the professor calls her a traitor for joining the robots and working for them like a dog. Confused, Munda asks what he's talking about, and the professor doesn't get his reaction. Then Mon shows bodies of other humans floating and tells the professor to look again. The professor sees a horrible scene where a man screams for help while being devoured by tentacles. He realizes it's not just one, but several people getting attacked at the same time by this creature. And the source of all this chaos is the mechanical heart named Marta, pulsing in the center of the room. Meanwhile, on the other side of the realm, our hero finally reaches the enemy base. Immediately, a squad of guardian robots detects him and preps for combat. The system notifies him that he gains 1 stat point and 3 experience for every robot he destroys. He's surprised because he didn't expect killing robots to give him attribute points too. Wielding an axe he took from one of the bots, he screams that he's going to crash their party. Back in the lab, Professor Huajun screams in horror that they are straight-up monsters. Mun just says his rage won't solve anything while the chaos continues around them. He explains the heart is named Marta and was a failure because the idea was for it to grow organically. Then she reveals they created a life-devouring monster and its appetite is only getting bigger. Munda then asks for help to solve the problem, or more humans will die for the mechanical heart. The professor understands the situation and thinks he's counting on the protagonist's help now. Just then, a robot bursts into the room warning them about the human with the sacred physique. Munda wonders if this is the human with the sacred physique her henchman Blitz mentioned. Suddenly, the wall explodes completely, and our hero bursts into the room with a powerful kick. The impact of his arrival is so strong it shatters the entire structure around the area. Looking like a total maniac, he screams to everyone that the great Qiao has arrived for the party. Professor Huajun is relieved and says the protagonist is finally there to help. Manga stares him down and asks if he's the human her warrior Blitz was referring to. Then she welcomes him to the machine realm and mentions Blitz is one of her best. The villain is shocked he defeated him, and we see his stats level 15 and 2000 health. Our hero mocks him, asking if he's embarrassed and if he wants to avenge his henchman. Without answering, the queen orders her other 2 warriors to charge at Kyoyu. With a smile, he gets hyped and tells them to come donate some more stat points. He gets ready, and the system notifies him that he gained a point in experience. Right after, he hits the other guard, and the system notifies him of the combat victory again. The 2 henchmen hit the floor, and Manga is shocked that his body is stronger than hers. He thinks that if he convinces him to turn into a robot, he can't imagine the monster he'd become. He dreams of creating the world's strongest warrior using our hero's body and his technology. Meanwhile, the protagonist helps the professor up, and the old man asks if he's okay. Then the scientist points to the machine and tells our hero to look at that thing. We then see the mechanical heart Marta, level 15 with 2000 health, which is mutating. Our hero gets furious realizing they are using humans to feed the machine. He says even without the mission, he'd destroy the heart, and the professor leaves it all in his hands. Manga becomes determined to capture the protagonist at all costs for her evil plans. The villain tries to convince him to abandon his weak body and join the glorious evolution. But the protagonist ignores her and sprints toward the heart, leaving Manga wondering what he's doing. Then he jumps with full force, propelling himself high into the air toward his true target. Wasting no time, our hero lands hard right on top of the mechanical heart. Manga screams in despair, asking what he's trying to do to precious Marta. He starts punching the machine with all his strength to destroy it. Manga panics and screams for him to stop his attacks immediately. And with a focused and determined look, our hero continues his assault without hesitation. Manga tries to stop him, but our hero yells for her not to get in his way. Just then, Manga's system detects a high-level threat and orders her to flee, but he gets confused. Then he lands a punch that deals 288 damage to the villain. With the force of the blow, Manga is thrown against the wall with a huge explosion of energy. Manga's health drops to 1,712 out of 2,000 points, and she lies on the floor. With his mask broken, he praises the MC's strength and says he needs to keep him in the machine realm. Ignoring the villain, the protagonist turns back to the mechanical heart Marta. He starts punching the machine with everything he's got, dealing 404 damage. Furious, he screams for that evil thing to break once and for all. And with an explosion of colorful energy, the mechanical heart is finally destroyed. The system congratulates him and gives him 100 experience and 3 stat points for the victory. After the explosion, the whole room is covered in a red liquid that splattered from the machine. The villain screams that he destroyed Marta and asks if he knows the hope that thing represented. Our hero looks at his hand and asks how many humans she used to feed the machine. He calls her a human pretending to be a robot and warns her not to worry, cause she's next. The villain yells for him to wait and tries to persuade him with a new proposal. He says even though the MC is powerful, he's nothing compared to their great majesty. Confident, he states that the MC will have a chance to redeem himself for his actions. The man invites him to meet the queen and says if he joins them, he'll be forgiven. Our hero is confused and wonders who this queen is if Manga is the leader of the realm. Watching the scene, Professor Hua-jun screams for the protagonist not to be fooled by the talk. But Kyoyu reassures him, saying he has no interest in evolution and only trusts his own body. The villain says he'll change his mind when he sees the true power of the machine queen. Our hero accepts the invite, and Manga guides him to the meeting with this mysterious queen. They start walking down a futuristic and well-lit corridor of the base. The villain guides him along the path, while the protagonist follows closely with suspicion. Suddenly, he snaps his fingers and, with a smile, activates one of his secret abilities. A mechanical insect flies out of his hand and heads toward our hero's back. The insect lands on his neck, and the system identifies it as a mechanical insect. The screen explains it can infect humans and gradually transform them into machines. With a serious look, the protagonist stares at the villain while the insect prepares to attack. Manga thinks that if he can infect him with the parasite, the queen will definitely reward her. The mechanical insect then readies its needle to pierce our hero's neck. But before it can attack, the protagonist crushes the insect with a quick and precise slap. He turns to Manga and says, "So he was corrupted, huh?" The villain is shocked because she didn't expect him to realize her plan so quickly. With that, the protagonist attacks her with a powerful punch causing 240 damage. The blow knocks her away, and she slides across the corridor floor from the impact. Our hero thinks that he is a level 15 NPC and will be pretty tough to deal with. Irritated, he screams at the MC, asking if he doesn't want to see Her Majesty the Queen anymore. With a smile, he says she finally attacked him, and if he's right, the Queen is close. He states that if that's the case, he doesn't need him to guide him to his objective anymore. Manga gets furious and says if he refuses, she'll force him to drink a penalty. With her arm transforming into a gauntlet, she threatens him, saying the Queen will make him a new body. The system identifies the skill as Mechanical Fist, and the villain charges for the final attack. The two fists collide, and Manga attacks with full force, but the protagonist blocks her. With a smile, he asks if she hasn't been beaten enough and calls her little brother. The villain is shocked her full power attack was stopped and wonders if this is his true power. Our hero then rips off his arm and says he forgot that scrap metal doesn't need to eat. Then he uses the villain's own arm to beat him, dealing 240 damage. Pinned under the arm, he screams for him to stop, but realizes he can't move at all. Without giving him time to breathe, our hero preps another one of his powerful attacks. With a headbutt, he hits the guy square on, dealing 260 damage. The hit sends her flying and he smashes across the room, hitting the opposite wall hard. From the rubble, Mond re-emerges and transforms into a giant, much more threatening robot. He admits he underestimated him, and we see his health drop to 432. The villain says this time he'll show proper respect and prepares for the real fight. Our hero thinks his form is ugly and says he'd rather die than turn into a machine like that. With that, Mund activates his skill, Mechanical Lord's Fist, and wins up a super powerful punch. But the protagonist says it's time to get serious and preps his common first punch. The two punches collide, and the protagonist lands a critical hit of 480. He thinks the move was dangerous, and the system congratulates him on the victory and leveling up to Novice Mage. The hero is confused about becoming a Novice Mage, and we see his stats with 270 strength. With that, he completes the hidden mission and finally gets the key of all locks. Now he decides it's time to meet the Machine Queen and hopes for some good gear. But arriving at a door, he tries to type the password, and the system says the code is wrong. He wonders why there's a code and regrets killing Munda earlier. Not knowing what to do, he gets annoyed and wonders where he can find someone to ask for the password. On the other side of the door, the real queen sitting on her throne hears the wrong code alarm. She wonders why a human would come there if the mission was just to defeat Mond. Out of patience, our hero decides to use force and busts the door open with a single hit. Confident, he says the old school method of breaking everything still works fine. He's surprised to see the girl and wonders if she's a human trapped by Mond. So he approaches and greets her, asking what a girl like her is doing there. The queen observes him and thinks the human is different and very strange. He asks if she can speak and what her name is in a very polite way. The girl replies that she is the queen of the machine realm and stares at him seriously. Our hero is completely shocked and asks if she really is the queen. Then her stats appear, revealing she is an epic NPC level 48. He panics seeing she has 100,000 health and over 2,000 in all stats. He thinks an NPC with 10,000 health is already a rank boss and wonders how strong she is. Scared, he apologizes and tries to flee, saying he took a wrong turn and is leaving, but the queen traps him with red energy chains that immobilize him instantly. The chains pull him hard, and he's stuck in front of the girl, unable to move. The force is so great he can't even twitch and is totally helpless. She tells him not to be afraid, because she won't hurt him, and touches his forehead with her finger. With that, the queen starts retrieving his memories with a red glow in her eyes. She sees what the outside world is like and discovers he was just a normal human before. The girl says she always knew that world wasn't real and was just one of many. She reveals the world will reset soon, and everything will go back to how it was before he arrived. But she says there's a bug, and if he stays in the room, he can escape the world reset. The girl says after countless resets, only he appeared and she won't miss the chance. He asks if she saw his memories, but she says it was an exchange and he saw hers too. With that, he understands why she's so strong despite being a boss in a D-rank world. The queen then asks if he wants to leave, and he confirms, but she challenges him to kill her. Our hero says he's only level 11 and can't go against the virtual world's rules. She says they don't need to go against them, and with a knife, she cuts her own chest without hesitating. The protagonist screams, asking what she's doing while she reaches into her body. The queen says they can use the other world's rules to escape there together. With that, she rips out her heart, and the system identifies it as an S-rank item. She hands him the heart and says if he carries it, it will grow and become another version of her. The girl explains items can be taken outside by players like him from that world. And when the clone grows, she'll finally be able to experience the world outside. He asks if she's not afraid he'll back out, but she says no because she saw his memories. Our hero is shocked because an NPC gained consciousness and tried to escape the world that created her. The queen asks if he's decided, and our hero says he doesn't have much choice. With a smile, she thanks him and says he can leave that place now. The system congratulates him on passing the world and gives him an A-rank evaluation. With that, he gains 50 experience, 5 stat points, a talent book, and brass knuckles. He thinks the item is good for boosting crit rate and decides to use the key to open the magic cube. Back at school, he goes to the director's office to finally open the mysterious item. But when he arrives, he finds no one and wonders why the director isn't there. Ignoring that, he decides to use the key of all locks to open the cube once and for all. The key fits into the cube, and an intense light starts emanating from the item. The cube opens and reveals a new weapon for the protagonist to use in his battles. It was the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, an evolved weapon of unknown rank. He wonders why his parents left him a weapon with no attributes and how he's going to upgrade it. Holding the new weapon, he questions if he wasn't supposed to be a powerful mage. Suddenly, the director arrives, and our hero tells him he managed to open the magic cube. But the director doesn't care about the cube and tells him to leave or he'll miss the admission exam. Our hero is confused by the director's rush and wonders what exam that is. Meanwhile, at the exam hall, a crowd of students waits for the event to start. There, an examiner gets ready to begin, and the students from First High ask if they can start already. But the protagonist's friend shouts for them to wait, because it's not time yet and people are missing. An extra with blue hair mocks them for being from Fourth High and calls them useless trash. Our hero's group gets annoyed by the provocation, and his friend asks what the guy said. Unfazed, the rival brags that his school always gets the highest scores in the exam. He continues saying this year won't be different and tells the Fourth High squad to go home. The extra adds that if the person they're waiting for hasn't shown up, it's because he's scared. Lying on the floor, the protagonist's friend screams that Qiao Yu would end them all with a single punch. The rival laughs at the claim and challenges him, saying he'll teach him what a real punch is. The girls in the group get worried because the exam is starting and our hero hasn't arrived yet. So Mai Fei draws his sword and swears to end First High's winning streak. With a determined look, he thinks his only true opponent there is Qiao Yu. Far away, our hero sprints desperately to the hall, screaming he's almost there. In the hall, the examiner asks the Fourth High teachers if everyone has arrived for the test. One of the masters is worried because if the protagonist doesn't arrive soon, he won't be able to participate. Suddenly, his friend Yang Shangdi yells present and celebrates our hero's arrival. Striking a boss pose, Qiao Yu says he finally arrived and that everyone's daddy has returned. The blue-haired rival complains that a nobody made them wait so long and it was a waste. A white-haired waifu defends him, saying he wasn't late and there was no reason to rush. The extra mocks her, saying the rush is to put the rookies in their place and take first place. Our hero then asks which hole those idiots crawled out of, and his friend warns they're from First High. The rival gets irritated and threatens him, but a colleague tells him not to waste time with the Fourth High crowd. Qiao Yu says he hopes they show the same courage in the arena and declares first place is his. With that, the blue-haired extra gets furious and screams the protagonist is asking for it. But a more serious guy from his team steps in and stops him from starting a fight right there. The group leader reminds him the goal is first place and orders him not to start trouble early. The protagonist's squad watches the scene and wonders why they stopped picking a fight out of nowhere. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the hall and announces the time has come for the exam to finally begin. The head examiner introduces himself as Jin Tong and starts explaining the exam rules. He says the exam will use a point system to define the best students of the tournament. Victories give 2 points, defeats take 1, and consecutive wins give an extra point. All students confirm they understand the rules and prepare for the event to start. With a smile, the examiner declares the Sioux City exam has officially begun. In the audience, the students' parents scream and cheer for their kids with tons of excitement. Over at the Mage arena, our hero understands the rules are like a normal duel. He smiles because with the rule that health can't hit 0, he doesn't need to hold back. Elsewhere, last year's winner Long Shang talks with other teachers. With a confident look, he says this year's first place will definitely belong to his school. With that, the first round begins and our hero goes to Arena 108 to fight. He gets thoughtful seeing his opponent is Long Miation, the blue-haired rival. The extra mocks him, saying it was unexpected to meet in the very first round. Our hero says his name sounds good and kind of has a ring to it, ironically. And with a smile, he repeats the rival's name slowly and very provocatively. Long Miation gets mad and screams the protagonist is asking for a beating and he'll shut him up. The examiner asks if they're ready, and both confirm yes to start the fight. Then he asks the two to introduce themselves, but they're confused by the weird rule. The two complain and ask if they can't just start fighting already. With no choice, the rival introduces himself as Long Miation, a level 9 Disciple Electric Mage. And our hero introduced himself as Qiao Yu from 4th High, a level 11 early stage Necromancer. The rival is shocked to hear the protagonist already reached the early stage before the exam. The examiner thinks he's a strong candidate for first place for getting that far. With introductions done, he finally authorizes the start of the fight between the two mages. Long Miation says he doesn't care because electric magic counters undead and he can still win. With that, he casts his Thunder Barrier magic and surrounds himself with a protective electric aura. Our hero watches the scene calmly and prepares for his opponent's charge. In the audience, everyone is impressed seeing an electric mage in action in the middle of the arena. One spectator comments only 1 in 10,000 becomes an electric mage, and it's almost a hidden class. But another notices the lightning mage is on the defensive and says they aren't good at that. With a smile, our hero wonders if that guy is even a match for him in a fight. The rival challenges him and screams for him to show his true necromancer power at once. He finds it weird the protagonist didn't grab his staff and wonders if he wants to throw the fight. In the audience, the teachers comment that the protagonist seems very self-confident. One of them says if he doesn't summon his undead, the underdog might end up winning the fight. But Director Shu defends him, saying you can't predict the actions of gods like the protagonist. Then Long Shan gets interested and says to see how his necromancy fares against an electric mage. The protagonist ignores everyone and just summons his beginner staff, surprising everyone. The rival goes on alert and prepares for the attack coming from our hero. But instead of summoning, he runs toward the electric barrier, and the rival wonders what he's doing. Fearless, he passes through the barrier and takes 92 damage but keeps moving forward. The rival panics and asks what kind of monster he is to withstand his magic. He doesn't understand why a necromancer who should be fragile is acting that way. The audience is shocked and wonders if that's really a mage fight and where the spells are. With a smile, our hero equips his brass knuckles and prepares for the final attack. We see the item stats, which increase crit rate by 30% and have no restrictions. With an evil smile, our hero says he's going to test his new toy on the rival. Long Miation panics and screams for him to wait, but it's too late to run. With a critical hit, he deals 1,144 damage in one go. The blow throws the rival far away, and he hits the ground with an explosion of blue energy. With only 1 out of 190 health, he is defeated and too weak to continue. Our hero approaches and tells him to remember he now owes him 5 lives for everything. In the audience, everyone is shocked, wondering if they're dreaming and what they just saw. The teachers go crazy too, and one of them can't believe a necromancer dealt that much damage. Director Shu brags, saying he's trained since young, and it's reasonable to be that strong. Longshan gets interested and wonders how strong his necromancy is if he fights like that. Far away in a room, an extra runs to warn his boss about what happened. He says Long Miation was defeated by a student from 4th High with just 1 punch. The leader, named Gusu, says he knows and that the guy is strong and they need to deal with him. With a determined look, he states this year's winner must belong to 1st High. Spectators start theorizing a fighter infiltrated the mage exam. With a smile, our hero thanks everyone for the support in a very mocking way. Suddenly, Xander Jintong appears with his men and calls him for a chat. He says his actions were so impressive someone accused him of cheating. Our hero gets annoyed and asks why they want to test him just because he did too well. The examiner asks how he explains a mage dealing so much damage, and he says he's just strong. Out of patience, Jintong ignores the answer and orders his men to take him for testing. The audience thinks he cheated because there's no way a necromancer is that strong. Director Shu laughs at the situation and tells his colleague to just wait and see what happens. The white-haired waifu defends the protagonist, saying he was like that in Nightmare Village too. The rivals mock her, saying he was cheating and they'll find drugs in the test. But the MC's friend says they'll cry when he comes back as top of the class. The extra tells him to pray the protagonist can at least make it back to the exam. Far away to testing room, our hero prepares for what's coming. The examiners activate the machine and order him to pass the test to prove his innocence. With a sigh, our hero says people always doubt a true genius. The machine finishes the test and the system notifies it found no anomalies. But Examiner Jintong isn't convinced and orders his men to run the test again. And once again the result is the same, and the system confirms nothing is wrong. Disbelieving in the result, he orders them to check if the detection portal is working. His men then start inspecting the machine to see if there's any defect in it. After the analysis, they confirm the portal is working perfectly with no issues. Jintong is shocked a kid can deal that much damage and calls him a melee mage. He decides to send him for a drug test, and if he passes, he can return to the exam. Meanwhile, the second round of the tournament is about to start in the main hall. Leader Gusu comments that the kid won't be back anytime soon and will be disqualified. In the arena, one of the participants waits for his opponent who hasn't shown up yet. The mage wonders why his adversary hasn't appeared for the second round combat. He asks the professor what happens if the opponent doesn't show, and he says the mage wins. In the audience, everyone comments the necromancer hasn't returned and must have been cheating. Our hero then goes to the bathroom to take the drug test to prove he's innocent. Arriving there, he asks why the examiner is following him inside the bathroom. The man says by the rules he needs to supervise the entire sampling process. Our hero mocks him, saying he's scared of frightening him, but the man says not to worry. The examiner brags he went through professional training and nothing can surprise him. But upon seeing the protagonist, he runs out of the bathroom crying and totally traumatized. Back in the boss's room, the man hands over the result and says Qiao Yu's test came back clean. With the confirmation, Jintong orders them to take him back to the main exam. Seeing his photo, the boss realizes he's Qiao Anking's son and is surprised. He thinks with that attack power, he has a guaranteed spot in Kyoto and will bring surprises. In the hall, the protagonist's friend is worried because if he doesn't arrive soon, he'll be declared the loser. The rivals mock him, saying a cheater shouldn't even show up at the real exam. The white-haired waifu reveals the examiners took him because of a report. She stares down the rivals and accuses them of reporting the protagonist out of pure envy. The extra denies it and says even if it was them, the protagonist's damage was suspicious. The protagonist's friend screams that's absurd, and Qiao Yu didn't cheat and will be back soon. With a mocking smile, the rival says they're living in a fantasy and the result will be cancelled. Yang Xiangdi realizes they were the ones who reported him out of fear of losing first place in the exam. Then Mafei says even without our hero, first place won't be theirs but his, and the waifu spots him. Suddenly, the friend celebrates because the protagonist finally returned, and everyone looks at the entrance. Just then, the judge was about to end the match due to a missing competitor, but gets interrupted. In striking a boss pose, our hero arrives and announces to everyone that he's already there. With his arrival, the judge raises his arm and says in that case, the fight can continue. He then announces the battle and introduces Qiao Yu from 4th Academy, a level 11 necromancer. In the audience, everyone is shocked by his return and wonders if he really didn't cheat. The rival gets annoyed that he came back and messed up his team's plans. In the arena, the opponent says our hero doesn't need to know his name for the fight. With a smile, he continues saying since the protagonist arrived, he will then. He raises a white flag and forfeits the fight instantly, leaving our hero confused. The guy says he doesn't want to take a 1000 damage punch, and Qiaoyu chases him, begging for a punch. With the forfeit, the judge announces the winner is Qiaoyu, who gains another 3 points. A screen that informs he won 2 matches in a row and now has 5 points total. His friends run toward him to celebrate the easy victory he got in the arena. Far away, the rival team gets notified the Necromancer is back, and one of them asks what they'll do. Leader Gusu says the report was just to annoy him and it was obvious he'd return, but he warns there are many ways to take him down because first place belongs to his academy. Back in the arena, the 3rd round of the exam starts with a new opponent for our hero. However, the spiky-haired guy goes to the examiner and forfeits the fight right then and there. Our hero gets annoyed and asks why everyone is quitting and if they have no pride or courage. The opponent replies that those things don't exist and the pain of getting beaten is the only real thing. With that, the 4th round starts and another participant quits instantly, leaving Qiaoyu shocked. And in the 8th round, yet another opponent quits dramatically without even trying to fight. The protagonist is left speechless and bored because he can't fight anyone. The rival leader comments he already has 8 wins in a row and a perfect record in the tournament. So he orders them to use their connections to get Teacher Sherong to fight Qiaoyu in the 9th round. The rival's henchman wonders if Teacher Sherong will do what they ordered. But Leader Gusu says she has no choice if she wants to do well in the exam and will fight with everything. With that, the 9th round is announced with Teacher Sherong versus protagonist Qiaoyu. In the audience, the teacher's fans go crazy over her beauty and say they'd do anything for her. In the arena, the examiner asks the 2 competitors to introduce themselves before the fight. The teacher introduces herself as Sherong, a level 11 early stage ice mage. Then a rival teacher taunts Director Shu, saying his student is in trouble, but he denies it. Our hero then introduces himself as Qiaoyu, a necromancer also at level 11 early stage. Wasting no time, Teacher Sherong summons her ice staff and prepares for battle. Our hero is surprised and asks if she's not going to quit like everyone else did before. With a serious expression, the ice mage questions why she should quit the fight. With a crazy smile, he celebrates finally finding someone who won't give up on fighting. The audience gets annoyed and wonders if he's going to use his 1000 damage punch on the teacher. He laughs and says he was joking and wouldn't use such a dirty trick on someone so pretty. Then our hero summons his green dragon crescent blade and prepares for combat. The examiner is shocked and wonders if our hero is really a necromancer with that weapon. Teacher Sherong is also surprised and says she's never seen a mage like him before. With his spear in hand, he charges full speed at the ice mage to attack her. But she casts her ice wall prison spell and creates a huge barrier in front of him. Undaunted, the protagonist jumps with full force at the ice wall that appeared. Then with a single blow, he smashes the barrier into 1,000 pieces and continues his advance. Sherong gets scared and thinks she can't let him get close no matter what. With a smile, he says her skills can trap him, even if just for an instant. Our hero then jumps over the ice debris to attack the mage from above. She comments he finally left the ground and fell into her trap. She calls him overconfident and says his winning streak ends right there. With that, the mage casts her Eternal Ice Spike spell, and giant spikes shoot out of the ground. The protagonist gets trapped in the middle of the attack and stares at the ice spikes seriously. He ends up being completely frozen by Teacher Sherong's powerful magic. In the audience, one of the students regrets quitting and says Qiaoyu isn't that strong. The rival teacher brags that Sherong is exceptional, but Director Shu tells him to just watch. With that, the mage asks the judge if she hasn't won the match yet, but he denies it instantly. He explains his health is still dropping, so the fight isn't over yet. Teacher Sherong watches the ice while the protagonist's health continues to decrease. From inside the ice prison, our hero seems completely defenseless and frozen. So she tells him to give up because he already lost, but Qiaoyu refuses to surrender. The mage questions why continue if it's just going to make everything more painful for him. But with his health at 3,415, he screams his points won't hit 0. Suddenly, the ice starts cracking and he breaks free from the prison, leaving the mage shocked. She tries to trap him again with the Eternal Ice Wall spell to reinforce the prison. Sherong wonders how he broke her ice wall with such monstrous strength. With a smile, our hero asks her how much mana she has left to continue. Desperate, she screams her mana is out and wonders why his health hasn't hit 0. With pure brute force, he breaks the ice chains holding him with his bare hands. And so our hero breaks free completely while ice shards fall all around. The teacher is shocked seeing the ice shattering around her, understanding nothing. With a crazy smile, he warns that playtime is over and it's time to fight seriously. Wasting no time, he charges and attacks the mage with his green dragon blade. Our hero then asks is she still not going to give up the fight against him. With a determined look, Teacher Sherong screams she won't surrender no matter what. With that, he lands a powerful blow that knocks her sideways with the force of the impact. The attack deals 260 damage and flings her far away through the air. In the audience, her fans despair and accuse him of being violent with their goddess. He says he can't be blamed because this is the exam and he needs to win the fight. The judge then declares Qiaoyu the winner, earning another 3 points in the tournament. Director Shu brags, saying he warned them no one can stop the protagonist this year. Teacher Sherong apologizes for the loss, but her colleague comforts her and says she did well. The colleague says it's not her fault and the protagonist isn't even a real mage. Our hero wonders why everyone has so much prejudice against a mage with physical training. The rival group despairs because not even the teacher defeated him, and he already has 10 straight wins. The rival leader gets annoyed and says Second Academy is useless and he'll have to fight himself. Meanwhile, in the rest area, Teacher Sherong says the protagonist is very powerful. Her colleague reveals her original opponent wasn't him and someone changed the schedule. She concludes they're targeting the protagonist and wonders if they should warn him of the plan. With that, she goes to our hero and finds him waiting outside a room. Teacher Sherong warns him someone altered the fight and the real target is him. Our hero mocks it and says if the rival dares to show up, he'll send him flying with one punch. With the prelims over, the final phase of the tournament, the arena battles finally begins. Our hero and the other 9 finalists enter the arena for the start of the last phase. The head examiner announces the 10 rounds are over and the arena battles are about to start. In the audience, the crowd goes wild for the 10 strongest competitors in Sioux City. With a confident look, our hero enters the arena preparing for what's coming. He then challenges the rival and tells him to come try and stop him from winning the tournament. The audience wonders if he's going to defend the arena solo and fight against the other 9. Suddenly, one of the competitors who was sitting stands up and advances to the arena. With that, a big guy enters the arena and brags that only geniuses win the exam and he is that genius. But before he can finish the sentence, our hero hits him with a punch dealing 354 damage. With the opponent on the floor, he says clearly that guy isn't the genius he claimed to be. The audience goes wild, and the judge announces the successful defense while everyone cheers for Qiao Yu. The crowd continues screaming his name, and one of them says he's officially a fan of the protagonist. With a smile, he thinks now the little cheater in hiding can't hold back anymore. Then rival leader Gusu finally enters the arena and calls him a show-off for pleasing the crowd. Without beating around the bush, the rival just says the words, 5 million, leaving the protagonist confused. Qiao Yu asks what he means and Gusu offers 5 million for him to surrender. He says he investigated him and knows he's an orphan and 5 million would make him comfortable. Furious, our hero screams his life's dream is worth way more than 5 million Ries. But with a straight face, he surprises everyone and says actually he needs more money. Gusu gets annoyed and asks how much more he wants to forfeit the fight against him. With a smile, our hero says 1 billion would be enough, but he wouldn't refuse 100 billion. The rival gets enraged and tells him not to blame him for hitting hard since he refused the offer. Our hero wonders why so much hate and concludes he's the guy behind everything. Gusu then introduces himself as an early-stage shadow mage, and our hero understands. With introductions done, the judge finally authorizes the start of the last battle. With a confident smile, our hero says he finally reached the rival he wanted so badly. Wasting no time, Gusu uses his shadow servant magic and summons his minions. With that, he summons several shadow creatures to attack the protagonist all at once. And with a combined attack, the servants charge with an energy blast at our hero. The audience gets hyped and says a fight between Shadow Mage and Necromancer is pretty interesting. With a smile, our hero mocks him, asking what kind of undead are those in front of him. He then says he doesn't need to summon anything, and he alone is more than enough. With a spin of his spear, he attacks the Shadow servants with a powerful and fast slash. The force of the blow is so great he destroys several servants in one go. But he complains the creatures are very tough and hard to kill with his attacks. Gusu then explains his servants have bones of steel and iron, and that's just the beginning. Unfazed, our hero continues attacking the servants and destroys them all with his spear. With a smile, he mocks, saying the servants summoned by the rival aren't a big deal. Then the protagonist warns he's going to test if the creatures are really unbreakable. With that, he charges and hits one of the servants with a powerful blow from his spear. The shadow creature stares back, ready for the counterattack that's coming. Unshaken, our hero continues his assault and destroys a few more minions. With a smile, he announces now there are only 3 servants left for him to defeat. Gusu is shocked by his strength and says he looks like a humanoid beast fighting. The protagonist celebrates solving the problem of yet another shadow monster. Next, he goes after the last servant to finish the job once and for all. With all minions defeated, he warns Gusu that now it's his turn. But the rival reveals he never summons his servants for direct combat in the arena. So he uses the shadow assimilation skill and sacrifices his own minions. With his new power, Gusu manages to block the protagonist's attack easily. In the audience, the crowd gets scared and says if it weren't there, the blow would have been fatal. Our hero is surprised because he didn't expect the rival to be able to stop his attack. Gusu says he's the first to defeat his servants and force him to use the sacrifice skill. The protagonist then wonders if a normal attack would affect him if it doesn't hit his body. The rival says he won't be safe and draws a dagger to attack our hero. With an evil smile, he uses the dagger's skill and prepares for the attack. Our hero then feels a pain in his chest and spits blood, taking 50 damage. The rival tells him to admit defeat and says the money offer still stands. But our hero gets annoyed and tells him to go to hell in a not-so-polite way. Gusu is shocked because he pierced his heart, and the protagonist doesn't seem to feel anything. Irritated, the rival says if he's stubborn, he shouldn't blame him and attacks again. Our hero feels the pain of the attack and takes another 50 damage but stays standing. Gusu continues attacking and our hero feels the pain in his lower regions from the blow. With red eyes from rage, he screams for the rival to stop and calls him a beast. With that, our hero charges with his spear and hits Gusu with a powerful blow. The rival tries to defend with shadow assimilation but can't stop the attack. The blow hits him square on and deals 496 damage in one go. Our hero complains that having too much attack power isn't a good thing in the fight either. He then wonders what the restriction of the rival's skill is and if it's the black aura. With that, the protagonist says he figured out the skill and if he lands the hit, he can kill him. Gusu challenges him and says if he's not afraid of death, he can try the attack. Without hesitating, our hero attacks and the rival defends with a powerful shadow magic. The protagonist then mocks him and says he doesn't think he can't see his secret spell. He challenges him and says not to dodge, and the rival promises if he dodges, he'll call him dad. With his fist glowing, our hero charges to land a powerful punch on the enemy. But Gusu shouts Shadow Guard and summons a barrier to protect himself from the attack. The punch lands dead on, and the shadow barrier tries to block our hero's blow. Our hero questions why he defended if he was so confident and calls him a coward. The blow breaks the barrier and deals 125 damage to Gusu instantly. The rival is shocked because his guard can withstand a boss hit and couldn't handle the punch. With the enemy wounded, our hero says it's time to end the fight once and for all. The rival then uses the poisonous shadow sacrifice skill and is consumed by his own magic. With that, Gusu screams in pain while the shadow energy consumes him completely. Our hero watches the scene calmly and prepares for the rival's new transformation. With a demonic mask, he brags that not even a body cultivator would beat him now. And with glowing eyes, he swears to be the best in the exam and says the protagonist's end is near. With a surprise attack, he uses his ambush skill and charges full force at the rival. The rival's weapon transforms into a spiked mace covered in blood and red energy. Our hero realizes he fused with 4 servants and acquired their characteristics. With an aerial attack, Gusu says he has no honor and is courting his own death. With a smile, our hero prepares for the counterattack and faces the enemy's charge. The two fists collide, and the force of the impact causes a huge energy explosion. The arena floor cracks, and the two continue trading a series of powerful blows. The protagonist's foot sinks into the ground from the force of the attacks he takes from the rival. With a powerful kick, our hero hits Gusu square on and knocks him back. The rival manages to grab his foot, but the protagonist continues his assault without hesitation. With a confident smile, he stares down the rival and prepares for the final blow of the fight. With a devastating punch, he hits the rival dead on and slams him into the ground hard. The blow causes an energy explosion that cracks the entire battle arena floor. In the audience, everyone is shocked and wonders if it became a trend for mages to fight melee. Far away, 2 men from the Baizi organization watch the fight with interest. One of them confirms that's Qiao Yu, and the other says both need to join them. Gusu stands up and asks how the protagonist can match his strength with his. With a smile, our hero questions if he's sure that was a draw. The rival thinks his skill has a time limit and it's going to run out soon. Desperate, he screams the protagonist left him no choice and prepares for the last attack. With that, he uses his devouring shadow sacrifice skill to try and win the fight. The director of his academy screams for him to stop, but Gusu refuses to obey. He says only he can be the best and needs to prove he's as strong as his brother. Gusu's brother, last year's champion, watches the scene and understands the pressure he feels. Our hero gets excited and says now he's acting like a true rival. With a single punch, he hits the rival dead on and deals 141 damage. With an evil smile, he prepares to land the final blow on the fallen rival. With a devastating punch, he hits Gusu with everything and defeats him once and for all. The blow causes a shockwave that spreads across the entire battle arena. The examiners wonder if they should let the battle continue like that. Far away, a hooded man orders his men to capture the 2 fighters. Gusu asks why the protagonist hasn't been defeated yet, and he says the same. With a flurry of punches, our hero attacks the rival non-stop with everything he has. The rival's face starts cracking from the force of the blows he takes from the protagonist. Defeated, Gusu wonders if he was really beaten by a weaker necromancer. The head examiner says our hero has a slight advantage and should be the best mage. Suddenly, he gets furious and screams the protagonist is a reckless fool seeking his own death. Our hero is confused and doesn't understand what's happening there in the arena. In the reflection of his eyes, we see the figure of a shadow monster approaching. Outside, a Baizi organization truck speeds forward, and in the blink of an eye, all the finalists are captured and bound with chains. Our hero wakes up confused and wonders what just happened to all of them. He sees Gusu and teacher Sherong passed out and wonders if they were captured too. With his hands chained, he concludes it was a deliberate kidnapping of the exam candidates. A hooded woman approaches and apologizes for bringing them that way. Our hero gets annoyed and asks if that's her idea of an invitation to somewhere. She tells him not to fear and introduce herself as Wasai, the head of Baizi in Sioux City. Mafei is shocked by the name and wonders what kind of group that is to do something like this. Our hero gets irritated by their audacity and calls Baizi a shameless organization. Gusu then asks what their intentions are and orders them to release them immediately. With a smile, the boss says they'll be released when they reach the destination. But she threatens them, saying if anyone tries to run, she'll have to send them to the other side. Teacher Sharon then asks why they were dragged to that place. The boss explains the colleges and Bazi need new blood, and it's easier to just take them. One of the students rebels, says he never heard of them and demands to be released. Out of patience, the boss hits him with a powerful kick and slams him to the floor. With her foot on his chest, she says he has no choice and will join them willingly. She warns that if they refuse, the only path is death, and they're smart enough to see that. She alerts them that the handcuffs are custom, made and they can't escape. Suddenly, the truck door explodes and Examiner Jintong bursts into the place. With his golden bow in hand, he asks who they are to invade the exam. But one of the Bazi henchmen attacks him and knocks him down with a powerful blow. Lying on the floor, the examiner wonders how they passed as inspection members. He realizes there's a traitor among them, and he needs to rescue the kidnapped students. One of the Bazi members recognizes Jintong as the level 35 archer. The examiner questions him about the attack, and the henchman mocks whether he'll tell or not. With that, he attacks with a golden energy arrow that crosses the battlefield. Jintong is surprised to see the attack hit only a phantom of the enemy. The henchman then hits him with a blow that throws him to the ground hard. With a smile, he says the examiner is too old and temperamental to fight. And with a final blow, the henchman causes an explosion that destroys part of the arena. With the explosion, the arena floor is covered in rocks and debris everywhere. Amidst the smoke, Examiner Jintong rises from the battle rubble. He comes out unharmed from the explosion and prepares to continue the fight against the invaders. His men ask if he's okay, and he asks what happened to the villains. One of them warns they kidnapped 10 students and they couldn't stop them in time. The examiner asks which 10 were taken, and the man lists Kyoyu, Gusu, and Sherong. Furious, he punches a rock and gets annoyed for not being able to protect the students. Suddenly, the academy directors arrive and say since they're geniuses, they're not in danger. They conclude the organization is well trained and no one would dare attack the exam like that. One of the men comes running and warns students from 4 cities were kidnapped. With a determined look, the examiner orders them to investigate and ensure the safety of the 10. Meanwhile, in a dark place, our hero stares at the custom-made handcuffs. The big guy next to him mocks him, saying handcuffs can't hold a physical cultivator. With all his strength, he tries to break the chains but can't do it at all. Our hero then breaks the handcuffs easily, and the big guy is shocked by the scene. With his spear, he offers to help cut the handcuffs of the other students. He then frees teacher Sherong and the big guy with a single strike of his weapon. The white-haired waifu warns him there's still one more to be freed on the other side. But Gusu frees himself with his magic and says he doesn't need his help. With everyone free, our hero uses his spear to cut the truck's roof. With a hole in the roof, the whole group of kidnapped students finally manages to escape. From afar, the Baizi boss watches the scene with a serious and determined look. She screams for the driver to stop the car, and he obeys instantly out of fear. With a weapon in hand, she gets out of the truck and heads toward the group of students. Our hero then greets her and says they meet again out here. The boss is shocked and says not even a level 20 cultivator would break the handcuffs. With a smile, he says he knows she won't sleep if he doesn't tell how he did it. And without giving any explanation, he says goodbye, and everyone teleports to the other world. The boss tries to stop them with an energy attack, but it's too late to stop them. One of her henchmen warns they entered the inner world and rescue will arrive soon. With a serious look, the mysterious waifu stares at our hero and says she'll remember the name Qiao Yu. Back at the exam, the mission is to go to Coffin Mountain and stop the resurrection of the Draught Demon. But arriving there, Qiao Yu notices Yang and the others disappeared and wonders if the dungeon separated them. He then thinks about breaking the NPC's bell to see if he can finally move freely. Just then, an extra stops him and both are surprised by each other's unexpected action. The guy screams desperately to his master that the joy deity has resurrected from the dead. Out of patience, the master scolds him and asks how such a deity could have come back to life. The old man explains a malevolent body grows hair and claws and asks if he forgot the teachings. But the disciple insists he saw the deity holding a huge knife in its hands. With that, Qiao Yu realizes the two are NPCs and following them will lead him to the mission story. They arrive at a literature temple with a sign warning strangers not to enter the place. Inside the temple, we see a body covered by a sheet in the middle of the dark and gloomy hall. The master says he's going out for a while and orders his disciple to keep an eye on the joy deity. With the old man gone, the guy gets scared and begs the deity not to rise from the dead. Suddenly, the temple door opens with a bang, and the disciple gets startled by the intrusion. Inside the place, we see our hero along with an old man using a talisman on a guy's body. The old man recognizes the technique and asks the disciple what his relationship is with Gu Shushuan. Scared stiff, the kid says that's his master and asks if the old man is a pallbearer. Laughing, the man says Gu Shushun's disciple actually has some sharp eyes. Then he asks where the master is, and the guy says he stepped out but will be back soon. With that, the old man examines the body and notes he died recently since there's no decomposition. The disciple panics and screams for them not to disrespect the joy deity. But Qiao Yu mocks him, saying it's just a corpse and there's nothing to be afraid of. He keeps going, saying only corpse herders would call it a deity, and threatens him with his staff. The guy insists that what they're doing is wrong and a huge disrespect to the deity. Ignoring him, the old man says the body is handsome and would fetch a good price if they sold it. He then orders Feng Li to take the body, and our hero agrees with the order instantly. Desperate, the disciple tries to stop them, calling them thieves and threatening to tell his master. Out of patience, the other dude tells him to beat it and smacks him, sending him flying. The disciple stands up and screams that if they take one more step, he'll fight with his life. With a mocking smile, the guy questions if the kid really thinks he can fight alone. Then he lands a powerful kick on the disciple, who can't defend himself in time. The blow slams him into the ground, leaving him stunned and dazed in the middle of the temple. And he calls him trash, saying with so little skill, he shouldn't think he's all that. Suddenly, the sheet-covered body lets out a sigh and starts moving on the floor. With a bruised face, the disciple notices the movement and is shocked by the scene. The guy and the old man also turn around, surprised by the weird movement. The body then stands up and slowly starts peeling the talisman off his face. Now our hero stares them down with a serious look. Seeing this, the disciple screams that the joy deity really resurrected from the dead. The resurrected MC says he didn't want to intervene, but needs to go to Coffin Mountain. Wasting no time, he attacks the old man and says he won't let them sell him no matter what. The old man gets spooked and uses his fallen phoenix demonic plague magic to defend himself. The two attacks collide, and the force of the impact creates a huge energy explosion in the temple. With the blast, the old man gets thrown back while the protagonist stands still in the middle of the hall. Shocked, the man wonders if the guy is actually alive and wasn't a corpse after all. The blonde guy then accuses him of just playing tricks and charges to attack him with everything. But with his spiked weapon, he manages to defend against the blow. The MC just stares at the blonde guy. The old man asks him if he's a human or a corpse, and the resurrected MC says he doesn't know either. A screen then informs that corpse state has been activated, and he gains 100 extra defense points. With that, he understands why he was controlled by the bell and realizes the negative status doesn't affect him. Wasting no time, the old man orders Feng Li to hold him down so he can use his special technique. Then he charges with his staff and spins the weapon to deliver a blow. The resurrected MC also charges with his weapon and prepares for the incoming counterattack. The two strikes collide, and the impact causes a shockwave that cracks the floor. Struggling, Feng Li screams and asks if his master is done yet because he can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, he realizes the old man is fleeing the temple, leaving him behind in the battle. Furious, Feng Li curses old man Puti and Rui and gets ready to continue the fight alone. With a smile, the MC warns that the old man has no way to escape from there. Right after, he launches a powerful slash with his weapon toward the fugitive. The attack hits the old man dead on and defeats him with a single precise hit. With the old man on the ground, the protagonist approaches Feng Li, who is terrified. He turns to the henchman and says he had completely forgotten about him. A system screen notifies that Qiaoyu defeated both and gained 75 experience. He then finds a coffin, and the system explains it's a soul-suppressing coffin. Curious, the protagonist wonders if he should open it to take a peek inside. Upon opening it, he finds a white-haired girl lying peacefully inside. Our hero is shocked because he recognizes the girl as his friend Zuoyu from the academy. The waifu wakes up annoyed, asking how he recognized her, and he celebrates that she's okay. She asks why she was in a coffin, and he explains everyone turned into corpses for the mission. The disciple panics and screams that another joy deity has resurrected from the dead. The protagonist then gets the attention of the guy, who is still freaked out by the whole scene. The disciple asks what he can do, and Qiaoyu orders him to take them to Coffin Mountain. Just then, the disciple's master arrives, and the guy celebrates his teacher's return. The kid brags, saying he captured the joy deity all by himself, but the master doesn't buy it. With no time to waste, the master says they need to go because they have important business to settle there. At Coffin Mountain in a village, we see several paper talismans floating through the air. The master then recites an incantation while holding a magical relic in his hands. With his spell, he tells him to lower the dragon and place the coffin in a deep well. Qiaoyu and Zuyu watch the scene closely, not understanding what's happening. Suddenly, another old man arrives, and the master tells him to enter and wait for the others. The master then orders his disciple to take good care of the joy deities in his absence. With his magic bell, he makes the protagonist group start walking uncontrollably. The disciple then guides the hypnotized group into one of the village buildings. Inside, we see that the other academy students have also been transformed into corpses. Qiaoyu and Zuyu realize their friends are there, and the mission is more complex. The protagonist finds Yang Xiangdi and is happy to see his friend even in that state. The disciple despairs, realizing all the deities are alive, and thinks he's going crazy. In a courtyard, the master meets with his brothers and asks if everyone is prepared. One of them warns it's the 5th time they've called the spirits, and he wants no mistakes this time. With a serious look, the master says tonight they will venture into the emperor's tomb. At nightfall, the group of masters prepares to start the ritual in front of the temple. With the protagonist group following them, they march toward the sacrifice site. They arrive at the emperor's tomb, which is a huge complex full of traps. At the entrance, one of the old men announces they've already brought the joy deities. He then asks if they can leave now, but the master has other plans for them. With an evil look, the master questions where they think they're planning to go. One of the old men asks what he means, and the master reveals his true intentions. Suddenly, he kneels and screams that the time of the Supreme Sovereign has finally come. With a crazy smile, he says he will use the corpses as a sacrifice to the Celestial Emperor. Shocked, one of the old men asks if he plans to use them as sacrifices for the ritual. With no time, one of them screams to stop talking and that they need to escape right now. But the master mocks them, asking where they think they can run to at this moment. Suddenly, several evil corpses burst out of the ground and start attacking the masters. The monsters charge full force and start attacking the men trying to flee. One of the old men gets angry and yells that the master was planning to kill them from the start. Qiaoyu and his group watch the scene and wonder what they should do now that they're free. He understands the mission is to stop the Drought Demon and wonders if he is the emperor. Wasting no time, the protagonist and his friends charge in and attack the evil corpses. With one punch, he defeats one of the monsters, and the system informs he gained 25 experience. The master celebrates that the 9 yin corpses entered the tomb, and he will resurrect. Suddenly, he realizes the bodies are alive and fighting, and he is shocked by the scene. Furious, he screams that they dared to ruin his plans and prepares to fight. With a magic brush, he says a single stroke is capable of shaking the entire world. Meanwhile, our hero fights the monsters but realizes his movements are slow. He blames the corpse state and summons his spear to fight more efficiently. With his weapon, the master attacks one of the corpses while Qiaoyu defeats another with his spear. The master continues his incantation, saying no evil spirit can stop him. With his brush, the master summons magic that traps all the students in one spot. The protagonist's friends are shocked as they get paralyzed by the old man's spell. Qiaoyu also gets trapped and screams that he can't move at all with the magic holding him. The master tells them not to worry because they will serve as food for the Grandmaster. The protagonist worries because if this continues, the Drought Demon will come back to life. He approaches the old man and asks him to remove the restrictions so they can fight. The old man confirms the body in the coffin is the demon, and Qiaoyu wonders if he's really that strong. He explains the Drought Demon is one of the 4 corpse ancestors and is extremely powerful. With his blood, he uses magic and says the priority is to stop the demon's resurrection. The old man then uses his talisman magic to remove the curse trapping the protagonist. With the magic, he explains the corpse control methods won't work for a while. Qiaoyu gets ready and warns that as long as he's there, the demon won't leave the tomb. The old man screams for his brothers to help him, and they prepare for the ritual. With his magic, the protagonist frees his friends from paralysis, and everyone charges into the fight. The master screams that no one can stop the resurrection, and our hero rushes into combat. With a devastating punch, our hero hits the master and slams him into the ground hard. The old man falls defeated and can no longer continue the resurrection ritual. Desperate, the other old man screams that they can't let the coffin touch the blood. But it's too late, and with the descendants' blood, the ritual is finally concluded. With the sacrifice energy, a demonic hand bursts from the ground, and the emperor is summoned. Purple energy surrounds the place, and the Drought Demon is finally reborn into the world. With the resurrection, the mission task is modified, and the system updates the info. The other player groups get notified that the Drought Demon has been resurrected. Qiaoyu and his friends also receive the warning and prepare for the new mission. The mission is now to kill the Drought Demon, a task of level 0 difficulty. The demon is an epic boss level 201 with 40,000 health and tons of strength. One of the players despairs and screams that it's all over because the demon resurrected. With an evil look, the monster stares down the players, ready for the upcoming combat. Suddenly, he charges and attacks one of the players, who screams in fear and tries to run. The player wonders why the demon is chasing him and runs for his life. Scared, the player throws another player at the demon to escape with his life. The other guy gets mad and curses him out, but it's too late to dodge the attack. With that, the Drought Demon charges full force at the defenseless player. With a powerful blow, he hits the guy square on and slams him into the ground hard. The attack causes a huge explosion that destroys part of the floor and defeats the player. With an evil smile, the demon prepares to use his poison ability. Wasting no time, he spits a blast of green poison toward the protagonist. Qiaoyu is caught off guard by the attack and gets enveloped by the demon's poisonous mist. One of the waifus screams for him to be careful because that's corpse poison. The purple-haired mage then uses her eternal ice wall magic to protect them. A huge wall of ice appears and blocks the monster's poison attack. A healer uses her magic to heal the protagonist, who thanks her for the help. Suddenly, the demon breaks the ice wall with his strength and charges to attack. One of the players uses his shadow magic to prepare for combat. With his instant step ability, he dashes in and hits the demon for 36 damage. The demon prepares to use one of his special abilities. He then releases Corpse Ancestor's Pressure, a skill that affects everyone around. With the ability, all players' attributes are reduced by half instantly. Qiaoyu gets annoyed and wonders if his HP will also be reduced, understanding the difficulty. One of the players says they need tactical collaboration to beat the demon with nerfed stats. Suddenly, the monster charges and attacks a player who is caught by surprise. But Qiaoyu protects him and hits the demon with a blow, dealing 398 damage. The player is shocked and wonders what kind of necromancer he is to deal that much damage. The demon attacks again and hits Qiaoyu with a blow that sends him flying. The force of the blow launches him into the air, and he flies through the sky from the impact. His friend asks if he's okay, and he says yes, but they don't know how to break the defense. Suddenly, a blue-haired player appears and stares at the protagonist with a smile. Wasting no time, he charges and attacks the protagonist from behind with everything he has. Chiayu warns him to look ahead and be careful. The blue-haired guy realizes the demon is about to attack him again. With that, the player summons his shadow minions to attack the demon for him. The creatures charge and hold the monster so he can't attack the protagonist. Qiaoyu is surprised and says he didn't expect the minions to be that useful. The player then attacks the demon with his scythe, and the monster braces for the hit. With his shadow sacrifice magic, he charges and attacks the demon with everything he's got. The blow hits the monster dead on and causes a large explosion of purple energy. The force of the impact cracks the ground, but the demon manages to defend against the attack. With a punch, he hits the player and throws him to the ground with a devastating blow. Our hero then asks his friends if they are ready, and they prepare themselves. The purple-haired mage says she's almost ready and focuses her energy for the spell. With her Ice Fury magic, she launches a blast of freezing energy at the demon. The other player uses his sand-binding magic to trap the monster in place. The two attacks collide and trap the demon in a prison of ice and sand. Qiaoyu is impressed by Gyusu's resilience for taking so many hits from the demon. The player warns his mana is out and now everything depends on the protagonist to win. With a jump, our hero charges full force toward the trapped demon. He gets ready and tells everyone to watch him while he finishes the fight. With a sequence of devastating punches, he attacks the demon non-stop with everything he has. The blows hit the monster square on, causing a huge energy explosion. The force of the attacks cracks the floor, and the demon feels the pain of the blows he's taking. With one last punch, he deals 398 damage, and the demon gets furious. The monster releases his energy and prepares for the incoming counterattack. With an attack, he hits the protagonist. Wasting no time, Qiaoyu charges and hits the demon with a blow. The punch causes a big explosion, and the demon is defeated once and for all. With the monster on the ground, the protagonist prepares for the final blow of the battle. He jumps into the air and screams that it's all over while the demon stares up at him. Suddenly, the old man screams, asking him not to kill the demon and to let him do it. With an energy attack, the old man defeats the demon and steals the protagonist's kill. The system informs that Qiaoyu defeated the demon and completed the dungeon within a grade. Our MC celebrates leveling up and gaining 10 attribute points. The old man calls him crazy and warns that the person who kills the demon will be cursed. Right then, the demon's body releases red energy that spreads across the battlefield. The old man screams for the protagonist to watch out for the incoming curse. The red energy concentrates and rushes toward the protagonist with full force. The system warns he has been cursed and will die in 30 days because of it. Qiaoyu asks if there's a way to remove the curse, but the old man says no one has survived it. His friends worry, but he says he's fine and the university should solve it. Suddenly, his friend shouts and warns that the demon's soul core has appeared. The blue-haired player thanks the protagonist for dealing with the demon for him. He grabs the core and says now it's his turn to trick the protagonist. The item is the corpse ancestor ring, which can steal 50% agility. With a smile, he celebrates the item as A level, and his friend gets mad at the betrayal. The player tells him to stop whining and prepares to teleport away. But suddenly, he gets trapped by sand magic and can't escape the location. With his sand magic, the player traps the traitor and screams for the protagonist to get up. The blue-haired player mocks them, saying he doesn't want to fight a bunch of losers. With a serious look, our hero prepares for combat against the traitor player. The traitor says the protagonist is weak, and he's going to test his new ring on him. With the ring's ability, he tries to steal the protagonist's agility, but something goes wrong. He is shocked to see he stole only 4.5 agility and calls him a turtle. Qiaoyu hits him with a punch and says without the demon's pressure, he can beat him. The traitor is surprised he can still fight and wonders how much HP he has. He tries to run, but the protagonist continues chasing him across the battlefield. With a smile, he says the protagonist can't catch him and he will get revenge. Suddenly, he gets trapped by an ice wall and is shocked to see teacher Sherong. The mage is annoyed and says he still has the nerve to talk about the exam room. Qiaoyu says he made a lot of enemies, and the traitor uses his magic to break free. With his sacrifice skill, he charges and attacks the protagonist for 335 damage. The blow knocks the soul core out of his hand, and our hero finally recovers the item. Defeated, the player teleports away and warns the protagonist to wait for him. With a smile, our hero realizes the ring steals agility and that it's a great skill. The teacher thanks him for the help and warns him be careful because Gusu holds a grudge. With the dungeon complete, the system starts teleporting everyone out of the place. We see the protagonist's stats, now at level 12 with 320 strength. Upon exiting, they are greeted by soldiers and medics waiting for them. The protagonist's friend hugs him in relief, and the two celebrate surviving. Examiner Jintong celebrates that everyone finally made it back safely. He apologizes for the incident and says Sioux City will give everyone an explanation. One of the players warns the incident was serious, and the higher-ups are furious. The examiner then informs the exam has been suspended, and they will be taken to the universities. Teacher Sherong warns him again about Gusu, and he tells her not to worry. Far away in a gloomy castle, we see the head of the Baizi organization on her throne. One of her henchwomen warns her the players managed to escape the inner world. The boss says the protagonist's name and plans her revenge. Elsewhere, a mysterious man says he met him before and he is Qiaolon King's son. With an evil smile, he says he's getting more and more interested in the protagonist. In Kyoto, at the university, we see the main building of the higher education institution. The bus with the players arrives on campus, and everyone gets off to start their new life. With his friends, our hero walks through the campus preparing for what's to come. Suddenly, Professor Peng Liangji finds them and celebrates that they finally arrived. Qiaoyu asks the professor to take him to see Director Ji because he has important business. In the director's office, he introduces himself as Ji Pingyang and asks what the protagonist wants. Our hero shows the ring and explains he was cursed by the dungeon boss. The director is shocked to see the Drought Demon's curse and says it kills in 30 days. The professor asks if there's a way to remove the curse, and the director thinks of a solution. He says the most reliable way is to find a protection item from an S-level sage. But the protagonist remembers he used his in the battle against Gun Dong and doesn't have it anymore. The director says he asked his friends, but none of them have the protection item. He then says there is another way, but it would be sending him to his death with his current strength. The MC says he thinks he still has a chance to save himself. But the director says there's no chance because going there is certain death for him. Qiaoyu insists and asks him to say where the place is because he wants to try his luck. With a smile, he says he's faced D-level tasks in E-level dungeons before. The director gets annoyed and says the two things are completely different and don't compare. He explains most who enter D-level dungeons are intermediate stage players. The protagonist then protects his equipment, and the director gets offended by the mistrust. Our hero apologizes and says it was just a reflex but insists on going to the dungeon. He asks for the dungeon's name, and the director gets annoyed with the student's stubbornness. Out of patience, the director attacks him with his powerful aura to test his strength. The attack deals 500 damage, and the protagonist feels terrible pain in his eyes. He wonders if that is the strength of the inner world's best swordsman and is surprised. The director is shocked he's still standing and can withstand his powerful aura. With bleeding eyes, the protagonist asks if he can try going to the dungeon now. The director heals him and finally agrees to let him try his luck in the dungeon. He reveals the dungeon is called Purification Lake and it removes negative statuses. Qiaoyu thanks him, but the director warns him not to cause trouble in there. With a serious look, our hero says he understands and won't cause problems. He then says goodbye to go to the dungeon, but the director stops him right away. With an item in hand, he says that will help him a lot in Purification Lake. The protagonist is surprised to see the item and takes it to analyze its stats. The item is the Chonky Pendant, an A-level equipment that increases power and speed. Qiaoyu says the item is very valuable, but the director says it's just a loan. Our hero thanks him and says goodbye to finally head to the dungeon. He enters the portal and the system informs the dungeon is D-level difficulty. The system warns there is no more info on the dungeon and searches for companions. The scene starts with the protagonist having defeated the woman possessed by some kind of blue ghost. An extra is shocked that he's in the early stage and knocked out a mid-level sword mistress with one punch. With that, the blue spirit controlling the girl finally starts leaving her body. Seeing the creature, the white-haired waifu screams to kill that thing immediately. Then our hero draws a sort of staff he had with him the whole time. Next, that staff transforms into a halberd, and he prepares for the fight. Afterward, he asks if that's the ghost that controlled her, and the waifu says Mi Yuan is the strongest there but couldn't resist. Worried, the white-haired girl goes to check how Mi Yuan is feeling after the incident. She offers to heal her first before they proceed through the forest. Using the water blessing, she heals Mi Yuan, who thanks her and says she couldn't control herself with that thing in her body. Now with everyone recovered, Sioshi tells them to keep moving but to be careful with the forest. Mi Yuan thanks the protagonist, and he says it was nothing because the dungeon is about helping each other. She mentions his punch hurt a lot, and he just replies he was born strong. Moving on, the group of 4 continues their path through the dungeon. But the 2 extras who stayed behind complain the girls didn't even bother checking if they were keeping up. Meanwhile, the 2 extras left behind look at each other confused, not understanding what's happening. Suddenly, a creature appears behind them asking if it looks like a human to them. The system reveals it's a rare monster, a level 29 yellow weasel with charm and blind abilities. The 2 get scared, and one of them says the creature looks neither like a human nor a god. Hearing the answer, the creature puts on an expression of pure rage. In the blink of an eye, the weasel charges at the 2 extras with its sharp claws. The 4 eyes wonders why the beast is so aggressive, but his friend warns him not to talk to it. But he ignores him, saying a big guy like him isn't scared of some beast and charges in for the attack. The weasel easily dodges the attack and lands a direct hit right on the man's face. Right after, the other teammate gets hit too and is thrown back by the force of the impact. With its teeth, the creature manages to completely shatter one of the extras' swords. The sword owner is in shock seeing his weapon destroyed so easily. At that moment, the weasel's mouth starts glowing with strong yellow energy. And then it releases a poisonous yellow smoke right at the 2 guys. They start complaining about the smell and quickly realize the smoke is toxic. With an evil smile, the creature continues to release its poisonous gas. The yellow energy spreads rapidly across the entire area. Far away, the protagonist asks if the others heard a noise that sounds like a fight. He wonders if it's the two sword masters, and the waifu says they must have found something. Hearing a cry for help, the group immediately runs toward the noise to assist. The glasses guy appears on the ground, badly hurt and begging for help. Arriving at the scene, the group sees the two guys down and the yellow weasel standing tall. The creature then repeats the same question it asked the others: does it look like a human or a god? Tsuyoshi replies that it looks like a white-haired loli with red eyes and beast ears. The weasel gets confused by the description, and its appearance actually changes to the form the protagonist described. Now furious, the little creature charges, screaming for our hero to go to hell. The white-haired waifu warns him to be careful since the creature took down the other two and must be strong. At that moment, a hooded figure in the group gets ready to use wood-type magic. With his spell, he creates several branches that quickly trap the weasel in mid-air. The creature is now completely immobilized by the branches with no way to escape. The hooded mage is shocked to see his vines being destroyed easily by the creature. But the little weasel breaks free and lunges at the protagonist, dealing 369 damage. Even after getting hit, Tsuyoshi doesn't seem to care about the attack or the wound on his face. The creature is in disbelief, wondering how that's possible since its attack was strong. He asks if the little loli didn't eat her veggies. Then he lands a powerful punch that deals critical damage of 10,042. The two girls are jaw-dropped at Xiaoyu's strength and wonder if he's really a rookie. The extras can't believe it either, and one of them complains he's only strong because he has a pretty face. The impact of the punch is so strong it creates a small explosion of red energy. With the weasel defeated on the ground, our hero comments that the dungeon has all kinds of weird stuff. While watching the protagonist walk away, one of the guys comments that he is very strange. He then raises the hypothesis that maybe Qiaoyu is possessed by something. The group continues to stare at the protagonist as he moves away from the fight area. The glasses guy says to think about it because he didn't hesitate to use necromancy, so maybe that's the real Qiaoyu. The girls also keep watching the protagonist as he follows his path alone through the forest. Tsuyoshi turns to the group and asks if everyone is okay, but one of the extras asks him to wait. Then the glasses guy screams for the protagonist not to come closer, and he asks what the problem is. Pointing his sword, the extra calls him a monster because a rookie necromancer wouldn't beat a level 20 monster. Our hero questions what he's talking about and asks if a monster would save them, but the man says it could be an act. He then demands Qiaoyu prove he isn't a monster or leave their team. The waifu says he's been with them the whole time, but the other guy still questions how a necromancer can be so strong. To prove his point, the protagonist shows an item glowing in his hand and gets ready to speak. Right after, he summons a giant scythe and asks what kind of monster would have all those items. The white-haired girl agrees and says items are exclusive to players, so Qiaoyu must be legit. Seeing they were wrong, the two extras who accused him look pretty stupid. But suddenly, the glasses guy notices a shine and wonders if the protagonist is using an A-level item. His partner standing next to him just gives a smirk at the situation. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the extra says it's normal to suspect a necromancer, and they can move on. However, our hero doesn't seem convinced and keeps wondering what those two are plotting. Finally, the group starts walking through the forest again, with the two men lagging a bit behind the others. The two extras comment on the items the protagonist has and wonder how he got so many A-level ones. As they watch the group, they think it's huge luck to have found someone like that in the dungeon. The suit guy then suggests they can handle Tsuyoshi easily and then split his items 50-50. His partner is scared because the MC killed the weasel, but the suit guy says they only lost because of the poison. With the plan set, he asks the other guy to wait for a signal to attack our hero. Suddenly, the white-haired waifu seems to sense something strange and stops walking. Miwa notices she stopped and turns to ask what happened to her friend. With a shocked expression on her face, she just points forward and asks them to look. Everyone looks and sees a huge number of shadowy figures walking slowly toward them. These figures seem to be the spirits of other people wandering the forest with a blue aura. Mayuan wonders if they are players who failed the dungeon and gets scared by the sight. At that moment, the hooded person calls the group's attention and asks them to go there quickly. They find a sort of stone altar and wonder what is written on the tablet. The waifu says it's an ancient script and the tablet says to complete the task they need to sacrifice a living being. Mayuan then looks at the tablet and thinks about those wandering by the lake. She continues reading and discovers that those wandering the lake are slaves, and whoever is sacrificed will join them. Hearing the word sacrifice, the group is shocked by the altar's dark revelation. Seeing this as an opportunity, the extra in the suit tells his partner this is their chance. Without hesitating, the traitorous duo quickly rushes to attack the protagonist from behind. The white-haired waifu screams in surprise, asking what the two are doing right now. They reply that they are just completing the dungeon task, obviously. Our hero is outraged by the betrayal and yells that he even saved them earlier, but they say there is no loyalty in the dungeon and blame him for being too weak to survive. With the combined attack of the two, the protagonist is thrown forcefully onto the center of the altar. The duo then rushes and yells for the altar to be activated quickly. However, the partner asks how to do it, and the glasses guy admits he doesn't know how to activate it. He then turns to Mi-yeon and asks how to activate it, but she refuses to tell him. Angry, the extra says he'll deal with her later and turns his attention back to the protagonist. Decided to proceed, they say if it's a sacrifice, just killing him right there on the altar should work. The protagonist then remembers the director warned him, but he didn't expect to find people like this in the dungeon. The traitor then taunts him, saying he's just a weak necromancer who can't even summon undead to fight. Seeing the situation, Mi-yeon tells the others that since Kyo-yu helped her, she's gonna help him now too. Meanwhile, the traitor duo continues their coordinated attack against the protagonist, who defends himself. But an aura surrounds him, and he prepares to counterattack with his halberd in hand. Spinning his weapon at high speed, he manages to block all the blows launched at him. He then stops a direct attack from one of the extras' red swords with his halberd. The man yells for the kid to surrender and hand over his items, and maybe he'll spare his life. With a confident smile, Tsuyoshi realizes they were after his loot from the start. The battle continues with our hero having to deal with both opponents at the same time. The glasses guy then prepares to use one of his skills called Luoling Dragon Slash. But before he can attack, Mi-yeon appears and blocks his strike with her golden sword. Furious, the extra screams at her asking why she is interfering in their fight. She replies that since he helped her, there is nothing wrong with helping him back. He tries to convince her, saying if they sacrifice him, they can both clear the dungeon. While all this is happening, the hooded figure of the group just watches the situation in silence. Mi-yeon says she prefers not to complete the dungeon that way and that the tablet asks for a living being, not a companion. Meanwhile, our hero attacks the other traitor with a blow from his halberd, sending him flying. The glasses extra is shocked to see his partner being easily taken down by the attack. Angry, the traitor wonders what is up with that guy being so strong. With a green aura around him, Tsuyoshi complains they talk about sacrifice but didn't even ask his opinion. The glasses guy then yells for Wu Chengfu to attack together, because he is just a novice mage. Mi-yeon gets furious at the duo's attitude and screams for them not to dare do that. The traitor then threatens her and the battle becomes a 2-on-2 at the altar. But at that moment, the hooded figure touches the altar, which begins to glow intensely. With the touch, a wave of blue energy spreads throughout the place, catching everyone by surprise. The traitors are confused, and the system announces the altar has been activated successfully. Then the two start screaming in pain, clutching their heads as if they were being attacked. Tsuyoshi realizes it's a mental attack, and is thankful for having the Chonki pendant giving him immunity. Lying on the floor, the glasses guy points and accuses the hooded figure, calling her a witch. He then screams asking what she did, while the hooded girl just watches him silently. The hooded girl says it's nothing major and she just wants to finish the dungeon task. With that, green vines trap the two traitors who curse her while helpless. She then uses her magic to make the vines grow and squeeze the two even tighter. And she asks that if they can attack Kyo-yu, why couldn't she attack them too? The protagonist wonders how she knew the right way to activate that altar. He remembers a warning to be careful and thinks she found the altar as she already knew. This leads him to question if she has perhaps been to that dungeon before. But the girl also attacks him with her vines and screams for him to die right there. The vines grow rapidly and trap our hero, who becomes immobilized in the middle of them. With a single strike of blue energy, he manages to cut all the vines at once. The attack is so powerful it completely destroys the hooded girl's magic. She is shocked and asks why he wasn't affected by the altar's effect. Tsuyoshi then replies he could ask the same about how she knew how to activate it. He accuses her of planning to sacrifice them since they entered the dungeon and asks if he's right. With a smile on her face, the girl just says, "What do you think?" and strengthens her vines. With his savage technique, the protagonist prepares to face the strengthened vines. He then unleashes a series of fast and powerful strikes with his blue halberd, but he is surprised because even with his attacks, he can't cut her vines. The girl taunts him saying he is just trash and launches a parasitic wood seed. The protagonist dodges the attack, but the seed manages to graze his neck. He wonders what that is and soon realizes there is something strange on his neck. Touching it, he sees the small green seed that lodged itself in his skin like a parasite. The girl then tells him to stop fighting and become her sacrifice for the dungeon. Seeing a perfect opportunity, he activates the corpse ancestor ring to counterattack. A red aura surrounds him and the system announces that Tanglan's agility has been reduced by 50%. He has only 10 seconds, and with his increased speed, he charges at the girl. Then he activates the Chionki pendant, which increases the power of his skills by 30%. Tanglan underestimates him, saying it doesn't matter if her agility was reduced because he is a rookie. But she is shocked to see the speed and power the protagonist demonstrates. The chapter ends with our hero delivering a blow with a murderous aura. The villain screams furiously, saying he is just a rookie player who thinks he's the best. Then, to protect herself, she activates her Guardian Vine armor against our hero's attack. The protagonist hits her defense squarely with a devastating red blow. Even with the protection, our hero's punches through the armor and hits her face hard. With the force of the impact, Tanglan is thrown far away along with the other two extras. Fallen and injured, she wonders how a novice necromancer can deal such absurd damage. She then tries to use her Guardian Vine again to defend against his next attack. But Tsuyoshi gives no quarter and continues the sequence of punches with his intense red aura. Desperate, the girl screams the name of her guardian vine armor to try to stop the blows. He asks her if he has pity on women, and she replies that if she doesn't beat him, she will die. Meanwhile, the two waifus watch the scene from afar, completely shocked by the brutality. At that moment, the red aura disappears, and the system warns that the effect of the ancestor ring has ended. The two separate and stare at each other, preparing for one last decisive confrontation. The protagonist realizes the effect is over but notes that given her condition, she can no longer attack. Angry, Tang Lan says she will remember Qiao and that not even her father hit her like that. Before fleeing, she teleports and warns that this isn't over between them yet. Relieved, the protagonist says if it weren't for the pendant, he would be toast in that situation. He then turns to the girls and says it's over and they are safe now. But the two hug each other in fear and ask him to stay away, scaring our hero. Looking to the side, the white-haired waifu says the two guys must have been sacrificed by the altar. Miyuan then turns to the protagonist and asks what he is going to do now. Angry, he says that altar shouldn't exist and prepares to destroy it. The girls watch as he concentrates to release his power against the altar. A blue aura surrounds him, and the system congratulates him for absorbing the altar's vital energy. With the energy, he levels up and gains attribute points and experience as a reward. He is surprised that just the remaining energy made him level up and gave so many points. But he wonders what energy that entered his green dragon crescent blade. The girls call him, and he turns to see what they want after everything that happened. The waifu thanks him for saving them and says they decided to give up on the dungeon task. With a smile and a thumbs up, he says he is a cool guy and it's time to go to the purification lake. Arriving at the lake, the protagonist says the souls must have been freed with the altar's destruction. Next, he starts taking off his shirt, revealing a strange tattoo on his abdomen. The girls are shocked, and Mayuan points her sword, asking what he is doing. He explains he is cursed and needs to remove the curse there in the purification lake. Mayuan is relieved and says she thought he was going crazy and was going to do something stupid there. Wasting no time, the protagonist dives headfirst into the lake waters to purify himself. The girls decide to do the same because they might have some unknown curse on them too. In the water, he notices the curse is vanishing, but the wood seed isn't coming out. He touches the seed on his neck but decides he'll deal with it as things happen. The two waifus also get in the water and relax a bit after all the dungeon tension. The white-haired one comments the dungeon was scary and that he isn't exactly a saint either. Suddenly, the protagonist swims over to them and ends up hitting his head on a wooden log. Miyuan takes the chance to say she warned them he wasn't exactly a good guy. With his head bleeding and annoyed, he complains that they swam to him and not the other way around. After the bath, the group gets dressed and prepares to continue their journey through the dungeon. The white-haired waifu asks for Qiao and Miyuan's contact info, and he agrees to share it. But the system warns that the dungeon hasn't been completed and leaving now will forfeit rewards. Our hero confirms the exit because he thinks the dungeon is weird and plans to come back to explore it later. Back at school, the protagonist goes straight to the director's office to talk to him. The director is surprised and celebrates that the kid managed to return alive from that mission. He still thinks it's amazing a beginner necromancer survived a D-level dungeon. With that, he says the important thing is being safe and then holds out his hand asking for his item back. Tsuyoshi thanks him, saying he survived thanks to the pendant while handing it over. However, he doesn't let go of the item and starts a tug-of-war with the director trying to keep the pendant. The director calls him a punk and challenges him to fight for the item, but the hero notices a +5 on the pendant. The older man explains that it is an enhancement for A-level or higher equipment. Qiao understands but thinks the enhancement on his dragon blade is different from what was said. Then the director asks about the curse, and the protagonist confirms it's already gone. With everything settled, the director sends him away, and he thanks him before leaving the room. Outside, a mysterious person with long blonde hair watches our hero from afar. Already outside the school, a blonde guy approaches our hero and calls him junior brother. The man then introduces himself as Long Shang and says he is also from Sioux City and was at the big exam. Tsuyoshi then remembers him as the best warrior from last year's exam that he saw a lot on TV. Long Shang then offers to help him since they are from the same city, and they exchange contact info. As the veteran walks away, the protagonist thinks this older brother from his city seems pretty cool. But Long Shang's expression changes completely as he looks back with a look of someone plotting something. Back in his room, Tsuyoshi relaxes on the bed thinking the curse is gone, but he still has the seed to ignore. He then checks his status and sees he is at level 14 with 369 superhuman strength. The next day at school, a professor calls him and asks Chiyo to explain something. Professor Zhang questions him about why an undead mage chose a physical training course. The protagonist argues that a mage who doesn't fight up close isn't a real mage and needs to protect himself. But the professor insists, saying that even with superhuman strength, a necromancer wouldn't last in physical training. Even so, our hero doesn't back down and yells at the professor that he is choosing the physical training course. He also thinks that if his advisor finds out he doesn't and summon a skeleton, he'll want to kill him. Seeing it's impossible, the professor gives up and just hands him his student ID, telling him to keep it safe. With the card in hand, one of the students asks the professor what it is for. The master then explains that at the university everything from food to items requires credits. An extra asks how much a credit costs and the professor says you only earn them in classes or evaluations. Hearing this, the rich student is shocked because his wealth is totally useless in that place. Suddenly another professor yells for the physical training class too, and our hero says goodbye to Jung. As he walks towards his class, a shadowy figure watches him from afar. The figure is revealed as the necromancy professor Shen Jianshu, who looks pretty intimidating. The protagonist feels a chill and has the feeling something dark is watching him. Arriving at class, instructor Wan Lihao introduces himself as a level 35 warrior. He then says he doesn't accept trash in his class and will release his aura for a test. The challenge is simple: if the students can withstand his aura for 5 minutes, they can stay in the class. One of the students then asks what happens if they can't handle the time. The instructor replies he will personally help them transfer to another class. With an evil smile, he releases a dark fire aura that spreads throughout the area. The pressure is so intense that most students can't stand and are crushed by the aura. One of the students complains about the intense aura, wondering if they can last 5 minutes. But an extra asks them not to panic because the master can't move and together they can make it. The instructor is impressed with the student's courage and finds him promising for staying calm under pressure. With that, the guy named Lin Lang calls everyone to come up with a plan to pass the test. He then suggests splitting into pairs and pulling the master in opposite directions to withstand the time. Everyone thinks it's a good idea, and Lin Lang says to balance the group's strength to pass together. At that moment, the students begin to form their pairs for the upcoming challenge. Two big guys then invite our hero to join them, and he accepts the proposal. And so all the students organize themselves into their respective groups to start the test. However, Lin Lang also approaches Qiaoyu and invites him to form a team with him. He then asks what the protagonist's level is and why he is so skinny for a warrior. Tsuyoshi reveals the truth and says he isn't a warrior but a necromancer. Hearing this, the guy is completely shocked and speechless at the unexpected revelation. He asks again and our hero confirms being a level 14 necromancer. Lin Lang then tells his group and everyone starts laughing and making fun of the protagonist. Lin Lang feels pressured, but Qiaoyu calms him down and guarantees his strength is greater than many warriors. With that, the other students mock, saying Lin Lang is in trouble for partnering with a skinny necromancer. Our hero gets frustrated because no one believes him now that he told the truth and thinks being honest is hard. Disbelieving, Lin Lang offers to protect him and buy time so he can summon his undead. At that moment, the instructor yells that time is up and asks if everyone is ready for the test to start. The students then reply in unison that they are prepared for the challenge the master proposed to them. With a smile on his face, the instructor tells them to start and prepares to release his power. He then releases an immense flaming tiger aura that charges straight at the students. The wave of energy goes directly toward our hero, who stands still in the middle of the attack. Shocked, he realizes the instructor's first punch is aimed directly at him to test him. But Lin Lang jumps in front of him to protect him and screams for him to watch out for the blow. The guy is hit squarely by the fire tiger's head and is thrown back by the force of the impact. The others are shocked because Lin Lang isn't weak and wonder what will happen to Qiaoyu if even he couldn't take it. The master thinks the freshmen need a beating so they don't get arrogant and says not to blame him. Firm and ready, the protagonist prepares to block the flaming attack with his own hands. Even defending against the blow, his health drops to 3,814 out of a total of 4,600. Our hero is shocked because just the wind from the punch took so much HP and wonders if this is a warrior's power. Instructor 1 is completely stunned by the scene and wonders how that is possible. He doesn't understand how a necromancer managed to survive the wind of his punch and stay standing. But another blonde student says that won't do and he needs to fulfill his objective there. With that, he fires a powerful beam of yellow energy directly toward the protagonist. Qiaoyu is surprised by the new attack and wonders what that thing coming at him is. Hit squarely by the blow, his health now drops to 3,175. The other students are shocked, wondering how he withstands 2 blows when not even Lin Lang could. Lin Lang himself is stunned and doesn't understand how Qiaoyu is managing to stay standing. The protagonist then manages to block one of the fire tiger's direct attacks with his hand. With a blue aura, he dissipates the blow's energy, creating a shockwave through the courtyard. Wrapped in his aura, he realizes the master is a heavy hand and that he is being used as an example. With an insane smile, he taunts the instructor, asking if he didn't eat breakfast. Lin Lang then screams for him to stop, because if he injures the professor, he will get seriously hurt. The instructor admits the kid has guts but wonders how a necromancer survived 2 of his punches. With a smile, the master challenges him to take 1 more punch to prove his worth once and for all. Then he promises that if the rookie can take it, he will look after him at Kyoto University. A strong gust of wind forms while the professor prepares for the final blow. With his aura in flames, the instructor charges at the protagonist without hesitating. Yelling "Tai!" the master concentrates all his strength into a single powerful flaming punch. But our hero doesn't back down and also prepares to counter the attack with his own strength. The 2 fists collide, and an energy explosion destroys the ground around them. Even with his arm injured, the protagonist manages to withstand the direct impact of the blow. The force of the collision is so great it launches a shockwave against the school building. The attack passes through Qiaoyu's body, and something black comes out of his mouth with the impact. The other students are terrified by the scene and comment that the entrance test is brutal. Fallen on the ground, the instructor orders them to take Qiaoyu to the infirmary and can't believe he fought a student. But suddenly, the professor is shocked to see something on the ground where the guy fell. He can't believe his eyes because what came out of Qiaoyu's mouth was actually a black spider. All beat up after the blow, the protagonist thinks about the strength of that punch. His health drops to 240, but with a smile he celebrates that he took the hit. The other students are stunned and wonder if he really is a necromancer. He then yells to the professor that he took the punch and then starts to faint. With the effort, he can't take it anymore and ends up falling backward completely exhausted. As his vision fades, he mutters one last time that he survived the hit before passing out cold. With the effort, he can't take it anymore and ends up falling backward, completely exhausted. As he falls, he still manages to flip the bird at the instructor as a final act of defiance. Already on the floor and totally done for, he mumbles one last curse before blacking out. The necromancy professor shows up and chews out Wan Lihao, telling him to control his strength. The scene then cuts to what looks like the ceiling of an infirmary room. Right after, our hero wakes up in a bed and Instructor 1 greets him, saying he's finally awake. Wan Lihao says there's no need to be tense and since he handled it, he'll keep his word. But Professor Shen bursts into the room and tells the other guy to beat it because the kid doesn't need his protection. Wan Lihao says he passed the test and is now officially a student of Physical Training Class 2. But Professor Shen argues that with a body that's strong, no matter the class, he should be in physical training. The old professor then asks Qiaoyu why a necromancer as good as him wants to join the physical class. Hearing Professor Shen's sarcastic praise, the MC angrily tells him to shut his trap. Next, Professor Shen releases a dark aura, and a black portal opens behind him in the infirmary. A giant demonic claw emerges from the portal, grabs the professor, and pulls him inside. Amidst the darkness, a shadow dragon wraps around Professor Shen's body with its presence. He then tries to convince the kid, saying being a necromancer is cool, way cooler than being a mythiad. Wan Lihao just grumbles and turns his face away, having nothing to say against that argument. Shen continues the pitch, saying he can teach him everything he needs to become a great necromancer. But the MC cuts him off and says his spirit power is 0, and he can't even summon a skeleton. He then apologizes to the professor, but says he still wants to stay in the physical training class. With a sigh of defeat, Professor Shen understands the situation and accepts the kid's decision. Then he hands a card to Qiaoyu and says he can find him at the faculty apartments. Before leaving, he tells the kid to look him up if he changes his mind and vanishes into his black portal. The protagonist thinks about how necromancy can be used like that but finds it a pity. Then Wan Lihao warns him that his wounds have healed and to come to class tomorrow because he's taking them to a great spot. The next day, Physical Training Class 2 is already gathered for the instructor's lesson. The master then takes them to the entrance of a C-ranked dungeon for the day's special training. With that, the whole class of methods gets transported inside the dungeon to start the activity. He then reveals the day's task is to sit in meditation in the dark forest until sunset. The students think the meditation task is a piece of cake and wonder how hard it could be. But the master picks up a rock from the ground, preparing to show the real danger of the place. And with a quick throw, he launches the rock into the middle of the dark forest in front of them. Suddenly, the rock gets completely shredded by invisible wind blades appearing out of nowhere. They panic upon seeing the wind blades and think they're gonna die in that spooky place. The master calms them down, saying as long as he's there, they won't die, but suffering is inevitable. A student asks the goal, and the instructor says the first reason is to train their willpower. He says the second reason they'll discover once they're inside. Fearless, Lin Lang volunteers to be the first to enter the dangerous training area. With a step forward, Lin Lang stops and prepares to face the invisible wind blades. He then screams in pain as the blades start slicing his body from all sides. The guy is confused and doesn't understand what is happening to him at that moment. The master watches him and thinks the kid is guts and is a promising student, wondering how much he can take. Then he tells the others that Lin Lang is experiencing the wonders of the forest and they should go too. The MC then asks what happens if someone's defense is below 100 points. With an ironic smile, the instructor replies that probably, maybe, possibly he might die. He then asks Qiaoyu what his defense is, and the system reveals it's only 6 points. The master is shocked and asks how he fights with strength but no defense and how he withstood his punches. The protagonist explains his HP is a little higher than normal, and the master asks how much higher. He then reveals his total HP is 4,630, leaving the instructor speechless. The master's jaw drops, wondering how a rookie can have 4,000 health. He then questions if this guy is really a necromancer or some kind of humanoid boss. Upon entering the area, our hero starts taking damage from the invisible wind blades. But he realizes the place increases his defense attributes, and he now has 6.1 defense. Inside the forest, the protagonist notices everyone is focused on increasing their defense. But with his low defense, he decides to go all out and take advantage of the opportunity in another way. He then sits in a meditation position and starts absorbing the energy of the forest around him. The instructor watches, worried about his low defense, and decides to keep an eye on him to avoid trouble. Suddenly, black spiders start popping out of the ground and attacking the meditating students. A giant spider with glowing red eyes appears in front of our hero, ready to attack. The master gets furious at the creature's appearance and screams at the beast, asking if it wants to die. The spiders attack from all sides, and students are tossed into the air by the force of the blows. The system reveals it's a level 33 black spider that loves feeding on human blood. The MC is shocked by the creature's stats and wonders if that's really a normal monster. The instructor then charges at the giant spider, calling it a filthy beast, and preps for combat. Yelling, "Take this!" the professor concentrates his energy into a powerful punch to defeat the creature. He then lands a devastating blow on the spider's head with all his strength and power. The impact of the punch creates a green shockwave that spreads through the entire forest area. Impressed, the protagonist realizes the professor's true strength and that he went easy on the test. With the spider defeated, the master says it's over and orders the students to focus on training. He then warns them not to think about leaving until they've reached their endurance limits. The MC reflects that if it weren't for the professor, they couldn't train in peace in that dungeon. 2 hours pass and the students continue to meditate while getting hit by the wind blades. The protagonist feels his defense is too low and he won't last much longer. At that moment, the seed in his body starts glowing and the wood absorption skill activates. Intense green energy flows from the forest and is absorbed by our hero's body. He realizes it's Tanglan's seed and that it's sucking up the forest energy. With a smile, he thinks he owes everything to that woman, or else he'd miss this opportunity. Far away, Tanglan sneezes suddenly, as if someone was talking about her right then. With a look of someone plotting something, she wipes her nose and stares at the horizon. She then says that with the seed, she knows exactly where Yahello is and that he should just wait. Back in the forest, the students continue their intense endurance and meditation training. Other students comment that they lasted a whole day and Yahello lasted a long time for a necromancer. The instructor watches proudly, thinking they are promising students, but didn't imagine that kid would last. The master wonders how he managed to endure so long in that intense training. Even impressed, he bets the kid reached his limit and doesn't compare to Lin Lang. But suddenly, one of the students can't take it anymore and tells the professor he chooses to withdraw. Lin Lang is in shock and wonders why he isn't as good as a necromancer. The students comment that Yahello lasted until the end, and he would probably be the first to quit. But they notice the protagonist doesn't look anywhere close to quitting the training. Lin Lang, on the other hand, is clearly at his limit and struggling to stay standing. With one last effort, he tries to resist but ends up falling to the ground, defeated by exhaustion. The instructor then says he reached his limit and orders the guy to leave the training area. The other students are surprised to see Lin Lang getting up and wonder what that means. The master then calls Yahello and challenges him to see how far he can push himself. The students scream that it's unbelievable Yahello is still holding strong in training. Impressed, the instructor thinks to himself that this kid is truly amazing but notices something. Looking at the sky, he realizes it's getting dark and the training time is running out. He then warns Yahello that it's over and he needs to leave because he can't protect him after nightfall. With one last effort, the protagonist agrees and prepares to leave the dark forest. Upon leaving, he thinks the forest is insane and the training was harder than he expected. Looking at his status, he sees his defense increase to 23 points in just one day. The other students are impressed, wondering what the limit is for this kid who never seems to tire. With training over, the instructor dismisses everyone and tells them to rest to continue the next day. A few days later, the protagonist walks through the school courtyard reflecting on his progress. Thanks to the wood seed, his defense skyrocketed, and he feels ready for more training. Suddenly, a group of people calls him, and he turns to see who the newcomers are. A girl in the group then suggests they should start a guild together right there at school. They explain there are many benefits to forming a guild, like exclusive dungeons and guild wars. Plus, guild members can't kill each other or they'll be hunted by the game's underworld. The MC thinks it's a good idea but says he needs to go to his physical training class first. The girl asks him to come as soon as he finishes, and they'll send the guild application. But an extra in the group says he'll only join the guild on the condition that he's the leader. The chapter ends with Instructor 1 and his class returning to the Dark Forest dungeon. Another professor approaches Wan Li Hao and asks about the prodigy he has in his class. The instructor thinks maybe he is a prodigy but remembers the kid is a necromancer. Meanwhile, Yahello reaches 500 defense points and feels he hit his limit. With the intense training, he realizes he can't increase his defense at that pace anymore. Suddenly, a golden light appears in front of him and starts taking the shape of a person. The light dissipates to reveal a beautiful woman with blonde hair and a red dress staring at him. Shocked, the protagonist recognizes the woman as the mechanical empress and doesn't get what she's doing there. She explains something in him was absorbing energy and that helped her rebuild her new body. Our hero then realizes the wood seed awakened the Empress and wonders about her plans. The Empress reminds him of his promise to help her observe the outside world and that now is the time. With a golden glow, she fuses with the protagonist's body to fulfill the deal they made. The fusion process is intense and wraps the guy's body in an aura of colorful energy. He screams in pain, but she calms him down, saying it will hurt a bit, but the pain won't last long. She then explains that from now on, she can feel what he hears and what he thinks. The chapter ends with the Empress revealing she can also see everything he sees. The MC gets uncomfortable with the feeling of being watched and wonders if he'll have no more secrets. With a smile, he thinks that can't happen and tries to find a loophole in her ability. He then imagines the Empress coming out of the shower wrapped in a towel just to see her reaction. The Empress gets furious and embarrassed by his thoughts and agrees to stop reading his mind. Satisfied, he realizes the feeling of being watched is gone and wonders if she thinks she can fool him. He then decides to go check on the others, since his defense hit the training limit. Meanwhile, the protagonist's new guild is attacked by another group of players. Our hero's guild members are surrounded and attacked without mercy by the enemies. The white-haired girl screams in anger, asking what they did to deserve that. The enemy guild vice president explains they need honor points and every new guild starts with 1,000. He then blames them for being too weak and says they are just there to take their honor points. The fat extra blames the other guy for naming the guild God Slayers and attracting attention. Desperate, the guy says he already alerted Brother Yu and they need to hold on until he arrives. The suit guy admits Xiao Yu is stronger but says it's useless because they can't handle these guys. He then prepares to counterattack and strikes with a flaming sword against one of the enemies. But the enemy mocks him and asks if he's striking the air with his useless sword. Then, with a precise punch, he hits him in the stomach and throws him to the ground hard. The vice president continues the attack with another blow to the fallen guy's back. Seeing the scene, the white-haired girl screams her teammate Mafei's name in despair. The enemy then stares at her and asks if she is the guild leader and the strongest of the group. Other enemy guild players mock and say it's hilarious that they formed a guild. Fallen and defeated, Mafei grits his teeth in anger for not being able to protect his friends. The battle continues and the protagonist's guild members are easily defeated one by one. But suddenly, our hero appears on the battlefield. The MC's friend screams upon seeing him and says Brother Yu finally arrived to save them. The enemy vice president stares at him with a smile and wonders if he's another tough guy. He then asks if the newcomer is also a physical training warrior like the others. Xiao Yu just replies by asking what he thinks about it. The enemy gets annoyed, tells him to stop playing mysterious, and charges for the attack. The two clash in a confrontation, but the enemy mocks him, and is surprised to see. The MC mocks him and asks if he ate today because that punch was weak as hell. The guy used 80% of his form and thinks it's impossible he didn't break the protagonist's defense. The enemy then says he's gonna kill him, so he unleashes a sequence of attacks. The girl screams for the protagonist, worried. The battle continues, and the guild members realize the enemy's attacks have no effect. The MC stands there taking the hits without suffering a single scratch. The vice president wonders what kind of defense that is that none of his hits can punch through. The MC's friend realizes the MC is extremely strong. The enemy guild members realize the vice president's strongest attack had zero effect on the MC. Meanwhile, the president just watches the fight. Meanwhile, the prota just stares at the enemy. Then the MC says now it's his turn. Wasting no time, our hero charges full force at the enemy vice president. With a devastating punch, he hits the enemy square in the face with all his strength. The enemy guild members yell that his attack must be weak because his defense is too high. The vice president refuses to believe his attack is strong and screams for him to bring it. But a powerful shadowy aura wraps around Xiao Yu as he prepares his next move. With a powerful punch, our hero hits the enemy guild vice president dead on. The system then shows the hit was a critical strike, dealing 22,001 damage. With the force of the impact, the extra is thrown to the ground completely defeated and unresponsive. The MC then stares at him and says kids these days are stubborn and have no respect for their elders. Furious, the other enemy guild members scream they'll kill him and charge to attack. But suddenly, a red aura appears and a mysterious voice orders everyone to stop immediately. At that moment, the guild president appears, and his men say they are no match for the protagonist. Wrapped in his red aura, the newcomer stares at everyone with a confident smile on his face. Our hero analyzes the aura and realizes his new opponent is at least mid-stage. The man introduces himself as Ludo and asks if Xiao Yu is the leader of the Godslayers Guild. But Mafei stands up and screams that he is the true leader and was the one who created the guild name. Ludo then proposes a one-on-one duel where the loser hands over all their honor points. The waifu gets annoyed and says it's unfair because he is at a higher stage than Xiao Yu. Ignoring everyone, Ludo just stares at the protagonist and asks what he has to say about the proposal. With a smile on his face, our hero accepts the challenge and says there's no problem with that. With a jump, Ludo advances quickly toward the protagonist to start the duel between them. The two then trade a powerful punch, and a wave of red energy spreads across the battlefield. Our hero is surprised by the opponent's strength and wonders if he is a mid-stage physical trainer. But Ludo reveals his true class by drawing a red dagger and preparing for a new attack. In a quick and precise move, he lands a direct cut on our hero's face with the dagger. The blow hits squarely and pink energy spreads from the impact site on the protagonist's face. With bleeding eyes and surprised, he realizes he didn't expect Ludo to be an assassin. He then complains the dagger is poisoned and he can't see, calling him despicable. Ludo replies the goal of combat is to win and any method is valid to achieve victory. Wasting no time, he charges again and uses his Gale Fist ability against the protagonist. The flaming punch lands squarely, and a large explosion of red energy happens on the spot. With the force of the blow, Qiaoyu is thrown far away while Ludo continues his relentless attack. The protagonist's guild members watch the scene completely shocked and unable to help. The hero is hit by a series of red energy blows that leave him quite injured. Seeing his opponent weakened, Ludo advances once more with his dagger in hand to finish the fight. But to everyone's surprise, the protagonist manages to catch the red dagger with his teeth. The mechanical empress then appears, and the system notifies that the poison was successfully cured. Ludo tries to attack again, but our hero dodges and the tension rises between the two. The assassin is shocked because he can't believe he is keeping up with his movements. In a quick move, the MC manages to grab the opponent's dagger with his hand. Then he throws a small object of blue energy in the guild president's direction. The object hits him and knocks him back while the others don't understand what happened. Fallen on the ground, Ludo sees his HP drop by half and wonders what hit him. The Empress warns him to be careful, and the protagonist thanks her for the help at that moment. Ludo then admits his defeat and says the kid won today's duel between them, but the system warns that the corpse ancestor ring activated on Ludo's body. Angry, our hero says he hurt his friend and can't just walk away. He then charges full force at Ludo, saying it won't be that easy to escape. The assassin screams, asking if he is really trying to corner him there on the battlefield. The chapter ends with our hero landing a devastating punch with a blue aura on the opponent. With the punch's impact, a huge blue shockwave is launched toward the extras. Seeing the scene, the enemy guild members scream desperately for their president's name. Wrapped in his dark aura, Ludo screams in anger, saying the kid is really pressuring him. He then realizes the weird thing from before is gone and thinks the move cost the protagonist dearly. With a grimace of pain, the assassin spits something on the ground, feeling bad from the last blow. Likewise, our hero also spits and seems to be feeling the effect of some poison. With shadowy energy, he manages to defend against several projectiles launched at him. Feeling his body numb, he realizes the bastard opponent poisoned him somehow. The battle continues with the two trading a series of fast and powerful blows on the battlefield. Next, our hero lands a devastating punch squarely on the guild president's face. Ludo gets furious and can't believe he is being humiliated by an early stage player. He then uses his Gale Fist ability and launches a red energy punch at Qiaoyu, but the assassin screams in pain as he is hit by a barrage of red projectiles. With the impact of the attacks, the protagonist is thrown back but manages to stay standing. The chapter ends with Ludo getting hit in the face and screaming for our hero to die once and for all. A rain of red projectiles advances, and our hero realizes he can't dodge the attack. With that, he tries to defend and block the projectiles with his arms the best he can. But Ludo uses his perception link ability to trap the protagonist in a trap. At that moment, a dark aura surrounds Qiaoyu, and the assassin starts laughing at the situation. He then says evil always triumphs and warriors lose the ability to move with his strike. Ludo taunts him, asking how it feels to be completely immobilized and that he almost fooled him. With an item in hand, he continues the taunt and tells the kid to keep acting tough. The enemy guild members celebrate and mock, saying he was naive to think he would win. Meanwhile, the waifu calls for Qiaoyu, worried, and wonders if Brother Yu is really gonna lose. The assassin admits he is the strongest early stage player, but that he is still too young. With a gloomy face, the protagonist just stares at Ludo in silence before saying something. Confused by the reaction, the guild president asks what he means by that. Then our hero questions if he ever considered that maybe he isn't a warrior. Ludo is shocked by the question and wonders what he means by not being a warrior. But he soon recovers and says with that attack and defense he couldn't be anything else. Tired of talking, Ludo screams for him to die and launches a final powerful energy attack. He then charges full force to finish the fight while the protagonist is trapped in his ability. The enemy extras mock, saying no matter how talented he is, he will lose to the boss. Meanwhile, Qiaoyu's companions scream his name, worried about the result of that fight. With an evil smile, Ludo launches his red energy punch to end it all once and for all. But to everyone's surprise, the protagonist manages to stop the blow with a single hand and a blue aura. He then says he warned him he wasn't a warrior and asks why the other didn't believe him. However, Ludo smiles and says now he got him good and prepares for a new surprise move. And next, our hero lands a powerful kick right in his opponent's stomach, unbalancing him. Without giving time to breathe, he follows up with a knee strike and an uppercut, throwing the assassin into the air. Ludo wonders how that is possible because he was hit by the link and shouldn't be moving. With glowing eyes, Qiaoyu repeats he isn't a warrior and reveals being just a necromancer. He finishes by saying he just has a strong body and deals a critical hit of 1,233. The enemy guild president screams in pain as he is hit by a brutal sequence of punches. Shocked, he asks if he heard right while our hero prepares another blow with his green aura. With a final devastating blow, our hero defeats Ludo and throws him far away on the battlefield. The enemy guild members run to help their president, who is fallen and defeated. With an exhausted body, Ludo falls to the ground and is completely incapacitated to continue fighting. The protagonist then turns to the others and with an air of defiance asks who is next. Scared, the extras kneel and raise their hands, saying they surrender and give up the fight. The system then announces the victory of the God Slayers Guild and transfers the honor points. With the victory, our hero's guild levels up and now has 5,210 points. He then goes to his friends and asks if they are all okay after the intense battle. One of the companions says they are fine and with a few days of rest they will recover. The protagonist then notices the white-haired waifu's shield broke during the fight. He thinks his defense has reached a bottleneck and needs a new dungeon to farm his shield. In his mind, he asks the Empress if she knows any dungeon that drops shields easily. The Empress says there is one, but she advises him not to go because he wouldn't even beat the dogs there. With a smile, our hero tells her not to worry and that he knows a dungeon with a guaranteed shield. The waifu then says she's going with him, and the Empress warns the dungeon requires at least 2 people. An extra teases the couple, saying being alone in a dungeon at night, anything could happen. Angry, the waifu yells at Yang Shangdi and says she will tear his mouth when she gets back. Arriving at the D-rank dungeon called Pseudo Underworld, she asks if he is sure about entering. She reminds him the last dungeon of that level almost defeated them, but he reassures her saying he is there. The Empress then appears and realizes that is the dog dungeon she mentioned. The girl says she is worried about slowing him down because without her shield she is useless in a fight. To calm her down, our hero pats her head while holding a pink energy orb. With his hand on the orb, he prepares to use the item and enter the dungeon with his partner. The system then confirms the dungeon name is Pseudo Underworld for the 2 players. The difficulty is rank D and the place is a copy of the real underworld created by Hades for the Dead. Suddenly, the waifu appears screaming for Qiao Yu to wake up because he seems to have fainted. He then wakes up on the floor confused and wondering what happened and where he is now. Looking around, the protagonist realizes they are in a gloomy and rocky place. The girl asks if they died like in the Coffin Mountain dungeon, but he has his doubts. Looking at his status, he says probably not because they would receive a warning if they were in a special state. The girl questions if they are in the underworld as living beings, and the protagonist stares at her curiously. He notices a necklace with a cross that the girl is wearing, something that wasn't there before. She feels awkward about the staring, asks what he's looking at, and he tells her not to move. The woman backs away from him with a disgusted look, not understanding why he asked that. He points to the necklace and asks if she was wearing it before they entered the dungeon. The girl replies she never wore a necklace, and that thing appeared after they arrived in the dungeon. The waifu tells him to check if he also got a matching necklace. The protagonist shows an identical necklace and says it looks like a dungeon mission item. The mission they receive is to cross the Gate of Hell and reach the Acheron River while protecting the cross. The girl explains the Gate of Hell is the entrance to the underworld, from where the dead cannot leave. She asks which path they should take to start. He admits he doesn't know but suggests following a ghostly figure that appears. The figure is a glowing blue spirit that seems to guide the way through the darkness. They follow the glowing blue spirit along a gloomy path with chains on the side. The protagonist wonders what might happen to him. They then spot an imposing building and wonder what that is in the middle of the underworld. The waifu asks if those are the souls of the dead, and he confirms they must be what she thinks. With that, the protagonist questions if that building is the legendary Gate of Hell from the mission. Suddenly, a giant 3-headed creature with red fur appears on top of the gate. The monster charges full force at the souls there and starts devouring them mercilessly. The system identifies it as Cerberus, the Hound of Hades, an epic level 29 monster. Angry, our hero realizes that was the dog the Empress talked about, and she reminds him of the warning. The girl gets worried and asks if they can really pass through there with that beast guarding. But he says not to worry because with so many souls, the dog won't pick them randomly. However, Cerberus turns and stares directly at the duo, preparing to attack them next. The beast then growls and concentrates to release one of its powerful attacks against the two. Seeing the imminent danger, the waifu screams Qiaoyu's name desperately to alert him of the attack. Cerberus then fires a beam of purple energy from its mouth directly toward the girl. She is hit squarely by the blow and screams its poison while writhing in pain on the ground. Hit by the poison, she realizes her HP is dropping fast and the situation becomes critical. But to everyone's surprise, our hero jumps in front and takes the poison attack in her place. After enduring for 100 seconds, he gains the A-rank adaptive poison immunity passive skill. Shocked, the waifu wonders if she really became immune to poison after all that. Cerberus then charges to devour the protagonist, but something unexpected happens mid-attack. The girl wonders what is happening and if the beast suddenly got furious at something. In a quick move, our hero shoves his green dragon crescent blade down the monster's throat. With a twist, he uses the weapon to propel himself out of the beast's mouth, barely saving himself. Relieved, he thinks that was close and he was almost eaten alive by the 3-headed creature. The waifu screams his name and says this is their chance to run and pass through the Gate of Hell. With Cerberus distracted, the duo runs as fast as they can to cross the gate. The protagonist regrets having to leave his blade behind but hopes to recover it later. They then run and cross the gate, completing the first part of the dungeon mission. Passing through the gate, they finally reach the other side and prepare for the next stage. The system congratulates them and reveals Mission 2, which is to cross the Acheron River and protect the cross. Suddenly, a boat starts emerging from the river waters, and the duo watches the scene closely. The boat approaches, and a mysterious boatman appears to take them to the other side of the river. The man introduces himself as Charon, the boatman of the Acheron River, and asks if they want to cross. But he says to cross they need to pay the fare, and the protagonist asks if it's money. Kyayu then hands something to Charon and asks him to take them to the other side of the river. Meanwhile, souls try to climb onto the boat, but Charon expels them with his oar mercilessly. The souls are thrown back into the water, while the boat continues its crossing through the river. Angry, Charon screams they are a bunch of beggars and don't deserve to be on his boat. He continues to scream and beat the souls, desperately trying to board the boat. The duo just watches the scene in silence while the boatmen rows through the turbulent waters. The protagonist then asks why the dead souls don't cross the river on their own. Charon tells him to put his hand outside the boat to see what happens to those who try. Curious, our hero extends his hand outside the boat and puts it in the river water. Suddenly, a giant skeletal hand emerges from the water and tries to grab the protagonist's arm. Several other undead hands also appear and try to pull him into the water. Shocked, he wonders what the hell that is, and the duo gets surrounded by the river creatures. Charon explains those are the ones who failed to cross the river and are now doomed to sink forever. With an evil smile, the boatman warns that anyone who enters the river will be dragged down and become one of them. Suddenly, he attacks the duo with his oar and screams they will join the others at the bottom of the river. But Charon realizes they aren't dead and gets furious for being tricked with money from the living. He then screams for our hero to die and attacks him with a powerful blow from his wooden oar. With the impact of the blow, the protagonist is thrown out of the boat, falling straight into the Acheron River water. Touching the water, Kyayu's first sensation is that it's cold, dark, and completely rotten. Right after, some strange starfish-shaped creatures start appearing in the water. The hands of the dead then grab him and pull him forcefully to the bottom of the Acheron River. One of the hands manages to grab the protagonist's arm firmly, trying to drown him. Seeing the danger, the waifu screams Kyayu's name and tries to pull him back into the boat. But the boatman with a gloomy face says she can also go the bottom of the river with him. And then, he prepares to hit her with a powerful blow of his oar to throw her into the water. At that moment, our hero activates the corpse ancestor ring, and a red aura surrounds him. With a powerful jump, he exits the water and flies toward Charon to save his companion. With a devastating kick, our hero hits the Acheron River boatman squarely in the chest. The impact of the blow is so strong it throws him to the other side of the boat, completely defeated. Shocked by the easy defeat, the protagonist wonders if the boatman was really that weak. Fallen, Charon says he is toast and that for being alive and killing the boatman he will face judgment. Out of patience, our hero kicks him out of the boat, telling him to screw himself with his threats. The boatman then falls into the river water and sinks slowly while being watched by the duo. The hands of the dead then grab him and pull him forcefully to the bottom of the Acheron River. The waifu asks if killing the boatman will bring trouble, and he reassures her saying it's just a dungeon. Suddenly, their boat starts moving on its own and sinking slowly into the river waters. With nothing to do, the duo abandons the boat and continues their journey in a new boat that appears. They then spot another boat with a group of 3 people and prepare for a possible confrontation. The mysterious group seems to be waiting for them, and the atmosphere gets tense between the 2 boats. Suddenly, the waifu recognizes the boatman and screams that Charon isn't dead as they thought. But the man says this Charon isn't the same and asks if they really killed the boatman. Our hero explains he had no choice and thinks that to enter there they must be mid-stage. With a smile, the man says they know nothing and fell straight into Charon's trap. The protagonist then asks what the first hell is and what that boatman who attacked them was. But the man refuses to answer, saying they aren't close and he has no reason to help them. However, he turns to the waifu and says he feels a connection with her and will tell the secrets. He explains the first hell is the judgment hall where the sins of those who enter are judged. The man warns that if she stays with him, he guarantees nothing bad will happen to the 2. The girl then asks what he means by having cleared the dungeon several times before. The man introduces himself as Wang Dafu and says he is a dungeon guide hired to help. Our hero understands it's a shady job where one guides people for money and that the woman is the client. Wang Dafu then invites the waifu to join them, but his client doesn't like the idea. The blue-haired woman complains she is the one paying and he shouldn't be nice to others. But he cuts her off, saying he is only responsible for guiding her and can refund her if she isn't satisfied. Angry, the woman screams for them to go already, and the group of 3 starts walking through the hall. The duo then decides to follow the group for now to see what happens and where they go. The chapter ends with the 2 groups walking through the judgment hall of the first hell. Wang Dafu brags, saying that is the underworld judgment hall, and asks if they are impressed. He then opens a large door and warns everyone to keep their mouths shut when entering the place. Upon entering, they encounter an immense and luxurious hall full of statues and gold details. The group walks through the hall toward the throne at the top of a long staircase. On the throne, a mysterious figure with a cross-shaped helmet and a large book watches them. With a hammer bang, the figure calls for silence and a blue aura spreads through the hall. He then introduces himself as Yin Yu, the judge of the first hell's judgment hall. With his book of sins open, the judge announces the judgment of their sins will begin. Wang Dafu tells the duo to watch and do exactly like him to pass the judgment. He then approaches the judge and says in life he committed no crimes and asks him to see clearly. The judge then opens his book, and purple energy begins to analyze the man's soul in front of him. With a beam of light, the judge verifies Wang Dafu's past to confirm his words. The man squeezes the purple orb in his hand tightly while waiting for the judge's verdict. After the analysis, the judge declares Wang Dafu has no criminal record and is innocent. With the judgment over, the guide hands the orb to the woman and tells her to do the same. After the analysis, the judge also declares the woman innocent of all her past crimes. Wang Dafu then says the item can only be used one more time and he can't help the duo. But he offers the last use to the waifu if she joins him and abandons the protagonist. The girl refuses the help and says she doesn't need him to pass through the hall's judgment. With his turn, the protagonist tells the judge he had no choice before but now wants to be a good person. Wang Dafu mocks him, saying just the crime of killing the boatman is enough to send him to hell. The judge then begins the analysis, and the Book of Sins glows with intense purple and dark energy. Furious, the judge screams he committed an unforgivable and absolutely intolerable sin in the underworld. The first accusation is disrespecting the mortal remains of those who have left that world. The second sin is disturbing the peaceful existence of the souls wandering the underworld. Next, he is accused of cruelly abusing poor animals and desecrating their bodies. Shocked by the accusations, Wang Dafu wonders what kind of monster that kid actually is. The judge then reveals the fifth and most serious sin, which is killing Cerberus and murdering the boatman Charon. With that, he sentences him to fall into the first valley of the seventh hell, the boiling blood pool. The chapter ends with the protagonist being surrounded by a sea of boiling blood as his punishment. With a jump, our hero manages to dodge the blood pool and advances toward the judge. The judge then orders sinner Yahello to fall into the pool and let the blood purify his sins. But he notices the corpse ancestor ring is glowing and something unexpected happens. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist appears behind the judge preparing to attack. He then mocks the blood hell and says he will add one more sin to his list. With a devastating punch, he hits the underworld judge squarely in the face without hesitation. The impact throws him far away, and then he follows up with a powerful kick with a blue aura. Shocked, Wang Dafu screams enough and can't believe the kid dared to attack the hell judge. But the extra wonders why he really has the courage to do something like that. With a smile, the judge says it's been a long time since someone had the courage to attack him. He then summons a purple spear and prepares to fight seriously against the protagonist. With his weapon in hand, the judge prepares to show his true power and punish the sinner. With a look of fury, he screams he will sentence him to eternal damnation in hell for his crimes. And then he charges with his spear and deals a powerful blow of purple energy on the ground. The chapter ends with the protagonist dodging the attack that destroys part of the judgment hall. The judge then realizes the protagonist stole his speed with the ring's ability. With a smile, our hero says his agility is quite useful for the current battle. Wasting no time, he charges full force and prepares to attack the judge with his new speed. The judge then launches another powerful attack, with his spear creating a large explosion in the hall. The attack's shockwave hits the ground and spreads across the entire judgment hall area. With the force of the impact, the protagonist is thrown far away and rolls across the hall floor. Wang Dafu says the kid is going to get hurt, and the woman asks why he didn't dodge the blow. Wounded, he thinks he didn't expect the shockwave to hurt him so much with his 500 defense. The Empress warns him to be careful because the judge's weapon has an armor-piercing effect. She then says she can't fight because, as a boss of another dungeon, she would be erased if she interfered. However, the Empress says she can teach him a special skill to help him in the fight, but the protagonist realizes his mental state is zero and he can't use any skills. She reassures him, saying not to worry because her heart is with him at that moment. The judge then screams for him to redeem himself and prepares for a new powerful attack with his spear. The chapter ends with the judge saying he will personally send him to hell for his sins. With a shadowy aura, the judge launches a series of purple energy attacks against the protagonist. Even surrounded by the energy, he realizes how powerful it is and prepares for combat. The woman screams for Wang Dafu to help because if the kid dies, they will be next to face the judge. But the guide tells her not to rush, and they should wait a little longer to see what happens. With a firm step, our hero advances toward the judge, preparing for a counterattack. The judge's spear glows with intense purple energy while he prepares for the next blow. Wang Dafu wonders if he is attacking first and if he still has any trick up his sleeve to use. Without hesitating, the protagonist advances and deals a purple energy slash on the hell judge's chest. The blow knocks him back, and our hero follows up with a series of other dark energy attacks. Seeing the scene, Wang Dafu says it seems he won't have to intervene in the fight to help the kid. But suddenly he stops and is shocked by something he sees happening in the middle of the battle. With a purple energy sword, the protagonist prepares for one last devastating attack. And then he deals a powerful blow that passes through the judge's body and throws him far away. With the force of the impact, the hall shakes, and the protagonist lands on the ground victorious after the fight. The chapter ends with the judge fallen and defeated on the floor of the underworld judgment hall. Shocked, Wang Dafu wonders how that kid's power skyrocketed suddenly in the middle of the fight. The Empress asks how the skill is working, and he says it's good but drains a lot of energy. The skill is the Mechanical Empress's Wrath, which puts him in berserk mode and increases his stats by 0.5%. With the new strength, he says the feeling is incredible and the skill fits him perfectly. The judge gets up and says the situation is interesting, and the system reveals his level 26 stats. Furious, the judge says he is a heinous criminal and still managed to wound him in battle. With his purple aura, he prepares to use his 8-direction mechanical halberds against him. Our hero then summons his own mechanical joints and prepares for the final confrontation. The two then clash in a duel of weapons and auras with a large energy explosion. The protagonist uses his maximum strength and manages to block the Hell Judge's powerful attack. The force of the impact is so great both are thrown far away in the Judgment Hall. Seeing the scene, the waifu blames herself for being useless and not being able to help as the group's tank. With his mechanical joints, the protagonist prepares for one last devastating punch on the opponent. The judge then screams that as an underworld judge he has the duty to punish sinner Qiao Yu. The chapter ends with our hero sentencing the judge to death and advancing for the final attack. With the exchange of blows, a large explosion of purple energy happens in the Judgment Hall. The waifu screams Yu's name, worried about the outcome of that intense and brutal battle. Amidst the smoke, the protagonist appears fallen on the ground and completely defeated by the judge. The system then warns his mechanical joints were damaged with the last attack. With his purple aura, the judge stands up victorious and prepares to finish the job once and for all. With tears in her eyes, the waifu blames herself for being useless and unable to help him in battle. The judge then turns to the other group and says now it's their turn to face judgment. But suddenly, the protagonist gets up and with a shadowy aura stares at him with a look of fury. Angry, he says the judge broke all his equipment, and if he doesn't drop something good, the system announces Berserk mode activated, and he says he won't let it slide. The judge calls him an ignorant fool and asks if he thinks getting up will change anything. But our hero charges and grabs the judge's spear, preparing for a surprise counterattack. With the weapon in hand, he uses it to defend against one of the opponent's energy attacks. And then he uses the spear to attack and propel himself onto the judge with his shadowy aura. The chapter ends with the protagonist delivering a devastating blow with the judge's own spear. With one last spin, our hero manages to defeat the judge with his own weapon in the hall. The force of the impact is so great it creates a shockwave that spreads throughout the place. Shocked, Wang Dafu says that kid is ruthless and it's good he didn't fight him. Fallen and defeated, the judge wonders how that is possible, and if he will really die by the hands of a criminal. With a blue aura, the judge's body begins to unravel and transform into pure energy. After the fight, the protagonist falls to the ground exhausted but victorious after the intense confrontation. Wang Dafu approaches and says Qiu is truly amazing and he is gravely injured. He then suggests the kid heal himself but is interrupted by a surprise attack from the protagonist. Our hero threatens him and tells him to try approaching the soul core and see what happens. Scared, Wang Dafu says he only wanted to help, but the other tells him to touch the core himself. Looking closer, the guide notices the protagonist has a strange tattoo on his back. He then recognizes the tattoo as the symbol of Base and wonders why he has it. Wang Dafu wonders who that guy is and what his connection to Base is. He still thinks it was a coincidence or if the kid went to that dungeon on purpose for some reason. The chapter ends with our hero thinking bringing Zuo Yu there was a last-minute decision. The waifu asks if he is okay, and he says he is just wondering what the judge's loot will be. With a touch, he grabs the soul core, and a bright blue light completely envelopes him. The item is a B-rank equipment enhancement stone that can improve any item and add an enchantment. But he gets annoyed because he needed weapons or a shield and not an enhancement item. The system then announces Mission 3 was completed and a new mission has been unlocked. Mission 4 is to pass through the hell ahead and reach Hades Temple with the cross intact. The group then continues their journey, and Wang Dafu explains ahead is the Hell of Gluttony. He also warns them to be careful with the Hellhound guarding that gloomy place. The girl asks why Cerberus would be there if he should be guarding the Gate of Hell. Wang Dafu explains the gate is the dog's workplace and the Hell of Gluttony is his dorm. Suddenly, our hero notices something strange and stops walking, looking up attentively. Several pairs of glowing red eyes appear in the darkness, watching the group from above. The guide then screams for everyone to run because Cerberus woke up and is ready to attack. The giant beast then appears and charges full force at the group, without giving them time to react. The chapter ends with everyone running to save themselves from the enraged Cerberus's attack in hell. Wang Dafu wonders what is happening because the beast never attacked a living person before. Our hero explains he killed one of the beast's heads and now it hates him for it. Shocked, the guide screams that he killed one of Cerberus's heads and asks if he went crazy. The protagonist then tells Zuyu to go ahead and run to save herself from the beast's attack. With a smile, he says he still has something to recover from that beast and needs to get it back. The girl agrees to go but says she will wait for him further ahead to continue the journey. With its 3 heads, the beast stares at the protagonist with a look of fury and prepares to attack. Furless, our hero also prepares for battle and clenches his fist with determination. With a purple aura, he charges full force at Cerberus for a direct and brutal confrontation. With a confident smile, he says now is the time to settle the score from earlier with the beast. Cerberus then attacks him with a powerful bite, but he manages to dodge at the last second. Next, the protagonist lands a devastating punch on one of the heads, dealing 412 damage. The punch's impact is so strong it creates a large explosion of red energy on the spot. Without letting up, he follows up with a series of other punches on the hell creature's 3 heads. The chapter ends with Cerberus preparing a green energy attack from its 2 remaining heads. Our hero stares at Cerberus and wonders how it is so tough. The beast then fires a jet of green poison that hits the protagonist squarely on the battlefield. Even with immunity, he is thrown to the ground and takes 158 damage per second. He can't believe he is taking such a beating and can't even defeat a single dog. The battle continues with him being hit by the poison and taking continuous damage from the creature. Angry, he gets up and says he can't accept defeat to a simple hellhound. Cerberus then attacks him with its chains and traps him in the air, completely immobilized. With no way to escape, he is thrown from side to side by the giant beast's chains. The creature then throws him forcefully against a wall and traps him with the surrounding chains. Next, it pulls him close and attacks him with a series of powerful and brutal bites. Cerberus throws him into the air and attacks him with another ferocious bite in mid-air. The beast throws him to the ground and traps him with chains, preparing for the final blow. Shocked, he screams "What?" while being hit squarely by a white energy attack from the beast. The blow passes through him and throws him forcefully against one of the battle scene pillars. The chapter ends with the protagonist being hit by a series of other energy attacks. Angry, our hero screams at the stupid dog and pulls it forcefully using its chains. Cerberus then attacks him with a series of white energy blows, but he manages to defend. With a clenched fist, he prepares for a devastating counterattack against the hell creature. And next, he lands a powerful punch with a blue aura on one of the beast's heads. The battle continues with him dodging and attacking Cerberus with everything he has at that moment. The beast growls in pain and fury as it gets hit by the protagonist's fast and precise blows. With a powerful spin, Cerberus tries to hit him with its chains, but he manages to dodge. Our hero wonders what is wrong with that dog and if it went crazy all of a sudden. Far away, the other group watches the scene, and the guide says they are safe in that spot. Wang Dafu tells the girl not to worry because the kid must be in the dog's stomach already. Angry, the waifu tells him to shut up and stop hitting on her with his cheap pickup lines. Suddenly, she stops and calls Kyoyu's name as if she saw something surprising. Shocked, the guide and the woman look at the battle and see something that leaves them speechless. The protagonist appears riding on Cerberus's back and controlling the beast as if it were his. The chapter ends with the guide wondering what kind of move that is and if Kyoyu is okay. Mounted on Cerberus, he says he is fine and just taking the hellhound for a walk. But the guide screams that the hellhound is taking him to the dungeon's 7th hell. The beast then runs and jumps off a cliff, taking the protagonist with it into the unknown. With a powerful impact, they land in a new and gloomy place full of ruins and lava. Dismounting the beast, he wonders where they are and what that strange and desolate place is. Suddenly, a platform with a red light appears on the ground, catching the attention of both. The beast then approaches the platform and steps on it, activating some kind of secret mechanism. With the protagonist on its back, Cerberus growls and prepares for another round of battle. The beast attacks him with its claws and chains, but he manages to defend with his shadowy aura. Next, one of the heads fires a red energy beam that hits him squarely on the ground. With the impact, he is trapped by stone spikes emerging from the ground, completely immobilizing him. Angry, he says he didn't think the dog would also have cheat skills to use in the fight. Cerberus then opens its mouth and reveals the protagonist's blade stuck in its throat. Our hero realizes that is his blade and he needs to get it back. The chapter ends with the beast being hit by a series of red energy projectiles. Back, our hero delivers a powerful blow and cuts off Cerberus's middle head. Angry, he says it was bad enough it swallowed him, but he won't tolerate a second time. The beast then falls to the ground completely defeated and seems to be unraveling into pure energy. But he finds it weird the kill notification didn't pop up and remembers the head from earlier revived. Suddenly, Cerberus gets up with its 3 heads intact and prepares to attack again. He then realizes to defeat it, he needs to cut all 3 heads at the same time. With a scream, our hero charges with his blade and shadowy aura for the final confrontation. The beast gets trapped by a series of purple energy attacks that leave it completely immobilized. Next, he uses his mechanical joints and unleashes a sequence of powerful punches on the creature. Without letting up, he follows up with a devastating slash from his purple energy blade on the hell beast. Far away, the other group shields themselves from the shockwave, and the guide wonders what the hell that is. He says it's no wonder the boss is interested in him because the kid knows how to surprise. Taking advantage of the distraction, the protagonist cuts off another one of Cerberus's heads with his blade. He says he needs to finish the beast before the head revives again. The chapter ends with our hero driving his blade into Cerberus's last head with everything he's got. With one last precise strike, he manages to cut Cerberus's last head and end the battle. The beast is defeated, and he says now only she is left and prepares for the next step of the mission. And with a final blow, he completely destroys Cerberus's body with his blade. The impact force creates a huge yellow energy explosion that spreads throughout the place. The system congratulates him and he levels up, gaining attribute points and experience as a reward. With the victory, his blade is also upgraded and is now called the Golden Dragon Crescent Blade. The weapon now has the ability to trigger another attack with increased damage if the first one is blocked. Surprised, he wonders if his blade can really level up like it just happened. The other group approaches, and the guide asks how he is feeling after the intense battle. With a smile, he says he is fine and it was just a dog and not a big deal to defeat it. He then picks up an item dropped by Cerberus, a B-rank recovery pill that increases attributes. Happy with the loot, he thinks the item is great and the side effect barely affects him. The guide asks the reason for the smile, and he lies saying it was just a trash item. The waifu then calls him to a corner and says she has something important to tell him privately. The chapter ends with her revealing she asked Wang Dafu, and he never saw a cross like theirs. Holding the cross, he wonders what the special meaning behind that dungeon item is. The system then congratulates them on completing Mission 4 and unlocks the dungeon's final mission. The final mission is to place the 2 crosses into the holes of Hades' temple and destroy the pseudo-underworld. The other group sees the blue light and asks what they did to cause that in the middle of the dungeon. Our hero then questions Wang Dafu about what the final mission was when he cleared the dungeon before. The guide explains the mission was just to enter Hades' temple, and the dungeon would be considered complete. With that, he realizes he and Zhu Yu triggered something that changed the dungeon's ending. The woman tells them to hurry up because she doesn't want to stay in that place for one more second. Wang Dafu then offers to guide them to Hades' temple since he has been there a few times. Arriving at the temple, the guide tries to open the door, but it seems locked and doesn't budge. He finds it strange and says the door used to open easily before, and something is wrong with the dungeon. The waifu then calls for Qiaoyu and points to 2 cross-shaped holes on the temple door. He approaches and realizes the holes have the same shape as the crosses they received. With that, the duo understands they need to use their crosses to open the door and enter the temple. The chapter ends with the 2 preparing to fit the crosses into the holes of the mysterious door. With a click, the door opens and the group of 4 enters Hades' temple. A gloomy aura emanates from inside the temple as they prepare for what they will find. Upon entering, our hero has a strange and scary vision of a gloomy and red place. He sees himself amidst a sea of blood and bodies with a feeling of death and despair. In his vision, he wonders who the shadowy figure with long hair and horns appearing is. The figure then turns and stares at him with an evil smile and glowing red eyes. Suddenly, the vision ends, and he returns to reality confused and scared by what he just saw. Looking ahead, he sees a large coffin in the center of the temple with a body inside it. He then recognizes the figure as the man from his vision and wonders if that was a scene of his death. The waifu asks if he is okay, and he questions if she also saw any strange image. With that, he wonders if he was the only one to have that vision and what the meaning behind it is. Wang Dafu says it doesn't make sense because the temple has always been empty and never had a coffin. The protagonist then approaches the coffin to take a closer look at the figure lying there. Suddenly, the figure opens its eyes and stares at him with an evil smile and sharp teeth. The chapter ends with our hero wondering if the figure is rising from the dead. With a quick movement, the shadowy figure exits the coffin and flies toward the protagonist. In the blink of an eye, it grabs him and seems to be trying to possess his body in the temple. The system then congratulates him and reveals he obtained an item called the Seed of Hades. The item is S-rank single use and has no special effect for now in the game. Suddenly, the waifu calls him, and he finds himself on the floor not understanding what happened to him there. The girl screams his name again and runs to see if he is okay after the incident. She explains that as soon as he touched the coffin he froze and didn't respond to her calls. With that, he understands the vision was deliberately created by the man in the coffin for him. Getting up, he realizes the body is gone and the B-rank stone coffin is now empty. The guide suspects that is Hades' coffin and the legend of entering the real underworld is true. Wang Dafu says if it's so dangerous, why would anyone go to the real underworld anyway? The woman explains it's for Hades' legacy, and no one would go to such a gloomy place without reason. Our hero then wonders if Hades' legacy has anything to do with the seed he just got. The guide then points to 2 cross-shaped holes under the coffin in the center of the temple. The chapter ends with the duo preparing to place the crosses in the holes and complete the mission. Suddenly, the temple starts shaking, and the group wonders what is happening there at that moment. The system warns the final mission was completed and the dungeon will collapse in 10 minutes. The waifu then happily says her reward was the shield she needed so much to fight. Seeing the dungeon collapse, guide Wang Dafu screams fiercely asking what the hell they did. He then runs toward the duo and screams that dungeon was his livelihood and they ruined it. Our hero yells at the guide asking if he is crazy and says if the dungeon collapses everyone will die. But Wang Dafu retorts his income was ruined and the woman tells him not to drag her into it. Angry, the guide hits her with a punch and says she is an annoying woman who bothered him the whole time. With the force of the impact, the extra is thrown far away by a powerful blow from the man. Tsuyoshi then questions the guide if he isn't stopping them because of the dungeon but for another reason. With a smile on his face, the man says yes and the protagonist asks him to state the reason. With that, our hero reveals the true reason is the guide works for someone called Baze. Wang Dafu admits the truth and asks when the kids started suspecting him after all. The protagonist then points and says it was when he saw the Baze tattoo on his body. Looking like a fool, the guide can't believe he was discovered for such a simple reason. Our hero then points to the crosses and asks if they are also the work of the Baze organization. Wrapped in a shadowy aura, the guide says he is smart but won't be able to escape from there. However, the protagonist still has one last question and wants to know why destroy the dungeon to capture him. The guide explains destroying the dungeon ensures the underworld can no longer track him. He also says someone named Ji Pingyang wouldn't let him go, but with the dungeon destroyed, they won't find him. With a serious look, our hero questions how the guide plans to capture them being so weak. But Wang Dafu just laughs and says that is something the protagonist doesn't need to worry about. With incredible speed, he advances and lands a blow dealing 193 damage. Tsuyoshi is shocked by the speed and says not even his ring can track his movements. The guide then taunts him, asking if that is all he has to show in battle. Seeing the danger, the waifu summons her new shield and screams for Qiao Yu to watch out for the attack. Wang Dafu is surprised by the defense and asks if that is an A-rank shield she is using. He then says their luck is unbelievable, but the item will be his very soon. The girl says she won't be left behind and won't be a useless burden to Qiao Yu in that fight. With her shield, she charges full force and manages to block the guide's attack successfully. With the force of the impact, Wang Dafu is thrown back and prepares for a new attack. Seeing the scene, our hero is surprised and didn't expect Zuyu to be that strong. With that, the duo joins up and calls the guide for combat, preparing for the fight. The man laughs and draws a purple energy sword to face the two rookie players. Wrapped in his shadowy aura, he questions if they really think they can face him. With his purple aura, the guide advances, and the waifu realizes he is an assassin by his speed. He then says since she is determined to protect him, not to blame him for having no mercy. Without hesitating, Wandafu delivers a powerful blow with his energy sword against the girl's shield. Seeing the scene, our hero screams Zuyu's name, worried about the outcome of the attack. He then consumes the recovery pill, which increases his attributes by 100 but reduces mental by 10%. With that, he activates Mechanical Empress's Wrath skill and a red aura surrounds him. With his new strength and speed, he intercepts the guide and prepares for a counterattack. And next, he hits him with a devastating punch and screams for the man to get lost. Tsuyoshi then asks Zuyu if she is okay, and the girl replies everything is fine with her. But she sees the guide recovering and screams for the protagonist to watch out for the next attack. Wang Dafu then advances again and delivers another powerful blow with his energy sword. With clenched teeth, the waifu prepares to withstand the attack's impact with her shield. However, the protagonist steps in front and blocks the blow with his aura to protect his partner. The guide is completely shocked and stunned to see his attack was blocked like that. The duo then stands back to back while Wang Dafu prepares for a new confrontation. The waifu says he is injured, and our hero tells her to rest and leave the rest to him. With a glow, he summons the C-rank Wisdom Staff, which increases mental power and skill damage. With the staff in hand, he says from now on he is taking over the fight against the guide. Wang Dafu is surprised and asks what that outfit is and if he wasn't a necromancer. With a jump and a powerful attack, our hero creates a shockwave that destroys the floor. With a surprise attack, the protagonist yells ambush and charges full force at the guide. The guide then taunts him, saying a necromancer wants to sneak attack an assassin like him. With his dragon roar / skill, our hero prepares for a devastating attack. The two then clash in a sword duel with a large yellow energy explosion. Wang Dafu wonders what is happening and how his speed and strength increased. He can't believe it because necromancers should have weaker bodies and not deal heavy attacks. Our hero then thinks that with his skills and items, he can suppress the guide with his attacks. But suddenly, the corpse ancestor ring starts glowing, and the guide wonders what is happening. With the ring activated, the guide feels his speed decreasing and can no longer dodge the blows. Without letting up, our hero advances with his staff and a yellow aura toward the opponent. The assassin notices the protagonist's attacks are getting heavier and stronger. With his dragon roar / skill, he launches a devastating energy wave at the guide. The exchange of blows continues non-stop between the two opponents in the middle of the ruined temple. With his staff, the protagonist unleashes a sequence of dragon roar / attacks relentlessly. With a scream of fury, he continues using his skill to pressure the base assassin. The assassin defends himself as best as he can from the sequence of attacks launched at him mercilessly. The two then clash once more in a blade duel with a large energy explosion. Desperate, the guide screams to wait because he can't believe he is being pressured by a necromancer. He then tries to blackmail the hero, asking if he doesn't want to know about Baze and his parents. But the protagonist ignores the blackmail and continues his attack with a golden dragon aura. The guide insists, telling him to think carefully because Baze has important info about his past. But the attack hits him squarely while he reveals Baze also has spies in the underworld. Fallen, the guide says he dared to kill him, and the Baze organization will never forgive him for it. With the dungeon collapsing, the protagonist watches the result of his last attack in the temple. With clenched teeth, he seems to be controlling himself not to lose control of the situation. Angry, our hero screams why he didn't say so before and that the skill doesn't stop. At that moment, the blue-haired woman laughs, saying Wang Dafu was useless and the boss trusted him. In a quick move, she grabs the waifu hostage and threatens her with a dagger to her neck. Shocked, the protagonist screams it's her and asks if the woman is also with the Baze organization. She then confirms yes and asks if he is surprised by the unexpected revelation. With an evil smile, the woman says they met before and prepares to reveal her identity. She then rips off the mask, revealing to be the hooded girl from the previous dungeon he faced. With a smile on her face, the woman named Huasi reveals herself to the surprised protagonist. She says she didn't expect him to still remember her and calls him rare for that. Our hero then says he remembers her and suggests she let go of his friend so they can talk. But Huasi laughs and asks if he really thinks that's possible, calling him a fool. She then praises him for helping the students escape last time but questions him about now. With a confident look, our hero says his strength grew a lot and the pill effects haven't worn off. But Huasi warns him to think carefully and reveals being a level 35 shadow assassin. Shocked, he realizes she showed her stats on purpose and he wouldn't stand a chance against her. She then taunts him, asking if he already gave up the fight before it even started. With the dagger at the waifu's neck, she says if he follows her he can forget what happened before. The scene then focuses on the temple floor, which continues to shatter with the collapse. The temple continues to crumble and the situation gets more dangerous for everyone present. With a smile, our hero says he seems to have no choice and accepts his fate there. But he asks why Baze went through the trouble of destroying the dungeon to capture a rookie. With a smile, Huasi says he isn't an ordinary early-stage player like the others. She also says a necromancer who takes down mid-stage players is worth it and invites him to join. He then realizes the fanaticism and calls for the mechanical empress, asking for help in the situation. Desperate, he screams if she doesn't help him he will die there at the hands of the assassin. With that, he challenges Huasi to fight and she says she will show him Baze's greatness. The chapter ends with the protagonist charging for the attack and screaming for her to make her move. With a determined look, the waifu prepares to protect her partner from the Baze assassin. In a quick move, Huasi attacks her, but the girl manages to defend the blow with her shield. With a powerful attack, our hero intervenes and manages to save his partner from imminent danger. Fallen on the ground, Huasi threatens him, saying if he keeps fighting she'll break his limbs and drag him. Suddenly, the mechanical empress appears and blocks Huasi's attack with her shield to protect the waifu. The assassin then taunts the protagonist, saying he seems quite popular with the ladies. With a powerful kick, she attacks the empress's shield, but the attack is successfully blocked. The two then begin an intense battle, trading fast and powerful blows in the temple. Angry, our hero screams Zuyu's name and prepares for a devastating attack against Huasi. He thinks if he can stack his skill hundreds of times, maybe he has a chance against her. With a series of rapid attacks, he launches several waves of purple energy against the assassin. But she manages to dodge all the blows and advances with her purple energy sword to attack. With a precise blow, she hits him in the chest, but he manages to hold the blade with his hands. With the force of the impact, our hero is thrown back but manages to stay standing in the battle. With a smile, Huasi says one limb is gone and only 4 more left to finish. Our hero then jokes, asking her to leave the 5th limb alone and not do anything to it. The assassin laughs, saying she'll think about it while preparing for a new attack. With incredible speed, she advances and unleashes a series of purple energy slashes on the protagonist. He realizes his defense is useless and he can't even react to her fast movements. With a jump and a spin, Huasi attacks him from behind with her purple energy dagger and wounds him. The protagonist is hit by a series of purple energy attacks, leaving him quite injured. With a final blow, she throws him against a wall and pins him with her energy dagger there. She then taunts him, asking why he is making things so difficult for himself. With a powerful kick, Huasi throws him into the air and hits him with a purple energy blow. With the force of the impact, our hero is hurled and falls into the temple's stone coffin. Lying in the coffin, he feels his body being immobilized by purple energy surrounding him. He then realizes there is some kind of power in the coffin restricting and weakening him. With the energy draining him, he starts feeling drowsy and slowly loses consciousness. The chapter ends with Huasi telling him to take a nap, and they'll reach the destination when he wakes up. Suddenly, a mysterious voice orders Huasi to release the protagonist and she wonders who is speaking. Jumping back, she is surprised and can't believe what she is seeing there in the temple. The voice belongs to the waifu, who is now wrapped in blue flames with one eye glowing the same color. Huasi recognizes the flames as those of the underworld and says that is impossible to happen. With a look of fury, Zuyu repeats for the assassin to release the protagonist immediately. Almost fainting, our hero asks if that is really Zuyu and says he is very tired. A large wave of blue energy then spreads through the temple with Zuyu at the center. The force of the explosion throws Huasi far away, while the waifu continues to release her power. Hit by the power, Huasi confirms those are indeed the flames of the underworld and is shocked. She then realizes the shield isn't A rank and couldn't contain the underworld flames. Our hero wakes up confused, asking Zuyu if she is okay and what is happening. He doesn't understand how she, a rookie player, is managing to face Huasi like that. Wounded and irritated, the assassin calls Zuyu crazy and says she is a complete lunatic. With a scream of fury and power, the waifu unleashes a final powerful wave of blue energy. The chapter ends with the temple completely engulfed in mysterious white smoke. Amidst the darkness, our hero calls for Zuyu, asking where she is and if she is okay. Worried, he walks through the void, asking her to please not scare him like that. With the temple crumbling in the background, he screams his partner's name with despair in his voice. Suddenly, a voice replies she is there, and Zuyu's figure appears over him in the coffin. Relieved, he thanks her and asks about Huasi, and the girl confirms the assassin fled. He then says to leave because the dungeon is about to collapse, and there is no time to lose. With a gentle touch on his head, she prepares to say something important to him. But she says she can't leave with him, and our hero gets confused and asks why. The girl just apologizes repeatedly without giving a clear explanation for her decision. He then screams for her not to cry and asks her to get him out of that coffin first. The waifu then approaches his face with an expression of pure sadness and melancholy. A lonely tear runs down the girl's face as she prepares to say goodbye. She says she has been watching him for a long time, but since there is no time, she'll send him out of the dungeon. Desperate, he screams asking what is wrong and begs her to tell him the truth. The chapter ends with a large explosion of blue energy engulfing the entire ruined temple. With the explosion, the temple is completely destroyed, and our hero is launched out of it. The entire dungeon begins to collapse, and Zuyu uses a portal to send the protagonist away. Thrown through the portal, our hero lands safely and watches the dungeon's end from afar. Shocked by the events, he focuses his eyes trying to understand what happened there. With a desperate scream, he calls for Zuyu, asking where she is at that moment. Amidst the blue energy, he continues calling his partner's name, getting no answer. In his mind, he sees the image of Zuyu with the blue flames and a tattoo on her body. With a sad smile, she seems to say goodbye to him and speak her last words of comfort. Through a portal, he is transported out of the dungeon, not understanding what happened. Desperate, our hero screams Zuyu's name once more before losing consciousness. In a final mental message, the girl asks Xiaoyu to continue living his life well. The scene then cuts to a hospital room where the protagonist is lying in a bed. An extra asks another why they don't tell Xiaoyu the truth, saying it's unfair. The other replies the doctor said he can't handle shocks, and the dungeon collapsed with Zuyu. Our hero then wakes up saying his head hurts, and the friend says it's nothing to worry about. The friend lies, saying they drank too much, and the protagonist hit his head on a pole. Suspicious, our hero says for some reason he feels he is lying about what happened. The friend insists, telling him to ask Mafei, and the other confirms the pole story. Even so, he feels something isn't right and he is forgetting something very important. The scene cuts to a mysterious castle where Huasi's boss is scolding her for the mission. The man says she received a second chance but failed her task again. Huasi defends herself, saying the woman was strange and managed to light the underworld flames. She then begs for one more chance, promising she will succeed next time she tries. In a close-up, Huasi's boss watches her silently before making a decision about her. Back at the hospital, our hero checks his stats and sees he is at level 17 now. He notices his level increased and his blade became the Golden Dragon Crescent blade. However, he feels he is missing important memories and forgot about something or someone. At that moment, his veteran Longshang arrives, saying he heard he was hospitalized. The veteran asks how he is feeling, and our hero says he is fine and asks what he wants. With that, Longshang questions him if he has heard of the Global Underworld Combat Tournament. The veteran explains the tournament is a big event happening every 4 years between alliances. He also says it's the biggest stage for young talents to show their skills and earn rewards. Longshai reveals last year's champion even received an S-rank equipment as a prize. The protagonist then asks if he is inviting him to participate, but the veteran denies it. He says he invited him to go to a dungeon because only those who complete it can qualify for the tournament. But since the hero is injured, Longshang says he won't force him and he can look for him later. With that, the veteran says goodbye and leaves the hospital room, leaving the protagonist alone with his thoughts. Suspicious, our hero finds the invitation weird and feels Longshang is trying to set him up. Suddenly, his friends call him, and he turns to see what they want at that moment. Confused, he wonders why there are two Yang Xiangdas there, and the friend explains one is Mafei. Shocked, the protagonist asks what happened and why Mafei looks like that in the hospital. The friend then decides to tell the truth, saying he didn't hit a pole, but went to a dungeon. He explains no one knows what happened, and when they found it, he was lying on the road. Our hero then asks the dungeon name, and the friend replies it was the pseudo-underworld. The chapter ends with the protagonist confirming he has no memories of that dungeon, and something is wrong. The friend explains they found out a hunter guild is also investigating the dungeon. They discovered one of their members, Guide Wang Dafu, also disappeared in the pseudo-underworld. The guild then sent a leader who demanded an explanation of why they were investigating the place. Mafei's temper got the better of him, the whole guild attacked them, and he got the worst of it. Angry, our hero says they got beaten because of him, and he's going to confront the guild. The friend tries to stop him, saying the guild has over 100 members, and they can't beat them. But the protagonist argues they can handle the early and mid-stage guild members. Angry, Mafei agrees, saying he was never humiliated like that and wants revenge. With that, the trio gets dressed and heads toward the Hunter Guild headquarters for the confrontation. The scene cuts to the imposing guild headquarters where a group of members is gathered outside. One of the extras sucks up to the leaders, saying the two boys who dared mess with them are crazy. But the leader scolds them, saying it's not worth bragging about beating up two nobodies. He then says the important thing is finding out where Wang Dafu is, and he wants him found dead or alive. One of the members asks if young Master Huang needs protection, but he denies the offer. The chapter ends with the leader ordering his men to continue searching for Wang Dafu in the city. The trio then encounters the guild leader in the middle of the street and prepares for the confrontation. Young Master Huang recognizes them and asks who the two punks he beat up before are. With an air of superiority, he asks if they brought backup and suggests they find out who he is. But our hero says if he apologizes now, maybe he'll go easy on the young master. The leader laughs and asks if he's kidding, saying they should be grateful he beat them up. With an evil smile, he says when he hits, they should just accept it and shut up. Our hero then turns to Mafei and says that's showing off and he still has a lot to learn. Angry, his friend says that was forced and he isn't anywhere near as good as him. Furious, young Master Huang screams they are mocking him and have a lot of guts. But the protagonist says he isn't mocking him and is about to beat him up right there. With a devastating punch, he hits him and says he'll leave him fatter than Yang Shangdi. Fallen, the leader screams he is crazy and can't believe someone dared to attack him like that. Mafei then asks if that guy's brain fried from showing off like that. With eyes red with rage, young Master Huang screams the protagonist is dead. The chapter ends with our hero preparing for combat with a steam aura at his feet. Young Master Huang summons a giant hammer and prepares to attack the trio with everything. With a scream of fury, he charges and delivers a devastating blow with his hammer. Our hero is surprised and thinks that arrogant young master's strength isn't weak. With his blade, he manages to block the attack but gets thrown back by the impact. The guild leader wonders if he is really a freshman and why he is so strong. With his underworld mud ability, he creates a wave of mud to trap his opponents. The protagonist then uses his sword slash through Age's ability and launches an energy attack. With the blow, he manages to wound the young master in the chest and makes him bleed for the first time. With a bloody hand, the guild leader starts laughing insanely and creepily. He then tells that at 18 he was ambushed and wounded by another player in a dungeon. Angry, he says he captured him, sliced him up, and made him eat his own flesh until he went crazy. With an evil smile, he says he will make sure to treat the protagonist very well. But our hero cuts him off and tells him to think about how to escape before making threats. With his hammer covered in blood, the leader says they are delusional to think they can stop him. The chapter ends with the protagonist saying he is the hammer there and preparing for the fight. With a jump and a powerful blow, our hero destroys the ground around young Master Huang. The guild leader admits he underestimated him and says he will show his true power now. With his hammer, he destroys the floor, and the protagonist manages to dodge by jumping on a rock. Wrapped in his red aura, the young master prepares for a devastating attack with his hammer. He then fires a red energy beam that hits the sky and seems to be some kind of signal. The protagonist's friend notices the signal and screams he is calling for guild backup. With his sand prison ability, he creates a wave of sand to trap our hero. Next, he uses his blood torrent ability and launches a devastating energy attack. A large energy explosion happens at the attack site, raising a cloud of dust. Worried, the protagonist's friends scream his name, not knowing what happened to him. Amidst the smoke, young Master Huang wonders if it's impossible he survived the blow. With an evil laugh, he calls our hero a weakling and celebrates his apparent victory. But suddenly, the protagonist appears behind him and says now it's his turn to attack. With a devastating punch, he hits him squarely in the face with all his strength and power. Fallen, the guild leader tells him to wait and that his father will flay and dismember him for this. With a final blow, our hero defeats young Master Huang and leaves him lying on the ground. His friends congratulate him and ask what they should do with him now that the fight is over. But the protagonist says they need to flee because the guild members will arrive soon. Far away, a mysterious man with blue flames follows the blood trail left on the ground. With his flaming aura, he says that is the young master's blood smell and follows it. At high speed, the mysterious man advances through the city following his target's trail. The scene cuts to the Hunter Guild president's office where the man is working. Suddenly, one of the members bursts into the room and says he has bad news for the president. Shocked by the news, President Huang Zhuqiang wonders who would be bold enough to do that. Angry, he orders them to find out who it was and swears he will tear them limb from limb. Meanwhile, young Master Huang, who is captured by the trio, starts to wake up slowly. The protagonist's friend screams the bastard woke up, and our hero prepares to deal with him. The guild leader admits they have skills but suggests they release him or face retaliation. But our hero says he is a prisoner now and pins him to the ground with his blade. The chapter ends with young Master Huang screaming that if his father finds out, he will kill them all. The protagonist's friend says now the tables have turned and it's time for revenge on the young master. With a punch, he hits him and says he waited for that moment and will enjoy the revenge. Suddenly, Butler Charles appears and launches a blue energy attack that hits the extra. The attack is so powerful it launches the protagonist's friend far away with a large explosion. Shocked, our hero wonders who the newcomer is who appeared to save the young master. With a glow, Charles's staff prepares for a new and powerful blue energy attack. The butler introduces himself as Charles and the protagonist realizes he is a light-type mage. Charles then says he made them search from everywhere and now he finally found them. Desperate, young Master Huang screams for Charles to kill them quickly and end it all. The butler guarantees he will let the three cunning wrongdoers escape his hands. With his staff glowing, he tells them to surrender and maybe they'll suffer less for it. But the protagonist's friend refuses and uses his earth explosion technique against the butler. A large energy explosion happens at the attack site, raising a cloud of dust. However, Charles emerges unharmed from the explosion and prepares to counterattack with his staff. The chapter ends with the extra shocked and wondering what happened to his attack. Our hero realizes the butler might not be high level, but is definitely close to it. With a golden aura, Charles says since they wish to resist, not to blame him for his moves. Mafei advances and attacks the butler with a powerful kick and a red aura. At the same time, the protagonist's friend uses his Earth Dragon Bullet ability against the mage, but Charles uses his Holy Light ability and launches a wave of golden energy against the trio. With his staff glowing, he prepares for a powerful attack to end the battle. The Holy Light hits them and leaves them completely immobilized with no way to move. With a brown energy aura, the butler prepares for a new and devastating attack. Next, he summons his golden holy sword and prepares for the final blow against them. He launches a wave of golden energy that hits the trio squarely. With the force of the impact, the protagonist is thrown back but manages to stay standing. Fallen, he thinks that Butler's power is terrifying and he suppressed them with a single blow. Charles then praises them for withstanding one of his abilities and says it's no wonder they defeated the young master. But he says the fight ends there and for them to surrender because they are weak like ants. The chapter ends with the protagonist's friend saying the old man will see how weak they are. The protagonist's friend mocks Ma Fei saying he is pathetic and doesn't come close to Qiaoyu's level. He continues the taunt saying with that level of strength, he will never catch up to the protagonist. The other friend says some people are born in Rome, but Ma Fei is destined to be a beast of burden. A large energy explosion happens at the battle site, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the smoke, Ma Fei appears with a red aura and prepares to show his true power. Butler Charles feels the terrifying sword intent and prepares for the confrontation. With his ego shattered and damage increased by 10,000%, Ma Fei tells his friend to shut up. With his sword in hand, he summons it and prepares for a devastating attack against the mage. Charles is surprised by the change and wonders what is happening to the boy suddenly. Using the vibrating sword, he is shocked by the power emanating from the young player in front of him. With his sword slash through Age's ability, he launches a powerful energy wave at the butler. Desperate, Charles summons his holy light and asks it to protect him from the devastating attack. Meanwhile, the protagonist's friend uses his fat-burning ability and prepares to attack. With his earth explosion technique, he launches an energy wave against the butler. The chapter ends with Ma Fei landing a devastating punch squarely on Charles's defense. With a desperate scream, Charles summons his holy light to try to protect himself from the attacks. The scene cuts to a white background with no relevant information for the story at the moment. Even with the defense, Ma Fei's sword pierces the holy light and hits the butler squarely. With the force of the impact, the mage is thrown far away and seems to have been defeated by the blow. A large red energy explosion happens at Charles's fall site after the attack. Our hero then asks Ma Fei if the old man is dead, and he replies he isn't sure. Suddenly, a golden light appears, and the protagonist senses something in the air. The light transforms into a series of energy projectiles that rush toward the trio. Angry, Charles gets up and says he will kill them all for humiliating him like that. With a powerful golden aura, he prepares for a self-destruction attack to take everyone out. Our hero realizes the old man is about to explode and prepares for what's coming. Suddenly, a mysterious white figure appears and seems to be preparing to intervene. The protagonist's friend asks if he is okay and if he got hurt by the energy explosion. He then feels someone has been protecting them from damage the whole time but doesn't know who. The chapter ends with our hero wondering who it is and why he can't remember the person. With his golden holy sword, the butler launches an energy beam that hits our hero squarely. In pain, he screams and wonders why he can't remember the person protecting him. The protagonist's friend helps him up and asks if he is okay after the attack. He then tells Ma Fei that if they can't handle the situation, they need to flee. Ma Fei complains about the old man and says if he were the same age, he would kill him easily like a dog. Suddenly, the protagonist flees and Ma Fei screams for him to wait and not leave him behind. With a punch, our hero knocks out young Master Huang and carries him to escape with him. Desperate, Ma Fei screams asking where they are taking him and asks Charles for help. The butler tells the young master not to worry and screams for the brats not to run. With his staff, he launches a large wave of golden energy to try to stop the trio's escape. The scene cuts to Jingju University where the trio seems to have managed to escape the butler. Running through the campus, the protagonist's friend complains the old man chased them to the university. Some students recognize young Master Huang and wonder if someone kidnapped him and brought him there. The chapter ends with Charles appearing on campus and screaming where the brats think they are going. Suddenly, a university security guard appears and orders Butler Charles to stop immediately. With a blow from his baton, the guard attacks him and screams for the mage to get lost. Shocked by the scene, our hero says the guard is crazy for facing the butler like that. With a kick, the guard hits Charles, but he manages to defend, and the trio flees the scene. At that moment, Professor Wan Li Hao appears and asks the protagonist what he is doing there. The scene cuts to Charles being hit by the guard's attack and thrown far away. Angry, the professor asks if someone with a death wish is daring to chase his students. With a flaming aura, he charges full force at the butler to defend his students. Desperate, Charles summons his holy light shield to protect himself from the professor's attack. But with a devastating punch, Wan Li Hao breaks the defense and hits the butler squarely in the face. With the force of the impact, the mage is launched and hits a wall with a large energy explosion. Fallen and defeated, Charles wonders if that is the strength of Jingdu University. Then the professor questions who he is and why he is causing trouble at the university. The chapter ends with Wan Li Hao threatening him, saying he will send him to the next life if he doesn't answer. Suddenly, a voice orders to stop, and a series of ice spikes emerge from the ground to separate the fight. With a jump back, Professor Wan Lihao moves away, and the guild president appears on the scene. President Huang Zhuqiang orders the professor to release Butler Charles. But Wan Lihao refuses and asks what happens if he says he won't release him. The president then threatens him, saying either he releases him or he will join him in the afterlife. With a fire aura, the professor asks if that's really how things are going to be. With a punch to the ground, he launches a wave of flaming energy against the guild president. Shocked, the president screams Charles's name, not understanding what is happening there. The professor then challenges him, saying he would love to see how he plans to make him die with the butler. Angry, the president orders his men to kill the professor, and the battle begins on campus. With his fire aura, Wan Lihao prepares for combat and screams Taijun Li to attack. With a powerful punch, he launches an energy wave that knocks down all the president's men. One of the extras recognizes him as the Battle King and is shocked he is a professor. Another student asks if the battle maniac is really that famous at the university. The extra explains he was born for battle and once defeated a high-level sword master. The president recognizes Wan Leo as the battle maniac and is surprised he is still alive. With a fire aura, the professor says not only is he alive, but he should thank him for the opportunity. Furious, the president calls him arrogant and summons a purple energy hammer to attack him. With a powerful spin, he launches a wave of shadowy energy that destroys the ground around. A large purple energy explosion happens on campus with the president's devastating attack. The battle between the two heavyweights begins with an exchange of impressive blows and auras. One of the extras comments the battle maniac doesn't seem as strong as the other said. With a flaming punch, the professor prepares to use his battle fist ability against the president. With his ability, he launches a series of fire energy attacks that advance against the opponent. The two then clash in a duel of auras and powers with a large energy explosion. With the force of the impact, the guild president is thrown back but manages to stay standing. He says the professor really seems to have a death wish and prepares to retaliate. One of the extras explains the scariest thing about Wan Lihao is he gets stronger the more he fights. With an evil smile, the professor wonders where the heartbeat sound he hears is coming from. The chapter ends with the president's hammer starting to crack under the pressure of the battle. With his cracked hammer, the president prepares for a last devastating attack against the professor. The protagonist's friends watch the scene, shocked by the power level of the two opponents. Mafai observes the president's hammer, which seems to be releasing some kind of evil spirit. With a powerful blow, the president attacks the professor and throws him forcefully against the campus ground. The guild extras celebrate, saying the president was really pushed to kill this time. But the professor laughs and says it's ridiculous, he thinks he can kill him with a single blow. Suddenly, a purple energy spear emerges from the ground, and a mysterious figure appears on campus. With a glow, the purple energy spear prepares for a devastating attack against those present. With a powerful blow, the spear hits the ground and creates a shockwave, destroying everything around. With the force of the impact, the guild president is thrown back but manages to stay standing. One of the extras wonders what that is and feels the terrifying aura emanating from the spear. With a sigh of relief, Professor Wan Lihao says then there will be no fight that day. The president recognizes the weapon as the Komu sword and S-rank equipment and is shocked. Our hero feels the aura and wonders if that could be the person he is thinking of. The chapter ends with old director Ji Pingyang appearing on campus to resolve the situation. The director tells the president to give an explanation or the guild will be annihilated. One of the extras calls him old man and attacks him with an energy whip to trap him. But the president screams for him to stop and calls him an idiot for attacking the director like that. With the rope around his body, the director prepares to free himself from the extra's attack. The man tells the president not to worry because his immortal whip can bind anyone. However, with a simple snap of his fingers, the director manages to free himself easily. With a golden energy attack, he destroys the whip and advances against the guild extra. Shocked, the man says his S-rank whip is being destroyed continuously by the director. Desperate, he screams for help but is hit squarely by the attack and is completely defeated. The students are shocked because with a casual blow he killed a high-level player effortlessly. With the extra defeated, the director turns to the president and asks for an explanation for the mess. The president explains the students kidnapped his son and he was forced to go rescue him. Angry, the director asks if that is the reason for him causing trouble at the university. The president says yes and promises to drop the matter if he returns his son right now. The chapter ends with the director giving him two choices: leave campus immediately or die right there. Impressed, Maffei says there's a true swordsman and he wasted his life until now. The president then questions the director for his attitude and asks if he is really that unreasonable. Angry, the director asks if the president considered reason when he hurt his students before. The president argues the students kidnapped his son and the director will cover for them anyway. The protagonist's friend then interferes and says their guild was the first to attack. The director confirms he will cover for them and asks the president if he has a problem with that. The president stares at the director, having nothing to say about the situation. Out of patience, the director tells him to beat it and starts a countdown for battle. With time running out, the president stares at the director with a look of hatred and decision. With the countdown over, the president yells to his men and decides to retreat from the university. But our hero stops him and tells him to wait and not leave that place yet. With an evil smile, he drags young Master Huang and proposes a deal to the president. Shocked, the president wonders if that is extortion and screams it's an outrage. The director then asks what he wants to release the young master and end the confusion. The chapter ends with our hero asking for the president's giant hammer as ransom payment. The president refuses to hand over the hammer, saying it's an A-grade weapon reinforced to +7. With the young master as hostage, the protagonist prepares to negotiate with the guild president. He then changes the proposal and asks for a complete set of C-grade or higher equipment to release him. With no choice, the president agrees to the condition and orders the protagonist to release his son. But our hero says he needs to hand over the equipment first, and only then will he release him. The president stares at the director, who watches the scene silently before making a decision. With a gesture, he throws a series of golden equipment to the protagonist as payment. With the deal fulfilled, our hero releases young Master Huang and lets him leave with his father. The protagonist's friend scolds him, saying he acted recklessly in that situation. The director warns him that with his weak strength, he can be easily ambushed in future dungeons. Ma-Fei tries to argue, but the director says right or wrong won't stop the guild from taking revenge. Our hero then asks if the director thinks they did something wrong, and he says the only mistake was not being careful enough not to let the guild track them to the university. With a sigh, he says the protagonist is still far from what he was in his youth. The chapter ends with the trio giving a thumbs up and preparing for the next adventures to come. Back at the dorm, the protagonist's friend comments on how rich the Hunter Guild is. With the equipment on the table, our hero tells them to stop chatting and pick 2 items each. He then analyzes the Gale boots and the Silver Lion helmet, both C-level. The friend celebrates that extortion is great and asks the protagonist what his next plan is. With a thoughtful look, he says he will continue with classes and try to recover his lost memories. The friends watch him in silence as he reflects on recent events and what he lost. The next day on campus, some students comment on Director Ji Pingyang's true strength. One of the extras explains that to be a powerhouse, one must kill the world serpent Jormungandr. Professor Wan Lihao then appears and congratulates everyone for doing well in the first stage of training. With a smile, he says now they will move on to the second stage of special training. Our hero wonders what the second stage would be and prepares for what's coming. The professor explains the first stage focused on defense and the second will be on agility training. He also says agility is crucial because without it, a body refiner is an easy target to take down. With his ring in mind, the protagonist thinks agility training is perfect for him right now. The chapter ends with the professor saying the second stage is much easier and opening a portal. With a portal, the class is transported to the sea-level dungeon Deep Sea Abyss. The students are teleported to an island and prepare for agility training. With a serious look, our hero observes the scenery and prepares for the challenge ahead. One of the students asks if Professor One plans to make them dodge ocean waves. The professor explains the second stage is simple, and they need to cross the pillars. Our hero observes the pillars and realizes the challenge won't be as easy as it looks. With a smile, the professor asks who wants to try being the first to cross the course. One of the extras then volunteers to be the first to face the pillar challenge. With a jump, he starts crossing the pillars but soon finds difficulties along the way. One of the students screams for him to be careful because the pillar he is on is slippery. The extra then starts getting the hang of it and balancing better on the slippery pillars. The other students comment the challenge seems easier than they imagined at first. Suddenly, a jet of water hits the pillar and unbalances the student crossing. A giant fish then emerges from the water and hits the extra squarely, throwing him far away. The chapter ends with the student falling into the water and being eliminated from agility training. With a chain, Professor One pulls the student out of the water but tells him to get up himself. 15 minutes later, the extra is still exhausted on the island while the master watches from afar. The professor then explains the gray swordfish attack anyone who tries to cross. One of the students asks Master Wan how many of those gray swordfish are in the sea. With a smile, he says that is their lair and there are conservatively about 100,000. The students panic knowing there are about 100,000 fish in that sea. With a smile, Master Wan says the first to complete the task will receive a special reward. One of the students gets excited, saying the professor's rewards never disappoint and wonders what it will be. With the reward incentive, all students start running to begin the pillar challenge. The competition starts with everyone screaming the reward is theirs and pushing each other to pass. 2 methods start fighting on one of the pillars and one screams for the other to let him pass first. At that moment, our hero says it's his turn to try and prepares to start the course. With a detection skill, he senses the swordfish attacks and prepares to dodge. Professor One watches, surprised, thinking that kid is truly impressive and different from the others. With incredible agility, the protagonist dodges all the fish attacks and advances easily. The other students are shocked and scream that Qiaoyu's speed is simply incredible. An extra ahead screams for him not to come closer because the pillars can't hold 2 people. Ignoring the warning, our hero jumps and lands on the same pillar as the desperate student. With a quick move, he overtakes the extra and continues his way without any difficulty. The other students are stunned, wondering how he manages to be so smooth and fast on the course. He thinks he didn't expect his sea-level Gale boots to be useful so early in training. One of the stronger students then starts learning and dodging the swordfish attacks. With a powerful punch, he manages to hit one of the fish squarely and get rid of the attack. The other students watch and say so that's how it works and they need to counterattack. Suddenly, the Empress says there is something amazing on the mountain across the sea for him. Shocked, our hero asks if she returned, and the Empress says she was always with him. Angry, he says he doesn't care and demands to know what happened in the pseudo-underworld dungeon. The Empress then apologizes, saying she can't tell him what happened in that place. Confused and irritated, the protagonist screams, asking why she can't tell him the truth. She explains when the dungeon collapsed she had to fall asleep to avoid being discovered. The Empress then reveals his memory loss wasn't an accident but something deliberate. She says the girl Zhu sealed his memory because she doesn't want the protagonist to remember her. With his body wrapped in a shadowy aura, he wonders why she would do such a thing. He then stares at the sea and sees a horde of swordfish swimming toward him, ready to attack. With a look of fury and determination, he prepares to face the horde and recover his memories. With a dark aura, our hero starts fighting and knocking out the swordfish with his fists. Professor Wan and the other students are shocked and wonder what got into that ferocious kid. Confused, the master wonders why the student is fishing instead of training his agility. Holding a fish, the protagonist wonders why Zhuo would seal his memory like that. He then asks the Empress if she has a way to break the seal, and she confirms she does. Xiaoxi asks for help, but the Empress says he first needs to obtain a specific thing. With purple marks on his face, he asks what it is, and she reveals he needs the ghost eye. Desperate, he asks what the ghost eye is and where he can find it to break the seal. The Empress warns him to forget the ghost eye for now because his body is in danger. With the effort, he can't take it anymore and ends up falling into the water, surrounded by swordfish. At the bottom of the sea, a ghostly figure of Zhu appears beside him as he sinks. Suddenly, the protagonist wakes up in a bed looking confused and not understanding what happened. Looking at the ceiling, he wonders where he is and what happened after the fall. With his hand on his head, he wonders if he's back in the hospital after all the mess. At that moment, teacher Xiaorong enters the room and he asks why she is there. Then we see a kettle pouring tea, and Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi inform teacher Xiaorong about the protagonist, whom they call our hero. Xiaorong offers a cup to the protagonist, thanking him and warning that it's hot, so a silhouette kicks the door open hard. The mythy head Lu Yanhang enters, closely observing the protagonist and the teacher. Lu Yanhang asks teacher Rong if the protagonist is the pretty boy she came to see, and the teacher gets confused by the question. With that, he glares furiously at the protagonist, saying, "Pretty boy, I want." And the protagonist and the teacher are intrigued. Xiaorong steps in front of Lu Yanhang, asking him to leave and asking what he is plotting. Lu Yanhang questions what's so good about the pretty boy, calling him weak and saying his thighs aren't as thick as his arms, though. Xiaorong then replies it's none of his business and asks him to leave immediately. Lu Yanhang challenges the protagonist to a duel, and the loser must stay away from Rong forever. The protagonist then complains about the noise and asks who the guy is. Lu Yanhang introduces himself as the strongest male genius of Jingdu Azure Dragon Normal University, and that's why he's arrogant. The protagonist remembers that in this university there is a 1:9 ratio between men and women. Xiaorong then advises the protagonist not to argue, admitting that despite his issues, his strength is formidable, and he agrees. The protagonist clarifies to Lu Yanhang that he never cared to get close to teacher Xiaorong, and he scoffs. Lu Yanhang says the coward isn't suitable for her, but the teacher tells him to shut up. With a smile, our hero says he got it wrong, and that the teacher came to him on her own. He continues the taunt, saying she not only came but took care of him day and night with affection. Xiaoxi also says she finds him more handsome and taller, leaving the teacher completely embarrassed. Angry, Lu Yanhang screams for the protagonist to die and charges at him in the room. But his punch is blocked by a large blue crystal shield that suddenly appears in front of him. Teacher Xiaorong creates the shield and yells at Lu Yanhang, saying enough of this mess. The method challenges him to a duel, and our hero simply calls hospital security. While being dragged away by security, Lu Yanhang calls him a coward and repeats the duel challenge. The teacher apologizes, and he says it's no problem, and he'll take care of that guy for her. The scene changes to the dueling grounds, a place where players settle their beefs without dying. Students comment that Lu Yanhang, a veteran, is fighting a freshman named Qiao Yu. A bookie appears, and the odds are 5-1 for Qiao Yu, but everyone bets on Lu Yanhang. In the arena, the two opponents stare at each other from opposite sides, preparing for the start of combat. Lu Yanhang admits the kid is good but says he is still just a freshman at the university. With an evil smile, he swears he will beat him up in front of teacher Xiaorong that day. Our hero then introduces himself as a level 17 beginner necromancer to the audience. Silence takes over the arena as the two opponents stare at each other before the battle begins. The audience gets furious and complains the fight is pointless and no one would bet on a necromancer. But a student argues that if Qiao Yu summons his undead, he might have a chance. Lu Yanhang gets annoyed and asks if the kid is trying to trick him for easy money. With a firm step, our hero charges full force at the heavy armored warrior. With a smile on his face, he continues to advance, preparing for a melee attack. Lu Yanhang wonders if he is really trying to trick him and if he will accidentally kill him. The audience panics and wonders why a necromancer is advancing to fight up close. From afar, teacher Xiaorong just watches the scene and says everyone is underestimating Qiao Yu. With a clenched fist, Lu Yanhang decides to take the punch head-on since the damage should be low. But to his surprise, the protagonist's punch hits him with devastating and unexpected force. With the force of the impact, the warrior is thrown far away with a large energy explosion. The audience is shocked, wondering if they are dreaming of a necromancer defeating a warrior. Angry, the bettors scream the fight was rigged and Qiao Yu lied about his class. Other extras call Lu Yanhang a loser for not being able to beat a beginner and ask for their money back. But to everyone's surprise, the warrior starts to get up, and the audience screams he is standing. With his hand on his face, he admits the punch hurt, and that now he will use his true power in the fight. Without giving time to breathe, our hero charges full force at the heavy, armored warrior. Lu Yanhang manages to block the blow and screams for the protagonist not to underestimate him in battle. With his fist wrapped in a purple aura, Xiaoshi prepares for a new and powerful attack. The two then trade a series of quick blows and engage in hand-to-hand combat. In a test of strength, the two opponents stare at each other with fists locked in the middle of the arena. With an evil smile, the warrior starts to gain the upper hand and push our hero's arm. In a quick move, he manages to land a devastating punch squarely on the protagonist's face. The audience recognizes the move as Lu Yanhang's signature attack called 3 heads and 6 arms. With his ability, he launches a series of rapid attacks that hit our hero squarely. Hit squarely, Qiao Yu wonders what the hell that is and how he can be so fast. With a smile, Lu Yanhang says he warned him not to underestimate him and prepares for the next attack. With glowing eyes, he advances, and our hero summons the wisdom staff to defend himself. With a powerful overhead attack, he tries to hit the warrior with his golden staff. But Lu Yanhang manages to block the blow with his own hands and prepares for a counterattack. In a quick move, he grabs the staff and doesn't let our hero pull it back to himself. Our hero is surprised because he can't pull the staff back and is caught off guard. With a powerful spin, the warrior throws him into the air with the protagonist's own staff. With no way to defend, he is hit squarely by a sequence of energy blows. Lu Yanhang then throws a red energy dagger that hits our hero squarely. The protagonist thinks he is much stronger than he imagined and thanks his helmet for the effect. With a smile, Lu Yanhang says his strength attribute must be particularly high to withstand it. The audience is shocked and wonders how a necromancer can have 500 attack points. The warrior then explains that just having stat points is useless, and you need to know how to use them. He calls this conversion rate and says the protagonist is terribly low for fighting. With that, our hero finally understands why he feels weak, and that the problem is his conversion rate. Lu Yanhang taunts him and says with a low conversion rate, he can't call himself a top student. Our hero says it's none of his business but thanks him for answering one of his questions. With a red aura, he says as a reward he will punish himself with a punch and activates the Empress's wrath. The warrior is confused and screams to the audience not to try to trick him because everyone is watching. The teacher wonders what he is trying to do, and a student asks if he has self-harm tendencies. With a purple aura and glowing eyes, our hero prepares to show his true power in the arena. He then activates his corpse ancestor ring and says with high stats it's all the same. With incredible speed, the protagonist advances and lands a devastating punch on Lu Yanhang. The punch's impact creates a purple shockwave that spreads throughout the dual arena. Even hit, the warrior manages to dodge and counterattack with a powerful blow on our hero. The two then trade a series of fast and powerful blows with their purple auras glowing. With a large energy explosion, the exchange of punches ends and the two separate in the arena. The audience is shocked and can't believe a low-level necromancer knocked out a warrior. Followed on the ground, Lu Yanhang says it's not over yet, and he will represent his university in the tournament. With a dark aura and a mysterious mask, he screams he can't lose to someone like the protagonist. With a dark aura, the warrior prepares for a devastating attack against our hero. He reveals he was saving the move for the tournament and activates the full form of his ability. With his 6 arms, he advances and tells the kid to take a good look at Master Lu's power. The protagonist is hit by a sequence of blows that leave him with 120 damage. Lu Yanhang taunts him asking where the arrogance from before is and tells him to keep being arrogant. With an evil smile, he says the result is decided and screams for the protagonist to die. But our hero manages to grab his fist and stops him from landing the final blow in the battle. With glowing eyes, the warrior is surprised and can't believe his blow was stopped. The system warns the berserk state has reached its limit, and our hero says the result is decided. With a grim smile, he says having so many arms is scary and he will remove some for him. In a quick and brutal move, our hero rips off one of the warrior's energy arms. With a purple aura, a giant hand appears and rips off another one of Lu Yanhang's arms. With teeth clenched in anger, the warrior screams he wants the protagonist to die already. Without letting up, our hero continues to rip off the opponent's energy arms with his aura. Hit by his own arm, the warrior screams in pain and glares at the protagonist with hatred. The audience is shocked and wonders if a necromancer's physical strength can reach that high. From afar, a mysterious figure with a hood watches him and says she finally found him. With a wounded and surprised face, the warrior can't believe what just happened. With a dark aura, the protagonist says it's over and prepares for the final blow. With eyes glowing purple, he charges full force at the heavy armored warrior. With a sequence of rapid punches, he hits him in the face without giving a chance to defend. With a final devastating punch, he hits him squarely and throws him hard against the arena floor. With the force of the impact, a large energy explosion happens, raising a cloud of dust. Fall on the ground, the system shows Lu Yanhan's HP is at 1 and he was defeated. The audience is shocked and can't believe a freshman necromancer beat the veteran warrior. Victorious and wrapped in his aura, the protagonist lands in the center of the battle-destroyed arena. With his purple aura, he prepares to leave the arena while the audience watches in silence. The mysterious figure watches him from afar with a smile on her face as he walks away from the arena. With slow and tired steps, he walks toward the exit of the duel arena after the victory. Exhausted, he coughs and realizes the skill is powerful but consumes a lot of life and leaves him at the limit. The system warns the berserk state was deactivated and an immobilization side effect was activated. With his body paralyzed, he can't move and ends up falling to the ground with no way to react. Suddenly, the mysterious figure picks him up and carries him away from the duel arena in a hurry. Almost fainting, he wonders who it is and if it's teacher Xiaorong carrying him. With a last effort, he manages to lift his head and see the mysterious woman's face. With a smile, she says she finally found him and calls him by name before he blacks out. The protagonist then wakes up in a strange bed and wonders where he is and what happened. With his hand on his head, he remembers fighting Lu Yanhang and being knocked out by a woman. Two maids appear and ask if the young master is awake, surprising the protagonist. Looking around, he wonders whose room that is and why he is surrounded by teddy bears. He tries to get out of bed, but the maids stop him and say he can't leave without permission. The maids wonder if he has memory loss because he doesn't remember the young miss. Angry, he screams he wants to leave, and the maids warn him he can't leave the room. He then opens the door and encounters the mysterious figure who now reveals her identity. The woman is Tang Lan, who greets him and says her goal was always to cancel the arranged marriage. Shocked, our hero remembers her from the dungeon and screams she is kidnapping him. With a smile, she asks if he is surprised to see her and says she warned she would find him. He then orders the maids to leave and they obey, leaving the two alone in the room. With a suspicious look, the protagonist asks Tang Lan what she wants to do with him there. With a touch, she tells him not to rush and she will tell him everything slowly over time. The wood seed on his neck then begins to glow and turns into a yellow flower. With the flower in hand, she says the wood seed disappeared and watches him with a smile. He then asks what she means and why the maids were calling him young master. She explains she is the eldest daughter of the Tang family and he is her husband now. Angry, he questions if she has some weird fetish and if she kidnapped him to be her husband. Furious, she screams it's all his fault, and if he hadn't ruined her plans, none of this would have happened. He argues he ruined her plans to survive, and that has nothing to do with the kidnapping. Tang Lan explains her family will force her into a political marriage if she doesn't reach a high rank. She continues and says if she finds her soulmate, she won't need to go through the arranged marriage. Angry, our hero realizes she is setting him up and making him bear the wrath of her fiancé. She says now that he took the seed, he has nothing to worry about, and he tries to leave. But she reveals the whole Tang family already knows he is the new young master of the Tang family. With a smile, she adds that if he leaves now, not only her fiancé, but the whole Tang family will go after him. Angry, he calls her ruthless for putting him in that situation with no apparent way out. In a quick move, he grabs her by the wrists. She then taunts him, asking if being her husband is such a bad deal for him. With that, he proposes a deal for her to let him go, and they become strangers after everything. She then makes a deal for him to pass the family test and deal with her fiancé to be free. The protagonist realizes he fell into her trap and her goal was always to get rid of the fiancé. With the deal made, she tells him to take a bath and get ready for the Tang family banquet. But before she can leave, he stops her and pins her against the bedroom door with his body. Scared, she asks what he is doing and if he is really going to try something with her. With an evil smile, he says she should know since he is her husband now. Desperate, she screams for him not to try anything and reminds him that is her family. With clenched teeth, he leans into her face and stares at her with an intense, predatory look. In a quick move, he throws her onto the bed and stares her down with a serious and determined look. Angry and gritting her teeth, she screams that Qiao Yu is truly sick and crazy. With a sigh, he realizes he got into trouble again and needs to find a way out. The scene then cuts to night, and the protagonist seems to be getting ready for the banquet. Tang Lan knocks on the door and asks if he is ready for the upcoming family event. With a serious look, she stares at him and seems impressed with his appearance in a suit. With an elegant suit and a confident look, he prepares to face the Tang family banquet. Clearing her throat, she says he'll do and calls him to go together to the family event. The two then arrive at the imposing Tang family mansion for the banquet awaiting them. Upon entering, the maids greet them as young miss and young master of the clan. Tang Lan warns him to speak and do less and just follow her lead during the banquet. Arriving at the hall, they spot an elegant woman who appears to be Tang Lan's mother. The woman, named Kong Yun, calls her to sit and joins them in the main hall. With a smile, our hero greets her mother and calls her auntie in a polite tone. He then compliments her, saying she looks so young he thought she was Lanner's sister. Suddenly, an older man appears and complains about the flattery and the protagonist's smooth talk. With a smile, our hero approaches and asks if he is Lanner's grandfather and greets him. Shocked, Tang Lan screams that it is her father, Tang Dingshan, not her grandfather as he thought. With an awkward smile, he apologizes and says his eyesight is terrible and he confused him. Angry, her father thinks if not for the unborn grandson, he would kill him with a slap. Tang Lan scolds him, and he thinks the real show is about to start and he will ruin the banquet. With a firm step, he advances through the hall preparing for what is to come in the meeting. Suddenly, thunder rumbles, and the duo turns to see what is happening in the hall. An old man with long white hair appears and introduces himself as the head of the Tang family, Wuma. Everyone in the hall greets him and calls him family head with much respect and admiration. Tang Lan warns him that old man isn't simple and he is her grandfather and the family head. With an intimidating look, the family head stares at the protagonist with his glowing green eyes. Suddenly, strong pressure spreads through the hall, and everyone is thrown to the ground by the force. With the pressure, the family members are immobilized and can't move before the head. With a smile, the head praises him and says he isn't bad and has a bit of his old style. Tang Lan apologizes on his behalf, but the grandfather says it's fine and tells them to sit. To provoke them, our hero starts eating exaggeratedly and loudly in front of everyone. With his mouth full, he thinks he wants to see how long they can tolerate him there. After eating a stack of dishes, he burps and asks if everyone is satisfied with the meal. The grandfather then asks everyone to leave because he wants a private chat with young Kyo-yu. Worried, Tang Lan tries to intervene, but her father stops her from meddling in their conversation. With a serious look, the family head screams for everyone to get out and asks if he needs to repeat himself. Alone with the protagonist, he calls him young friend and stares at him with a mysterious look. He says not to be nervous and knows he was brought there by land air, but her nature isn't bad. Our hero thinks her nature isn't bad and the other bastards aren't any better either. The head then reveals he kept him there to ask for his help with the Tang family matter. He explains the younger generation of the family is lacking and only Lanner is presentable. The grandfather says every year there is a meeting to decide the new 4 great families of the capital. Shocked, our hero refuses and says he can't because he is a Kiao and shouldn't interfere. But the head convinces him, saying he can let him enter the family's ancestral grounds as a reward. Surprised by the proposal, our hero thinks the ancestral grounds must have many treasures. The head says he has no other options and needs his help to save the family. He also says if they fail the meeting, the Tang family will certainly fall from its position of power. The protagonist asks how he can be sure he can help, and the old man says he investigated him. With a serious look, our hero agrees to participate, but says he won't risk his life for the family. Happy, the head thanks him on behalf of the whole family and tells him to make himself at home there. With the deal made, our hero says goodbye and leaves the hall, leaving the head alone with his thoughts. With a gloomy look, the old man watches the guy leave and seems to be plotting something in the shadows. Outside, Tang Lan waits for him and calls him for a private chat about what happened. She asks what the grandfather wanted with him and what they talked about alone in the main hall. With a taunt, he says the grandfather cut ties with her, and now he's her new grandfather. With an evil smile, our hero teases her and asks if she wants him to turn her into a corpse. With eyes red with anger, she screams at him and calls him for a more serious conversation. With a whiny tone, she calls him brother and asks him to tell her the truth about the conversation. He then reveals the grandfather asked him to represent the family, and he agreed to the proposal. She wonders why he agreed, and he tells her not to overthink the matter. Angry, she screams it has nothing to do with him and says she won't bother with the guy anymore. A few days later, the Tang family gathers for the great annual meeting of the 4 families. The family head says now that young friend Kiao Yu arrived, they can leave for the location. The event takes place at Chuanli Mountain where the families gather for the big tournament. The 4 great families of the capital are the Tang Qunji and Xiao family, who are present. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao provokes the Tang family for arriving last at the event. Angry, the Tang family head threatens him and says if he is unsatisfied, they can go to war. A woman from the Qun family watches the protagonist from afar and finds his back familiar from somewhere. The woman, named Qun Xiangxiu, wonders how he could be mixed with the Tang family group. With everyone present, the event judge announces the start of that year's family meeting. Judge Jin Yixu asks the chosen elites of each family to step forward to begin. Our hero then joins the group of chosen ones preparing for the tournament to come. With a serious and determined look, Qun Xiangxiu watches the protagonist approach the group. Surprised, she realizes it really is Kiao Yu and can't believe he is participating in the tournament. One of the extras wonders who the protagonist is and if he was always part of the Tang family. The judge tells everyone to get ready to enter the instance, but the Xiao family head interrupts him. With a suspicious look, he says he suspects the protagonist isn't really from the Tang family. With a serious look, Qun Xiangxiu wonders how Kiao Yu ended up involved with the Tang family. The Tang family head then explains he is his granddaughter's husband and the family's son-in-law. Angry, Chief Shou accuses him of deceiving them and says the Tang family is desperate for members. Another extra mocks and says with that logic he can go to the capital and adopt some geniuses. Someone from the audience points out the two don't look like a couple and are very distant from each other. The Tang family head then asks our hero to get close to Lanner to shut the others up. With a tired look, the head asks what would make him agree to help shut the others up. With an evil smile, our hero says they will have to pay more for his extra help. He then demands the Tang family do one thing for him without questions, and the head agrees to the deal. With the deal done, he approaches Tang Lan and pulls her close with a seductive look. In a quick and unexpected move, he kisses her in front of everyone to prove they are a couple. Chief Xiao watches the scene and uses a detection skill but realizes something isn't right. Shocked, Chief Xiao wonders if the boy is only at the initial stage of his power. The Tang family head then questions him if initial stage cultivators can't participate. With a laugh, Chief Xiao says they can but warns him to be careful not to die on the spot. Angry, the judge screams that's enough and orders everyone except the participants off the platform. He explains the goal is to obtain the 4 ghost eyes of the mountain to become a great family. Hearing the word ghost eyes, our hero remembers the conversation with the mechanical empress. With everyone ready, the judge announces the start of the meeting, and the Ghost Mountain instance opens. The participants are transported inside the instance preparing for the challenge ahead. One of the family heads asks the judge to bring his divine artifact for the event. With a glow, the judge summons a magic mirror that seems to be the requested divine artifact. With the mirror, he projects the image of Ghost Mountain so everyone can watch the tournament. Ghost Mountain, a gloomy and misty place. One of the participants tries to enter the mountain but is repelled by a dark and mysterious mist. Our hero watches the scene and realizes the ghost mist is terrifying and his luck isn't that bad. One of the heads laments the loss of his participant, and another tells him to accept the loss and move on. The Tang family head celebrates that the heavens are still looking out for his family at that moment, but he chokes and coughs seeing one of his participants was eliminated from the competition. Inside the instance, one of the Tang family members approaches and asks if his name is Qiao Yu. The man introduces himself as Tang Aoshan and says in the instance he must listen to his orders. With a cold look, our hero simply asks why he should listen to his orders. He explains that as the only mid-stage cultivator, he is the strongest and should give the orders. A woman in the group supports him and says he is the #1 genius of the family and despises the protagonist. Our hero then agrees to listen to him and says he will hide behind him during the challenge. The Tang family head complains he warned them to follow Qiao Yu's lead, but they didn't listen. With Tang Aoshan's leadership, the group advances through the forest in search of a ghost eye. Our hero thinks he needs a ghost eye, but the family also needs one, and there are only 4 of them. Suddenly, they hear a scream and encounter a mysterious old woman in a wheelchair. One of the group members identifies her as an NPC and suggests they approach carefully. Relieved not to have been attacked, they continue their way through the dark and dangerous forest. The old woman then warns them the mountain is hell, and living beings should stay away from there. One of the group members asks what the old woman means by that ominous warning. With a laugh, she says she won't tell anything and reveals there are real ghosts on the mountain. Suddenly, our hero summons his golden dragon crescent blade and points it at the old woman. With the blade at her neck, he calls her nonsense and demands she tell them what she knows. The other group members are shocked and angry at the protagonist's attitude toward the old woman. The Tang family head asks Lanner if he was always this brave, and she remains silent. The old woman gets annoyed and prepares to attack the protagonist with her power. Without hesitating, he attacks her and says she is still pretending and he knows she isn't a simple old woman. The other group members are in shock and don't understand why he's attacking the NPC. Gritting her teeth, the old woman stares at him with a look of pure fury and prepares to retaliate. With a smile, he says she forced his hand and prepares for a devastating attack. With a series of punches, he hits her squarely without giving her a chance to react. With clenched fists, he stares at her and asks if she figured out what he wants to know yet. With a bruised face, the old woman begs him to stop hitting and promises she will talk. With a smile, he says that's more like it, and if she had cooperated, she wouldn't have been beaten. The old woman explains the mountain is the intersection between the underworld and the world of the living. She continues saying vengeful ghosts who cannot reincarnate wander there eternally. Our hero understands the mist is where the ghosts hide and they attack upon sensing the living. Suddenly, he is surrounded by a green mist, and ghosts start screaming for him to return their lives. The ghosts surround him and scream they died unjustly and want their lives back. The Empress then calls him and tells him to wake up to shake off the ghost illusion. Shocked, he realizes the mountain can affect his mind, and the place is more terrifying than he imagined. Angry, he demands to know more, but the old woman says she knows nothing else and asks him to spare her. With a dagger, he threatens her and asks if she really doesn't know where the ghost eyes are. The family heads wonder if he can find the eye's location that way. The Tang family head wonders why his son-in-law is using a knife if he is a necromancer. With an evil smile, our hero threatens her and says he won't use the knife on her if she doesn't remember. Scared, the old woman says she knows the location of one of the ghost eyes and will tell. She reveals one of the eyes is with the ghost monk, and he needs to defeat him to get it. Our hero then releases her and prepares to go after the ghost monk to obtain the eye. The old woman tells the story of the ghost monk who swore to free ghosts from their suffering. She says he manifested a golden Buddha but was soon swallowed by the ghost mist. Corrupted by the mist, the enlightened monk transformed into the fearsome ghost monk of the mountain. The old woman warns him to make his knife deadlier because death energy can nullify yin energy. With the information, he says he will trust her and investigate the ruined temple. But with a green aura, the old woman calls him a brat and attacks him from behind with her power. With her claws, she launches a wave of green energy to try to hit him by surprise. With a smile, he says he knew she wasn't being honest and prepares for the counterattack. Shocked and scared, the old woman can't believe her surprise attack failed on him. With a blow from his blade, he throws her into the air and defeats her with a single quick move. The system notifies his blade gain 1 point of death energy and a new enchantment. With that, he understands how to gain death energy and wonders what the Ghost Slayer enchantment is. He then turns to his teammates and stares at them with a mysterious and gloomy look. Scared, they wonder if he was possessed and warn him not to do anything reckless. With an evil smile, he says he wouldn't do anything like turn them into death energy. Scared, the other group members shrink back and prepare for the worst that could happen. Tang Aoshin then introduces the other members Tang Long and Tang Hu and says to continue. The group then continues their journey through the dark forest hearing strange and scary sounds. The woman in the group says to ignore the sounds and pretend they didn't hear anything to avoid attracting attention. The spectators comment Tang Aoshin is capable, but provoking the ghosts could be dangerous. Suddenly, a woman screams and points at the protagonist who is doing something unexpected. With an evil smile, our hero calls the ghosts and says he needs more death energy. Angry, Tang Aoshin yells at him and warns if he injures the ghosts they will all die. One of the ghosts then charges full force at the group preparing to attack. With his blade in hand, our hero says they are finally there and prepares for combat. With his weapon glowing, he prepares for a devastating attack against the ghost horde. With a powerful blow, he hits one of the ghosts, and the system notifies his death energy increased. A horde of ghosts then charges full force at the group preparing to attack. The woman yells at him and tells him to look at what he did by attracting the ghost's attention. With eyes glowing gold, our hero says that should be enough death energy. With his blade in hand, our hero starts fighting and defeating the ghost horde. With a powerful spin, he continues to attack and cut the ghosts with his golden weapon. In a sequence of rapid attacks, he manages to defeat all the ghosts surrounding him. With a smile, the system notifies his death energy reached the maximum of 100 points. With max energy, the Ghost Slayer enchantment activates and increases his damage. With the new ability, the ghosts start fleeing in fear of the protagonist's power. The other group members wonder why the ghosts are acting like he is the ghost. The Tang family head is surprised and says the boy's strength is far beyond what he imagined. With a jump, our hero chases the ghosts and says he didn't expect a next stage for the energy. Suddenly, one of the group members uses a fire ability and screams for the demons to retreat. With his ability, he creates a wave of fire that spreads and hits the ghosts and the protagonist. Angry, our hero screams and asks which bastard did that and ruined his death energy. A mysterious man appears and introduces himself as the Taoist of the Zhang family, Zhang Eri. The audience is surprised and says with the Taoist help the instant's difficulty decreases. With that, Chief Xiao wonders if the Tang family will manage to keep its position of power. Tang Aoshin thanks him for the help, and the Taoist says to call him Zhang Eri and leave. But he explains they need to climb the mountain and can't just leave there. The Taoist agrees to help them but warns he won't be able to protect everyone all the time. With a smile, Tang Aoshin thanks him and thinks with his help he doesn't need to worry anymore. The group then starts following the Taoist through the dark forest of Ghost Mountain. One of the members complains there is no path and the forest is getting denser and denser. The woman in the group asks if they should really climb the mountain and if it's safe for them. With a smile, Tang Aoshin reassures her and says he is there to protect her from any danger. Our hero then warns her not to scream for help later and readies his blade. With a blow from his weapon, he opens a path in the dense forest for the group to pass. The Taoist is surprised by the dense death energy of the knife and wonders what that is. He then asks the protagonist what he does for a living, and he replies he is a butcher. Suspicious, the Taoist thinks there is no way that energy comes from slaughtering pigs and stares at him. With another blow from his blade, he continues to clear a path through the mountain's dark forest. Suddenly, they find a path and realize someone reached the mountain before them. But the Taoist stops them and screams for them to wait before continuing the path. Tang Aoshin asks what it is, and the Taoist points to something in the darkness ahead of them. They then encounter a pile of bodies of participants from another family on the ground. Scared, they wonder what is on that mountain and how those people died. The Taoist tells them to rest in peace, and the group continues their way through the forest. Suddenly, a shadowy creature with glowing red eyes appears in front of the group. Scared, they scream and wonder if that creature is a person or a ghost. With his blade in hand, our hero says it doesn't matter and he will cut it in two. The creature then growls and prepares to attack the protagonist with its claws and teeth. With eyes glowing blue, he charges and prepares for a devastating attack against the creature. With a powerful blow, he cuts it in two and the system notifies his death energy increased. The Taoist watches him and thinks that little brother is truly formidable and impressive. The woman in the group says she wants to go down, but Tang Aoshin says they need to find a ghost eye. Suddenly, they hear sad music and wonder if someone is singing an opera there. The woman then screams and points to the water starting to rise and flood the forest. With the water rising, the group wonders what is happening and how that is possible. Tang Aoshin tries to calm the woman in the group and says he is there to protect her from everything. But scared, she warns him there is something behind him and points to the darkness with dread. A ghost in a bloody white dress and glowing eyes appears behind Tang Aoshin. He turns but sees nothing and asks if she is hallucinating and seeing things where there are none. Desperate, she screams to the Taoist and says there is a ghost there, and it's not a hallucination. The Taoist approaches and asks if it really is a ghost and prepares to use his abilities. He prepares to use a technique to ward off evil and protect the group. With eyes glowing blue, he activates his heavenly eye to be able to see the ghost. With the ability activated, he launches a blue light beam revealing the ghost's presence. The ghost then attacks with a scream and launches a green energy wave against the Taoist. With a beam from his eyes, the Taoist tries to counterattack but is hit squarely by the blow. Injured, he wonders how fierce that ghost is and how she can be so powerful. With his blade, our hero asks where the ghost is and prepares for combat. The Taoist then uses a talisman and says divine consciousness attacks have no power against her. The Taoist launches a yellow energy wave against the ghost to defeat her. Even hit by the blow, the ghost screams in pain but manages to stay standing in the battle. She charges full force at the Taoist and prepares for a counterattack. Shocked, he wonders how it's possible she still moves after being hit by his attack. With a powerful blow, she hits him squarely and throws him far away with a large explosion. Not giving up, the Taoist summons the 9 heavens and prepares for a new attack. With his ability, he launches a series of blue lightning bolts to try to defeat the ghost. Tang Aoshan is impressed and says the Taoist is amazing for being able to summon lightning. But our hero realizes the ghost isn't dead, and the group starts fleeing the scene. The sad music returns, and the ghost seems to be strengthening with a somber melody. The Taoist screams for everyone to run and says that Ghost's resentment is immense. The group then runs desperately through the water to try to escape the vengeful ghost. Tang Aoshan wonders why the water is still following them and how that is possible. Desperate, he screams it's no use and they can't escape that powerful ghost. Tang Aoshan says he will fight and charges full force at the ghost. But the ghost dodges the blow and stares at him with an evil smile and sharp teeth. He taunts her and says she seems afraid of his spear and prepares to attack. With a jump and a spin, he charges full force at the ghost in the surrounding water. With his sky-piercing spear ability, he launches an energy wave against the ghost. But the ghost disappears, and he wonders what happened and where she went suddenly. Suddenly, she appears behind him and grabs him, leaving him completely immobilized and cold. The ghost throws him into the water and prepares for a new attack. The Taoist realizes if nothing works, he will have to use that special move to win. He then screams for our hero to run and says the ghost is too powerful for him. Our hero says times have changed and he will show what breaking spells with force means. He advances through the water preparing for a devastating attack against the ghost, and prepares to show his true power and defeat the creature. He hits her squarely with his blade. Shocked by the scene, the Taoist can't believe what he is seeing there in the battle. With his blade, he continues to advance and cut the water searching for the hidden ghost. But she disappears again and he wonders what happened and where she went this time. He searches for her and prepares for the creature's next move. Suddenly, the ghost appears behind him and stares at him with an evil smile and glowing eyes. He taunts her and says her face is too pale and needs color. Shocked by the taunt, the ghost stares at him with a look of pure fury and surprise. With his silver lion helmet, he summons a golden lion to attack the ghost with everything. Next, he uses his gale boots and charges full force at the creature in the water. With his dragon roar combo, he launches a devastating energy wave against the ghost. The ghost then transforms into a shadow and tries to flee from the protagonist's attack. With a jump, he chases her and tells her not to run and let him land a hit on her. The spectators wonder what kind of monster he is and why he is chasing the ghost. The ghost continues to flee through the water while our hero chases her relentlessly. With his flaming blade, he asks if she is still trying to escape his power. With a devastating blow, he hits her squarely with his flaming weapon, and a large explosion happens. Our hero lands a devastating blow directly on the vengeful ghost. Then, the attack passes through her body and throws hard into the water, creating a big wave. Right after, the protagonist's blade sticks into the river bottom while the ghost energy dissipates. Meanwhile, his weapon absorbs the creature's energy, and the system notifies he gained 100 more death energy. The Taoist then thanks him for the help, and he says it was thanks to the mage weakening the ghost before. The Taoist thanks him for the help, and our hero replies they are all family now. Outside, Chief Xiao accuses grandfather Tang of cheating and demands an explanation about the son-in-law. With glowing eyes, Chief Tang asks if the old man really needs to explain himself to him. The scene cuts to the Xiao family head who seems shocked by the old man's response. With that, he realizes Chief Tang has already reached that realm and prepares for what's to come. One of the extras asks if they should postpone plans, but the chief says the old man won't live another year. Inside the instance, the group walks through the forest, and the woman calls for the protagonist. With a whiny tone, she asks why he is ignoring her and asks him to protect her. The scene cuts to a white-haired girl who seems to be watching the scene from afar. But our hero pushes her hard and screams for her to get away from him immediately. With a clenched fist, he threatens her and says he will punch her if she doesn't back off right now. Tang Aoshan then approaches and asks Xiao if she is okay after the incident. She apologizes and says she was bewitched by a ghost and he is the best for her. Suddenly, the Taoist tells everyone to stay quiet and says there is strong yin energy ahead. With a serious look, he wonders if they are friends or foes and if they should just watch. Suddenly, the Taoist asks where the protagonist is and realizes he is missing. Our hero running at high speed through the dark mountain forest. With a jump, he approaches the fight location preparing to intervene and help. With a smile, he says helping others is the root of happiness and introduces himself as Qiao Yu. With an evil look, he says the death Qi value is there and he is coming, and hits the ground. A man named Xiao Zun from the Xiao family is in trouble with his pet wolf, the ghost preparing to attack. The Taoist screams it's the painted skin ghost, and it's stronger than the ghost from before. Xiao Zun then asks the protagonist for help to subdue the painted skin ghost. But our hero remembers the Xiao family head and refuses to help without explanation. With that, he turns and says goodbye to the group, leaving them behind to face the ghost. Angry, the Xiao family head screams at the boy and calls him a little bastard. Desperate, Xiao Zun screams for him to wait and offers to pay if he helps eliminate the ghost. With an evil smile, our hero says he accepts, and since he is so generous, he will take 5 million. Xiao Zun accepts the deal and closes the business with the protagonist. Suspicious, our hero wonders if that isn't a trap for him to fall into. With a golden aura and the 7 killing gods decree, he prepares for battle. The Taoist watches him silently and is shocked by the technique he is using. He screams to activate and charges full force at the ghost, and hits it squarely with his golden staff. The battle continues with him pressuring the ghost with a series of golden attacks. Xiao Zun is shocked and wonders how he is suppressing the ghost alone in battle. Our hero then screams for them to stop watching and help him fight the ghost. Xiao Zun recovers from the shock and prepares to enter the battle with his sword and wolf. The group advances and starts fighting the ghost with everything they have. A large blue energy explosion happens on the spot with the group's combined attack. The scene cuts to an image of blue energy spreading through the forest during the battle. With the combined attack, the ghost is injured. With his sword in hand, Xiao Zun prepares for what comes after the battle. With the ghost defeated, a blue aura emanates from it, and a bright red eye appears. Shocked by the sight, Xiao Zun prepares for what is to come in the dark forest. He then has a strange vision with several red eyes staring at him in the darkness. With a scream, he says it's the ghost eye and heaven really favors his family. Our hero also realizes it's the ghost eye and the monk also has one for him. Xiao Zun advances and asks to tear the ghost's skin again. With his sword, he charges full force at the ghost to confirm his suspicions. The ghost's bright red eye stares at the group with a shadowy and mysterious aura. With a smile, Xiao Zun confirms it really is the ghost eye and it will be the family's focus. He then asks for the protagonist's help and promises to pay 10 times more for help in battle. With his Beastmaster ability, Xiao Zun uses Frenzy to strengthen his wolf. The wolf charges full force at the ghost to attack. At high speed, the wolf prepares for a devastating attack against the forest creature. With its sharp fangs, it attacks the ghost and manages to rip the ghost eye from its body. The scene cuts to the ghost eye now free from the creature's body after the attack. With the ghost eye in hand, the wolf is hit by shadowy energy and Xiao Zun screams its name. The scene cuts to the protagonist's face, watching the scene with a serious and attentive look. The ghost eye then breaks free and shadowy energy spreads throughout the dark forest. With the wolf fallen, Xiao Zun laments that all his disciples died in the ghost space. He then demands the protagonist hand over the ghost eye and promises the reward later. Our hero plays dumb and asks what ghost eye that is. Xiao Zun threatens him and tells him not to force him to use drastic measures against him. With his wolf by his side, he prepares to attack the protagonist and take the ghost eye by force. He then orders his wolf to attack and says he will take the ghost eye with his own hands. He orders the wolf to bite the protagonist to death in the forest. Our hero prepares for surprise counterattack against the wolf. He hits the wolf squarely and throws it far away with the blow. Shocked by the scene, Xiao Zun can't believe what just happened to his wolf. With the wolf defeated, the protagonist gains another 100 death Ki value and gets stronger. Desperate, Xiao Zun screams for his fallen wolf and glares at the protagonist with hatred. With the Xiao family out of his way, our hero says he must leave there as fast as possible. Running through the forest, he wonders where the Tang family members ended up on the mountain. Outside, Chief Xiao accuses Tang Wum of harming his family and challenges him to a fight, but Chief Tang warns him not to break the rules established by the 4 great families. With the presence of the Qun and Ji families, Chief Xiao has no choice but to retreat for now. The scene cuts to Chief Xiao, who seems furious with the situation, but can't do anything. Chief Tang wonders what Qiaoyu is planning and feels he is escaping his control. The scene cuts to the Ghost Mountain Forest, where something mysterious is happening. With a jump, our hero calls for Taoist Zhang and Tang Aoshan but gets no answer. Suddenly, he hears Tang Xiaoxiao's voice asking for help and wonders what happened. With a jump, he advances toward the voice and encounters a shocking scene in the forest. He finds Tang Xiaoxiao's lifeless body on the ground and wonders how that happened. Shocked by the scene, he thinks that although she was opportunistic, she didn't deserve a tragic end. With a determined look, he promises to eliminate the monsters in the mist and avenge her death. Suddenly, he sees a golden light and realizes it's Taoist Zhang in danger in the forest. With a kick, our hero hits the Taoist and saves him from a surprise attack in the forest. Relieved, Tang Aoshan says it's great he is okay and thanks him for the help in battle. Our hero then questions him about Tang Xiaoxiao's whereabouts and where she is now. He demands to know where she is and why she wasn't with the group at that moment. With a guilty look, Tang Aoshan apologizes and says it was all his fault in the end. He explains the mist was very thick and she disappeared suddenly without a trace. With hands on his head, he blames himself and says he let her down and didn't protect her. The Taoist comforts him and says it wasn't his fault and her death was a ghost's work. With a serious look, he reveals it was a painted skin ghost, one of the most terrible spirits. He explains they are ugly and like to seduce humans then rip their skin off. One of the extras asks if Xiaoxio's skin might have already been ripped off by the ghost. The Taoist confirms yes and fears she has already been killed by the ghost in the forest. Suddenly, our hero points to something and asks if the lanterns he mentioned are those. They see several human skin lanterns floating in the forest air. The Taoist then screams for our hero to watch out for the lanterns and prepares for danger. The Taoist prepares to use a powerful technique against the lanterns. He tells heaven and earth to unite to break the infernal curse. With a shout of command, he launches a blue energy wave against the lanterns to destroy them. The blue energy spreads and starts destroying the floating human skin lanterns. Angry, our hero screams that is his death ki value and asks them to leave some for him. With his blade, he advances and starts destroying the lanterns, gaining 50 ki value each. Tang Aoshin then warns him the lanterns are just a trick and the real danger is hidden. With red eyes, the ghost watches them from the shadows. With a serious and determined look, our hero prepares for what's coming in the forest. The forest gets dark and misty with a gloomy and dangerous aura. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws emerges from the shadows and attacks our hero by surprise. Angry, he screams at the sneaky bastard and manages to defend against the unexpected attack. With a jump back, he dodges the attack and prepares for the confrontation with the ghost. With a powerful spin, he prepares to counterattack and face the creature head-on. With a lantern on its head, the ghost praises the protagonist's skin and asks if it can take it. He then says since he didn't answer, he will take his skin by force and charges to attack. With his staff, our hero screams for him to get lost and hits him with a powerful blow. With the blow, the lantern breaks, revealing the ghost's true face with red eyes. With the lantern broken, a large red energy explosion happens at the battle site. Angry, the ghost screams at the humans for damaging his human skin lanterns. With his claws, he advances and says he will rip off the skin, eat the flesh, and swallow his soul. Our hero manages to block the attack with his staff, but realizes the ghost is very tough. With his claws, the ghost tries to break the staff, and our hero says only death ki is effective. With a serious look, he thinks he can't defeat that ghost without entering Fury mode. With the system activating Fury mode, he summons a glacial barrier to protect himself from the attack. The ice barrier manages to block the ghost's attack but is destroyed by the force of the impact. The protagonist watches the scene, shocked by the ghost's power. Suddenly, the G family group appears and says they are there to help their friend in battle. With their swords, they advance and attack the ghost with a series of energy strikes. With their swords, the G family group continues to attack the ghost with a series of blows. One of the members introduces himself as Kyun Hao, the little sword god of the Kyun family. Our hero realizes that guy's attack power is truly high and impressive. With a jump, the ghost charges full force at Kyun Hao, preparing to attack. One of the women in the group summons a glacial barrier to protect her companion from the attack. The ice barrier manages to block the ghost's attack but is destroyed by the force of the impact. Our hero watches the scene and wonders if they encountered the ghost before that day. With an attentive look, he understands the ghost likely has a ghost eye with it. The Taoist says he doesn't know where Tang Aoshin went, and our hero suggests they leave first. With a worried look, the Taoist agrees to go ahead and wait for him further on. The G family group continues to fight and pressure the ghost with their attacks. With his human sovereign creation skill, Kyun launches a devastating attack against the ghost. With a beam of blue energy, he hits the ghost squarely in the face with all his strength. With a shout of command, one of the group members orders everyone to attack together to defeat it. With their auras and swords, the group advances and attacks the ghost with one last powerful blow. With the combined attack, a large explosion occurs, and the ghost seems to have been defeated. One of the group members manages to grab the ghost eye with a green aura and prepares to flee. With a smile of victory, he celebrates getting the ghost eye and prepares to leave, when the item simply vanishes. Someone steals the ghost eye from his hands, leaving the group shocked. With a shout, Kyun Hao orders everyone to chase the sword and recover the stolen ghost eye. With an evil smile, our hero says he got the second eye and now only 2 are left. With a kick, he launches the sword back to the G family group and prepares to flee. With a determined look, one of the group members grabs the sword and prepares for the chase. At high speed, he advances and chases the protagonist through the dark mountain forest. With a jump and a spin, he manages to catch up to the protagonist but is surprised by a trick. With a firm step, our hero steps on the sword and uses it to propel himself away from the group. The man then tells him not to run and that he will hold him until Kyun Hao arrives to help. 2 more people approach the scene. Suddenly, 2 mysterious figures with hoods and red eyes appear to complicate the situation. With the arrival of the mysterious figures, Kyun Hao asks who they are and what they want there. Worried, he realizes they are all mid-stage and if they attack together, they will die. Outside, one of the family heads says someone is ambushing the juniors in the instance. Kyun Hao asks what they want, and one of the figures prepares to answer the question. The hooded man says he heard of the little sword god and wanted to fight him. With his sword glowing blue, Kyun Hao accepts the challenge and prepares for combat, while the 2 mysterious people stare at them. He asks who they are, and if they don't fear the Kyun family's revenge for attacking him. The hooded man says they are the ones who will kill him there that day. With a punch, the G family member advances and shouts enough of all that posing. With his Kyun King Tyrannical Fist skill, he prepares for a devastating attack. He charges full force at the hooded man to attack him head-on. With a sequence of punches, he tries to hit the opponent and asks how many times he can dodge, but the hooded man calls him trash and prepares for a counterattack. With a punch, he hits him squarely in the face and defeats him with a single devastating blow. The hooded man advances and attacks the G family member with a punch. Our hero watches the scene and wonders if the man isn't human and why he looks familiar. With the G family member defeated, the group regroups and prepares for the next step. They then turn to the protagonist and ask if he will surrender peacefully or fight. But suddenly, one of the hooded men attacks the other with a devastating punch to the back. Shocked by the betrayal, the man stares at him with a look of pure surprise and doesn't understand why. With an apology, the traitor defeats him and prepares to reveal his identity. Our hero recognizes him as Lin Lang and wonders how he became that on the mountain. Lin Lang warns him there is more than one black-robed man there, and they are all after him. With a final warning, he says the next time they meet they will be enemies and flees. Our hero realizes the black-robed men are after him in the instance. With a kick, he gets rid of the defeated man's body and prepares for what's coming. Suddenly, the G family group finds him and is shocked to see their member's body on the ground. Angry, he realizes he can no longer clear his name and will be blamed for the death. Outside, the Kyun family patriarch accuses Tang Woma's son-in-law of killing his junior. With the accusation, Chief Tang stares at the Kyun family patriarch with a serious and defiant look. Shocked by the scene, Kyun Xiangsu wonders how Qiao Yu could do something like that. Our hero then asks if they would believe him if he said he didn't kill him in the forest. With a furious look, Kyun-ho asks what he thinks and prepares for combat. With his corpse ancestor ring, our hero prepares to use his stealing ability. He activates the ability and steals Kyun-ho's speed, who screams for him not to run. Running through the forest, our hero shouts he didn't kill him, and Kyun-ho questions why he is fleeing. The two running at high speed through the dark forest of Ghost Mountain. The G family group chases him and screams for him not to flee and face the consequences. Hiding behind a tree, he laments that Lin Lang left him with a big mess to clean up. With a sigh, he realizes Taoist Zhang is still waiting for him somewhere. Arriving at the temple, he finds the Taoist who says his sex-lost artifact must be there. With an apology, the Taoist says the journey is dangerous and he can't take him. The scene cuts to the temple interior where the Taoist finds a Buddha statue with an artifact. With a shout of joy, he celebrates finding his Taoist sex-lost artifact. With the artifact in hand, the Taoist prepares to leave the temple, but something strange happens. He turns and sees the Buddha statue with a purple aura and a sinister smile on its face. Shocked by the scene, he wonders what is happening and how that is possible. With a laugh, the statue wonders how many years it's been since a Taoist managed to get there. Angry, the Taoist screams for whoever it is to stop playing and show themselves immediately. With a glow, a golden staff appears, and a voice tells him not to be nervous about the situation. A Buddhist monk appears and says both Buddhism and Taoism are for the salvation of all. Shocked, the Taoist recognizes him as Master Yuan Kong and can't believe he is still alive. The monk says he won't become a Buddha until Ghost Mountain is empty of suffering. He then asks benefactor Enro why he came to the mountain this time to visit him. The monk questions if he didn't come to join his Buddhist order and convert. Angry, the Taoist says he respects him but won't convert and is a Taoist in life and death. The monk then says he has an affinity with his Buddha, and that is predestined by heaven. With his golden staff glowing, he prepares for a conversion attack against the Taoist. With a shout of command, he orders the Taoist to convert to Buddhism and attacks him with his power. With the monk's attack, the Taoist feels strong pressure and prepares for what's coming. With a smile, the monk says that's right and orders the Taoist to kneel and convert. With the force of the power, the Taoist is forced to kneel on the temple floor with no way to react. Suddenly, our hero appears and stops him from kneeling completely by holding his head. He says Buddhism doesn't accept those below a bachelor's degree and taunts him. Shocked by the appearance, the Taoist screams Qiao Yu's name and prepares to get up. Relieved, he says that was close and he was almost converted by Master Yuan Kong in the temple. With a smile, the monk turns to the protagonist and asks if he also wishes to convert. But our hero refuses and says he is a rude man and doesn't want to embarrass Buddhism. The monk then says his Buddha has great compassion and wishes to save everyone with attachments. With a golden aura, he says no one can refuse his Buddha and prepares for the attack. With a gesture, he launches a wave of golden energy against the protagonist to convert him. But to his surprise, our hero is unaffected and says his performance is entertaining. Shocked, the monk wonders why the boy has no reaction, and the system shows his zero mental power. With a sword, the Taoist says that isn't Buddhist Dharma and accuses him of being an evil technique. The monk says benefactor Eri is mistaken and the Buddha has no form. The Taoist prepares for combat and prepares to attack the monk. With a flaming talisman, he calls him a stubborn demon and prepares for the attack. Our hero then reveals he isn't Master Yuan Kong but the fearsome ghost monk. He taunts him and asks if he isn't the ghost monk and if he is right. The monk says all who dare address him like that have their souls scattered. He attacks the Taoist and traps him with his dark and powerful energy. The ghost monk reveals his true form. The Taoist warns him the monk's obsession remains, and he is dozens of times more terrible. The monk says all beings suffer and the gods and Buddhas close their eyes. He says he will be the only one to deliver salvation to all living beings. He declares himself the only true Buddha and prepares for the final attack. With his dark energy, he attacks the duo and throws them far away with a large explosion. The force of the impact destroys the temple and launches a wave of dark energy across the mountain. Far away, the G family group watches the scene, shocked by the explosion and the monk's power. With the impact of the explosion, the duo is thrown far away, and the Taoist says the monk is very strong. With a worried look, he warns the protagonist to be careful because he might not be able to protect him. With his 7 killing gods' decreased skill, he prepares for a devastating attack. With a shout of command, he launches a wave of golden energy that hits the ghost monk squarely. With a bleeding face, the monk celebrates he hit him, but the celebration is short-lived. He says mere mortals cannot hurt a true Buddha and warns him. Suddenly, the ground turns into a sea of blood, and the Taoist is surrounded by red energy. With a prayer, the monk says the only way to escape is to convert to his Buddha. With an aura of lightning, the Taoist calls him an evil Buddha and prepares for a powerful attack. But our hero stops him and warns him he is still in the sea of blood and cannot attack. With his lightning aura, the MC is hit squarely by the sea of blood energy. With a scream of pain, he turns into a blue energy skeleton before disappearing. The MC is evaporating in the monk's sea of blood and activates Fury Mode. The Taoist using his technique again to break the monk's infernal curse. Then the Taoist advances and attacks the ghost monk with everything he has. With a powerful blow, he manages to hit the monk squarely, but the attack has no effect. With a look of surprise, he realizes his attack didn't work and the monk is very strong. The monk calls him a fool for daring to attack a true Buddha like that. With his staff, he counters and throws the Taoist far away with a powerful blow. The Taoist is hit by a series of energy attacks from the ghost monk. The Taoist being defeated by the monk and preparing for the worst. With a golden aura, our hero intervenes, and the monk notices the dense death Kai he emanates. With his blade, he attacks the monk and deals 100 damage, but the monk doesn't seem to care. The system then reveals the ghost monk stats, who is an epic level 30 NPC. Our hero realizes the monk is just one level away from becoming high stage. He thinks if he hadn't killed the lanterns, they would have trouble dealing with the monk. The Taoist then asks that if he dies, the protagonist takes his body and the star dis. With a smile, our hero says Taoist Jung won't die and neither will he. The scene cuts to an image supporting the team in the Manhwa series official website. With a golden aura, our hero charges full force at the ghost monk to attack him. The monk says his ki is so dense he will certainly fall into hell. With his staff glowing, he prepares for a powerful attack to end the battle. With his sword, the Taoist prepares to attack the monk and protect his friend from danger. But the monk manages to dodge the attack and prepares for a counterattack against the duo. The monk activates a skill and launches an energy wave that hits the Taoist. Our hero then realizes the monk has 2 ghost eyes and he needs to defeat him. The monk then charges full force at the protagonist, preparing for an attack. With his staff, he hits him squarely, and our hero realizes he can't move. Worried about his friend, the Taoist screams Qiao Yu's name and prepares to intervene. With his body, he is hit by the staff and thrown far away with the blow. The force of the impact throws him hard against one of the temple walls. The MC seems defeated on the ground. Angry, the Taoist screams Yuan Kong's name, and with his golden sword prepares for the attack. With his golden sword, the Taoist tells heaven and earth to lend the power of the universe. With a golden aura, he prepares for a sacrifice attack to defeat the ghost monk. Angry, the monk calls him crazy and asks if he wants to take him along to death. With a final incantation, the Taoist prepares for the final attack against the ghost monk. With his golden sword, he launches an energy wave that hits the monk squarely in the temple. The monk tries to defend. The force of the impact passes through him. With the effort, the Taoist falls to the ground exhausted but victorious after the sacrifice attack. Our hero then appears and holds him before he falls completely onto the temple floor. With a smile, he asks if he is still alive, and the Taoist says it was pure luck. He then asks if Yuan Kong is dead, and the Taoist says he isn't sure if the blow killed him. With his staff in hand, our hero says then he will finish the job and end him. With a surprised look, he sees the Taoist's sword broken on the ground after the powerful attack. Suddenly, the monk screams, "Everyone must die." A purple aura spreads through the place and starts forming something. With a smile, he summons a horde of followers and prepares for the final attack. Shocked by the scene, the Taoist prepares for the worst that can happen in the temple. With an imposing look, the monk says now that they have seen the true Buddha, they must convert. With the force of the pressure, the Taoist is thrown to the ground and becomes completely immobilized. The duo is surrounded by purple energy and has no way to escape the ghost monk's power. The Empress then warns him the ghost eye space is terrifying and suggests an idea. With the ghost eye in hand, our hero says he will risk it and prepares to use it. With a quick movement, he places the ghost eye in his own eye. With a scream of pain, he feels the power of the ghost eye. The monk then screams ghost eye and prepares for a counterattack against the protagonist. With a giant hand, he charges full force at our hero to crush him. With a powerful attack, he hits the ground with his giant hand. The force of the impact destroys the floor and raises a cloud of dust in the place. The monk can't believe his attack failed and screams it's impossible. With the ghost eye, he manages to escape the attack and sees an image of Zuyu in his mind. With glowing red eyes, he prepares to use the ghost eye's power in battle. With the power, he manages to break the ghost eye space and escape the monk's illusion. With his new eyes, he says the world has changed, and he can see the particles in the air. Back in the temple, he stares at the ghost monk with his new eyes and prepares to fight. Shocked, the monk realizes the other two ghost eyes are with the protagonist now. With a smile, our hero taunts him and asks if he wants the ghost eyes back. Angry, the monk advances and says he will take the ghost eyes with his own hands. With his new vision, he can predict the monk's movements and prepares for the attack. With the Vajra demon subduing Pillar, he prepares for a devastating attack. With his Gale Boots, he charges full force at the monk for a quick attack. With a powerful blow, he manages to dodge the monk's attack and hits him squarely. With a smile, he says dodging is useless, and the system notifies the Dragon Roar combo triggered. With his staff, he hits him once, and the system notifies the combo stacked once. With a sequence of attacks, he stacks the combo 5 times and prepares for the final blow. With the combo, the monk realizes each blow is faster and heavier than the last. With a jump, our hero attacks the monk and breaks his staff with the force of the stacked combo. With the combo stacked 20 times, he launches a golden dragon that hits the monk squarely. In surprise, the monk stares at the protagonist before being completely defeated. With a final attack, our hero passes through the monk's body and defeats him with his golden aura. With his body in flames, the monk screams it's impossible and ravels into pure dark energy. With the victory, our hero gains 400 more death key value and the 2 ghost eyes. With a golden aura, he holds the ghost eyes in his hands preparing to use them. The system then congratulates him and reveals he acquired an A-rank item called Villain Dad card. The card can force a living being to recognize him as their adoptive father and is single use. Angry, he screams what the hell is a Villain Dad card and calls it a trash and unlucky item. The scene cuts to the protagonist who seems frustrated with the item he just got. Suddenly a weapon appears and he realizes it's a D-rank Crescent Halberd E1. With an evil smile, he realizes the weapon can launch a fatal attack that ignores defense. With a shout of joy, he celebrates the weapon is amazing and he is ready to use it. With the ghost eyes in hand, he says now his sealed memories must be revealed. With a determined look, he prepares to use the ghost eyes and break the seal. With a red aura, the ghost eyes' power surrounds him, and his memories begin to return. With the seal breaking, he remembers Zhu Yu and prepares to see what happened. In his mind, he sees Xayah's image and wonders what she has to do with all that. With the seal breaking, he acquires the S-rank hidden skill called Path of 1,000 Weapons. With his memories returning, he sees broken images of his past with Zhu Yu. The images continue to appear showing happy and sad moments of their relationship. With a smile and a tattoo on her face, Zhu Yu's final image appears in his mind. Angry and with a red aura, he screams the names of Bai Zi and Huaxia, remembering everything. Worried, the Taoist asks what is wrong and why he is acting that way. He then says he is fine and the ghost monk was defeated and they can move on. With a serious look, he realizes the people in black are from Bai Zi and Lin Lang as a guinea pig. Suddenly, he hears a voice and realizes he was found by the black-robed men. With a shout of command, the leader orders to notify the other 3 teams to go there. With the reinforcements arriving, one of the men tells Qiao Yu to go with them and not force them to act. He taunts them and realizes all the black-robed men are mid-stage. With a shout of command, the leader orders his men to take him down, and the battle begins full force. With his blade in hand, our hero prepares to use the Ghost Eye mimicry ability. With a powerful spin, he advances and prepares for a devastating attack against the men in black. With a fire aura, he prepares to show his true power and defeat the enemies. With a large fire explosion, he hits one of the black-robed men squarely with the blow. One of the men advances with his blue energy sword and prepares to attack the protagonist. With their swords, they clash in a blade duel with a large energy explosion. The scene cuts to the 2 blades clashing and creating sparks in the middle of the battle. With a powerful blow, our hero hits him and deals 505 damage to the opponent. Shocked, the man wonders how it's possible and if he is no match for the protagonist's strength. With a shield, one of the men advances and prepares to protect his companions from the attack. Our hero hits him with his staff and says that guy's shell is really hard. With a fireball, he attacks the shield, but the man manages to defend the blow successfully. The battle continues with a large fire explosion hitting one of the black-robed men. With a dagger, one of the men advances and prepares for a surprise attack against the protagonist. The scene cuts to the protagonist's leg preparing to dodge the attack. He manages to dodge the attack and prepares for a counterattack, and realizes their teamwork is very good and he needs to break the formation. With his trump card, he prepares to use the Villain Dad card and turn the tide of battle. He says he is willing to become his adoptive son if he doesn't abandon him. Confused, the shield man wonders what is happening and why he is feeling that. He wonders why he feels so close to the protagonist suddenly. With his halberd, our hero attacks him and calls him an old scoundrel preparing to fight. Shocked by the betrayal, the man tries to defend but is hit squarely by the attack. With a single blow, he defeats him and the system notifies his HP is 0 and he gained death ki. One of the men is shocked and wonders how he instantly killed a defense cultivator. With an attack from his staff, he hits the group's healer and says his healing is annoying. With his fire dragon explosive projectile skill, the mage prepares for the attack. He hits the mage and defeats him, gaining 150 more death ki. With his Dark Death of Heaven's End skill, the assassin charges full force to attack. He brags about his speed and says the protagonist can't keep up with him in battle. Our hero stares at the assassin and prepares for the counterattack. With the ghost eye, he copies the assassin's skill and prepares to use it against him. Shocked, the assassin wonders why and how he can use his supreme technique like that. Confused, he wonders why the attack hasn't arrived yet and what is happening there. Suddenly, he realizes the danger and turns to see what is happening behind him. With the assassin's own technique, our hero attacks him and defeats him with a single blow. Shocked by the scene, the two remaining men prepare for the final confrontation with him. Our hero says now only two are left to end it all. They call him a demon and prepare for the final attack against the protagonist. With a fire aura, he says the Bay's people all deserve to die for their crimes. They start fleeing and tell him to wait for the other three teams arriving. With his trump card spent, our hero decides not to chase them and lets them escape for now. With the battle over, he thanks the Taoist for everything and prepares to leave the instance. With a last look, the Taoist watches the instance disappear and says goodbye to his friend. The scene cuts to a dark and mysterious place where something is happening in the shadows. A chained girl with a blue box in her hand seems to be crying silently. With tears in her eyes, she stares into the darkness with a look of pure sadness and despair. A tear runs down her face as she says he still ended up unlocking her seal. Back to reality, the spectators scream he is out and prepare for what will come. With his exit from the instance, the Kyun family patriarch stares at him with a look of pure fury. The man introduces himself as Kyun Kangshin, the Kyun family patriarch, and stares at him with hatred. Chief Xiao tells Old Man Tang to see how he will handle the situation now. Angry, one of the Kyun family members accuses him of killing his juniors and demands. Chief Xiao taunts him and asks if they are all blind and didn't see what happened. With a serious look, our hero reveals it was two people in black and one of them was Lin Lang. Chief Xiao accuses him of making up stories and calls him a liar in front of everyone. Desperate, he turns to Chiangshu and asks if she also doesn't believe him in that situation. With a look of contempt, Chiangshu says he killed her members and asks how she can believe him. He says he understands and prepares for what's coming in the meeting. Suddenly, Chiangshu attacks him with her blue energy sword and apologizes for what she is going to do. With a blow from her sword, she hits him squarely and blood sprays into the arena air. With a wounded and bleeding face, he stares at her. With the sword stuck in his body, he stares at her, not understanding the reason for the surprise attack. Shocked by the scene, she asks why he didn't dodge the blow and stares at him with concern. He says the blow is to repay her help and now they are even. He then thinks if Zia were there she would believe him no matter what happened. With a doubtful look, she wonders if she might have misunderstood the situation and judged him wrong. He screams for them to stop and asks what the Kyun family wants to do with him there. The patriarch then asks Hara if he saw Qiaoyu kill the people, and he denies seeing it. He also says he found the people in black but doesn't think they were the ones who killed his junior. With a furious look, the patriarch says he is the prime suspect and can't just walk away. Our hero asks what the old man suggests he do in that situation. The patriarch says it's simple and he must die and hand over the 4 ghost eyes. With an evil laugh, our hero mocks the Kyun family and their absurd demands. With a blue aura, he says he didn't kill anyone, and if they attack him, he will drag them down with him. The spectators are shocked and wonder if the boy went crazy for threatening the patriarch. The patriarch has a premonition and prepares for what's coming. He realizes if he fights the boy, he really might be capable of killing him. With a mask, he says his family can't be manipulated and orders them to capture him dead or alive. With a shout of command, the Kyun family members charge to attack the protagonist. With his trump card, our hero prepares to use the villain dad card against the patriarch. With an attack shout, the patriarch orders his men to advance and finish the boy. Suddenly, he stops and wonders what is happening and why he is feeling that. The Tang family head then interferes and warns him if they touch him, he will declare war. Shocked, Chief Xiao wonders if Old Man Tang went crazy over a fake son-in-law. Angry, the patriarch screams at Tang Wumu and asks if he wants to lead the Tang family to ruin. Chief Tang says if they go to war, he might tear off a few pieces of him. With the threat, the crowd starts murmuring, and the Kyun family patriarch stares at Old Man Tang. Chief Tang then says in the instance life and death depend on fate, and that has always been the rule. The spectators agree and say the Kyun family is arrogant and has double standards. The patriarch says the Tang family will pay for today's actions and prepares to leave. With a last look of hatred, he withdraws from the meeting with his family members. The scene cuts to Kyun Ho watching our hero walk away in silence after the confusion. Our hero then thanks Patriarch Tang for the help, and he says it's natural to protect him. With the promise to take him to the ancestral land, Chief Tang guides him to the sacred site. The scene cuts to a mysterious castle where the Black Road men are being punished. Angry, the leader calls them trash and says 20 cultivators couldn't catch a rookie. Kneeling on the ground, they beg for punishment and prepare for what's coming. Back at the Tang family, our hero and the head walk toward the clan's ancestral land. With a gesture, Chief Tang opens a portal and prepares to take the protagonist to the place. The scene cuts to the glowing portal door opening to the Tang family ancestral land. With a gesture, Chief Tang invites him to enter and says the ancestral land is right below. The Empress then warns him to use his eyes sparingly because an S-rank skill will bring trouble. With a serious look, our hero says he understands and prepares for what's coming. The scene cuts to several stairs leading underground to the family's ancestral land. Arriving at the underground altar, they prepare for the ritual that is going to happen there. Shocked, our hero realizes the altar is exactly like the one in the soul-cleansing lake. Chief Tang asks what's wrong, and he covers saying he feels a bit hot. The chief says he won't feel hot for long and prepares himself. Our hero asks what the old man is doing and prepares for danger. He says what he shouldn't have done was stop Tang Lan, and says since he ruined his plans he will have to replace her. With his card in hand, our hero prepares to use the villain dad card against the head. The scene cuts to the protagonist's face preparing to activate the card's power. With the card activated, he falls to the ground and seems to have been defeated by the family head. The scene cuts to a strong light that might indicate the start of a new and unexpected arc. Suddenly, he wakes up in a lab, and a scientist asks if he is awake. Trapped in a chamber, he struggles, and the scientist watches him. Then Chief Tang appears and tells the scientist to stop playing and get straight to the point. He says that is a perfect body and prepares for the ritual, and reveals he is about to die but can be resurrected using the protagonist's body. Our hero screams internally asking for help from Her Majesty the Mechanical Empress. She explains they injected a paralyzing agent into him, and she will help him absorb the effects. Chief Tang reveals the best candidate was his granddaughter, but now all Tsushi's secrets will be his. Then the old man prepares to start the body transfer ritual to the protagonist. The scientist right after injects a strange substance into the chamber where our hero is trapped. Immediately, the protagonist starts feeling agonizing pain all over his body. He breaks free furiously and says the old man dares erase his memories and today one of the two will die. The elder calls him arrogant and says he is already far beyond the advanced stage and he has no chance. At that moment, our hero uses the villain dad card and offers to be his adoptive son. Confused, the Tang family head wonders what that is and why he is feeling that way. Tsuyoshi calls him adoptive father and says he will send him to the other world and charges to attack. The old man wonders how a mere early-stage cultivator can make him feel so much danger. To protect himself, he activates his defense skill called Invincible Golden Body. He mocks and says not even Director Ji Pingyang could break his defense with a single blow. But to his surprise, the barrier starts cracking, and he wonders what is happening there. He charges with his halberd and screams for the old man to die once and for all. The attack hits Chief Tang squarely, causing massive damage of 999 million. Our hero is confused by the scene and wonders why the old man has so much HP. Right after, the system reveals the Sage's Protection, an S-rank item that negates a fatal attack. Tsuyoshi gets furious and complains it's a waste for the old man to have such an item and not die to drop it. The elder wonders why a weapon that isn't high rank gave him a sense of fatal threat. Angry, the chief asks what tricks he is using, but our hero just wants to see how many protections he has. Suddenly, the old man simply disappears, and the protagonist is left not understanding what happened. He then realizes the chief fled and questions if that is really a man about to die. The system warns his adoptive father was protected and the attack was ineffective, but he can launch another blow. With that, he decides to save his last card and threatens that the next meeting will be the old man's death. Seeing the elder flee, he thinks his lifespan might end before they meet again. His status screen shows he is a level 18 Necromancer and lists his new equipment and skills. With a clenched fist, he thinks of all his enemies, says the most important thing now is to have strength. Feeling he forgot something, he decides the best thing now is to return to school and runs out. With a jump, our hero escapes the destroyed lab and returns to the surface. Arriving on campus, he walks among the students preparing for what's coming. He thinks the place is better than Ghost Mountain and not as gloomy as there. Suddenly, someone touches his shoulder, and a blue aura starts glowing intensely in his hand. He is then teleported from the campus by mysterious force and disappears in the blink of an eye. Being taken to an office, he encounters Director Ji Pingyang, who stares at him angrily. The director accuses him of killing a Kyun family member on Ghost Mountain and demands an explanation. But our hero denies the accusation and says it wasn't him who killed the Kyun family member. The director doesn't believe him and attacks him with a shadowy aura, hitting him for 2,090 damage. Hit squarely by the attack, he feels the force of the blow and prepares for the worst that can happen. With the attack, his HP drops drastically to 1 out of 6,020, and he is on the brink of death. Even wounded, he gets up and stares at the director, who retracts his shadowy aura after the attack. The director demands proof, and he admits he has none, but the culprit was Lin Lang, who joined by Z. Then the director gives him 4 months to find Lin Lang or proof and guarantees the Chun family won't touch him. With the deal made, our hero accepts the conditions and prepares for the new and dangerous mission. Back at the dorm, he opens a door and prepares for what's coming. His friends greet him and call him Brother Yu with enthusiasm and joy. They reveal Ma Fei used his money skill and they found a clue about Ziyu. Surprised by the news, he asks what they found out about the girl's whereabouts. His friend then shows a magical projection and tells him to take a look at the clue they found. The projection shows an intense battle with a white-haired woman fighting against several enemies. The woman uses a large ice shield to protect herself from the opponent's attacks in the battle. The friend explains the setting of that instance is an ancient royal court full of dangers. He also says upon entering, players receive random roles like Ma Fei, who became a eunuch. The friend reveals the instance crisis is national destruction and they will face an invasion. He continues and says people from more powerful country will invade and everyone will be caught in the war. The friend explains leveling up in that instance is fast and they almost reached mid-stage last time. Unfortunately, a monstrous boss appeared and they ended up failing the mission and were defeated. Our hero then realizes Zia might be in the instance to level up quickly and get stronger. But he wonders why she didn't come back to find them and thinks she might have her own difficulties. Determined, our hero says to go to the instance to search for clues about Zaya's whereabouts. Arriving at the forest, they find a portal and prepare to enter the dungeon and find the girl. In a hurry, they enter the portal before the Hunter Guild finds them and stops them from entering. The scene cuts to the portal closing in the forest and the team disappearing inside the instance. Inside the dungeon, a servant laments the prince hasn't woken up for over a month and is desperate. Another servant scolds her and says the emperor already appointed a new prince and calls him a dead man. Our hero then wakes up confused and wonders where he is and if that place is the imperial palace. The system reveals the mission to assume the prince's identity and protect the country from invasion. Getting up, he wonders what Zia came to do in that instance and what her goal is. He then remembers the prince he assumed was found in the empress's bath. With that, the emperor stripped him of the title and chose a new successor among the other three princes. With a plan in mind, he realizes if he defeats the other three princes, he will be the only choice. He then calls the two servants and prepares to put his plan into action in the palace. After congratulating his awakening, he orders them to take him to the other prince's residence. But one of the servants warns him he isn't allowed to leave his chambers without the emperor's order. Angry, he wonders if the old emperor wants to imprison him there in that palace. Suddenly, the emperor arrives with his entourage, and the servants kneel in sign of respect. The emperor of the Red Flame Kingdom, Tang Daezong, appears with an imposing and powerful aura. Our hero then watches him and thinks that is his cheap father in that court instance. Angry, the emperor demands an explanation, and our hero wonders if he can kill him with his halberd. Suddenly, the fourth prince's mother arrives, and the court announces the arrival of Her Highness Yang Gaifei. The woman introduced herself as Yang Gaifei, the fourth prince's biological mother, and stares at him with affection. Relieved to see him awake, she hugs him and says it's good he is well and awake. He then remembers the warmth of his mother who left him when he was only 6 years old. The emperor gets annoyed with the scene and yells at Yang Mengxuan about her son's good deeds. Desperate, she begs for forgiveness and says her son must not have acted intentionally. He then pulls away from the hug and stares at his mother with a serious and determined look. With a firm tone, he says he will take responsibility for his actions and she doesn't need to apologize. He then turns to the emperor and asks for 3 days to discover the truth about what happened. The emperor agrees but threatens him with exile to the borders if he doesn't find the truth in time. Worried, his mother warns him the emperor doesn't joke and he will be exiled if he doesn't prove his innocence. With a plan in mind, he asks her where the other three princes live in the palace. Arriving at the eldest prince's residence, he wonders which one framed him and set him up. With an evil smile, he says he will catch him and prepares to enter the place. With a kick, he breaks down the door and says he will see what the eldest prince is made of. Upon entering, he encounters an unexpected scene and is shocked by what he sees in the hall. With 2 chicken legs in his hands, the eldest prince is his friend Yang Shandi who greets him. The friend explains his mission is to help a 4th prince regain his position and complains about the role. With a smile and eating, the friend realizes if the 2 are princes, then Mafei must also be one. Looking at the door, he says it's obvious and prepares for the arrival of his other friend. Mafei then appears and reveals himself as the 2nd prince of that royal court instance. With the 3 friends reunited, they realize the culprit can only be the 3rd prince. The trio then sets off in search of the 3rd prince to confront him about the setup against our hero. Arriving at the 3rd prince's residence, a guard announces the arrival of the other 3 princes. The 3rd prince wonders what is happening and if his scheme was exposed somehow. With a fake smile, the 3rd prince apologizes for not being prepared to receive them. But without warning, he is hit squarely by a punch from the protagonist and thrown to the ground. With a threatening tone, our hero tells his older brothers to show a little love. The trio then starts beating up the 3rd prince without giving him a chance to defend himself. Fallen on the ground and desperate, he asks what they are doing and why they are attacking him. With a punch, our hero demands he confess how he framed him and set him up in the palace. Scared and with no choice, he begs them to stop hitting and promises he will talk. He then confesses it was him who framed him and promises to tell everything to the court officials. With eyes wide with fear, he says he will make the father restore his position as prince. Our hero says the 3 are on the same side, and if they kill him, it will be hard to regain his post. The friend agrees and says to spare him for now and prepare for what's coming. Back at the residence, the friend reveals last time they were there, they discovered something important. He explains the country that wants to invade the kingdom is the Great Shaman Kingdom with many shamanic arts users. Mafei reveals tomorrow the Shaman Kingdom will assassinate the emperor and the country will enter civil war. But he says since the 3 became princes, they don't need to worry about that situation. With a smile, the friend says when he ascends the throne, he will appoint each of them as prince. The scene cuts to the friend getting beaten by the other 2 for his bad joke about the throne. The next day at the hunting grounds, the emperor prepares for the start of the annual event. Our hero then approaches his mother and says he is fully recovered and ready for the hunt. Relieved, she says it's good he is well and stares at him with a gentle and affectionate smile. Suddenly, the third prince's mother scolds him for greeting his mother before the emperor. His mother tries to apologize, but our hero stares at her with a serious look and interrupts her. He then questions her why she doesn't have a horse, and if she lost it on the way to the hunt. Angry, she calls him impudent, but he ignores her and calls her a lunatic not worth his time. The empress then asks for justice from the emperor, but he tells her to shut up and prepares for the hunt. One of the servants announces all preparations are complete and the hunt can begin. With a shout of command, the emperor starts the hunt and everyone sets off into the forest. The scene cuts to the army riding through the forest in search of prey for the event. The emperor thinks of the Shaman Kingdom prodigies and how they are masters in their arts. He then laments his best successor has become so rebellious and fears for his kingdom's future. During the hunt, a deer appears and becomes the main target of the emperor's hunters. With his bow and arrow, the emperor aims at the deer and prepares to shoot the animal. But the deer manages to dodge the arrow and escapes the emperor's shot with agility. The emperor then challenges the fourth prince to shoot the deer and threatens him if he fails. Our hero then asks what he gets if he manages to hit the deer with his arrow. The emperor laughs and says, if he hits from 500 meters away, he will give him whatever he wants. With the promise, he says if he hits, he wants the emperor to make Yang Gufei the empress. With a smile, he aims with his bow and arrow and prepares for the perfect shot. The arrow flies through the air at high speed toward the deer far away in the field. The emperor sighs and thinks after the bath incident the fourth prince really changed. With his ghost eye locked on the target, he says archery is fun and he won't miss. But with the force of the shot, his bow breaks into pieces and he is surprised by what happened. The prime minister laughs and says although the prince's aim is bad, he has a lot of strength. Worried, the friend says he doesn't even know how to shoot a bow and arrow and is in trouble. The scene cuts to the deer appearing to watch the arrow approach with an attentive look. Angry, the emperor orders his men to drag him and whip him 50 times as punishment. One of the servants mocks him for fighting even with the bowstring broken and calls him a fool. With a smile, he asks who said a broken bowstring has no killing power. The guard laughs and says the prince must have fried his brain and that is simply ridiculous. But our hero grabs the arrow and prepares to throw it with his own hands at the deer. With a quick move, he throws the arrow with all his strength toward the target. The arrow flies through the air with incredible speed, leaving an energy trail wherever it passes. The scene cuts to the deer appearing to watch the arrow approach with an attentive look. With a cry of pain, the deer is hit squarely by the arrow and falls to the ground defeated. Shocked by the scene, the servants wonder how that is possible and can't believe what they saw. The emperor is surprised by the prince's skill and stares at him with a look of astonishment. With the promise fulfilled, he tells the emperor he trusts he won't go back on his word. He then thinks he could become the queen the mother in that dungeon would be happy with him. Speechless, the emperor stares at him, not knowing what to say in the face of the unexpected situation. The prime minister gets annoyed and says the queen's position is important and cannot be changed. He then questions the prime minister if the bet was about killing the deer with the bow. The friend explains he is a necromancer who fights melee and using the bow to hit is normal. With a defiant tone, he asks if the minister will let the emperor go back on his word. With no choice, the emperor agrees to keep the promise and enthrone concubine Yang as queen. He then ends the discussion and sends everyone home preparing to keep his word. The prime minister stares at him with a look of pure fury but can do nothing to stop him. The empress then confronts the protagonist's mother and accuses her of raising a rebellious and insolent son. His mother begs for forgiveness and offers to take the blame for her son's actions. With a slap, the empress hits her in the face and calls her a slut. She then reminds her she is the mistress of the harem and has power over all other women. With her hand on her face, his mother thinks she will do anything as long as the queen leaves him alone. Our hero then returns from the hunt and his mother watches him arrive with a worried look. The protagonist gets angry at what he saw. Surprised by his return, she asks why he came back so early from the emperor's hunt. He apologizes for being a disobedient son and causing suffering. With a smile, she says he is a silly child and she is old and useless to help him. The queen mocks the scene and warns them not to ruin the emperor's mood at the hunt. With a firm and serious tone, our hero turns to the queen and demands she apologize. Angry, she questions if he went crazy and reminds him she is the queen and mistress of the harem. But without hesitating, he hits her with a strong slap on the face, leaving everyone shocked by the scene. With the force of the slap, the queen is thrown to the ground with a great impact and stays down. With a look of fury, he says the slap was on behalf of his mother to avenge her humiliation. With her hand on her face and furious, the queen threatens him and says she will make him and his mother pay. She then runs to the emperor and demands he make a decision about the prince's aggression. With her face red with rage, she accuses him of disrespecting her and the emperor himself with his act. The prime minister gets annoyed and says such scum should be executed according to the law. The guards comment the prince must be crazy for daring to hit the queen like that. With an evil smile, the queen thinks now she will see what they will do in that situation. Desperate, his mother tries to explain her son isn't that kind of person and defends him. The emperor then asks if what the prince and queen said is true and stares at them. With a firm tone, he says he beat her for bullying his mother and doesn't regret it. The third prince sees the opportunity and prepares to accuse the fourth prince of cruelty. He then tells the emperor he can prove everything the queen said is true and prepares. With his chest full of marks, he accuses the fourth prince of violence and blames him for his actions. Shocked by the scene, our hero thinks everyone there is an actor and has 800 minds. Angry, the emperor hits his throne and prepares to give his final order on the matter. With a shout of command, he orders his guards to capture the rebellious fourth prince immediately. Desperate, his mother begs the emperor to investigate the matter and says he was framed. But our hero stops her and says he is tired of all that drama and the assassin should arrive. Furious, the emperor calls him a rebel and orders the capture of the prince and the concubine. The prime minister mocks and says the prince doesn't know how to live or die for challenging them. Surrounded by guards, our hero prepares for combat and protects his mother with his body. Suddenly, purple energy bursts from the sky. It hits everyone, and they wonder what that is and where it came from. Lightning spreads across the entire hunting ground. The emperor's face watching the scene, shocked by the energy explosion. 3 mysterious figures appear and attack the emperor. The prime minister screams it's a mage from the great magic kingdom and orders them to protect the emperor. The mages attack with a combination of fire, ice, and lightning, and the guards try to protect the emperor. With their powers, the mages easily defeat the guards and advance toward the emperor. One of the guards screams for the emperor to flee, but he refuses to abandon his post and people. With a fiery speech, he says he is the emperor and can die but will never run. Our hero thinks his cheap father is more pretentious than Maffei, and the system warns him to act. Shocked by the warning, he wonders how it's possible and prepares to intervene and save the emperor. So the MC grabs the guard's spear. With a quick move, he throws the spear with all his strength toward the enemy attack. The spear approaching the mage's attack. With the spear's impact against the enemy attack, the emperor is thrown far away and a large explosion happens. Fallen on the ground and wounded, he stares at the enemy mages with a look of pure fury and determination. One of the mages asks who is ruining their plans and prepares for combat. The prime minister screams for the guards to protect his majesty and capture the assassins. With a fire aura, one of the mages attacks and says enough of so much chit-chat. With a fireball, he hits the prime minister squarely and sets him on fire with his power. Desperate and on fire, the minister screams for help but is consumed by the fire and defeated. The queen and the third prince scream seeing the prime minister defeated like that. With the minister's death, the mage orders the guards to stop and prepares for the next attack. He says the dog emperor is still alive and they need to kill him to survive. With their spears, the guards advance and try to stop the mages from reaching the emperor. One of the mages prepares for a suicide attack and says he will go ahead to clear the path. With a shout of command, he self-destructs, and a large fire explosion happens on the spot. With the path clear, the other mages advance and scream to kill the dog emperor once and for all. With his gale boots, our hero charges full force at the enemy mages. One of the mages recognizes him as the fourth prince and orders his brothers to kill the dog emperor. The ice mage advances and prepares for a devastating attack against the protagonist. With his ice daggers, he screams for the prince to die and attacks him with everything he has. With a blow from his spear, he defeats him and gains 21 attribute points and 105 experience. He then says he can't let them kill his cheap father and needs to complete the mission. With his spear, he advances and attacks the other mages with a series of powerful blows. One of the mages summons an earth shield to protect himself from the protagonist's attack, but the spear manages to break the shield and hit the mage squarely with a large explosion. With the force of the impact, the mage is thrown far away and falls to the ground completely defeated. Fallen and wounded, he curses the dog emperor before being completely defeated in battle. Desperate, the emperor screams for help and asks for someone to escort him away from there. Our hero then screams to protect his majesty and calls for someone to escort him. Angry, the remaining mage says if he can't kill the emperor, he will kill the queen and the prince. Desperate, the queen and the third prince scream for help and beg him to save them. With his hand on his chest, he pretends to be injured and screams in pain to trick the mage. Desperate, the third prince and the queen beg for his help and promise to explain everything. But the mage summons a giant rock and throws it at them with all his strength. The scene cuts to the terrified faces of the duo staring at the approaching rock. With a huge impact, the rock crushes the duo and defeats them with a single devastating blow. And the ketchup splatters, hitting the mage's mask, when suddenly the MC attacks the mage by surprise with his spear. With a final blow, he defeats him, and the system notifies that common NPC Wukyu is dealt with. With the battle over, he asks the emperor if he is okay, and he says yes. The emperor then apologizes for misjudging him and offers a reward for his help. The MC tells the emperor he won't be polite and will make his request. With a gesture, he demands the crown prince throne that belongs to him by birthright. The emperor agrees and realizes he just wanted his post back and misunderstood him. The system congratulates him on regaining the throne and orders him to protect the kingdom from invasion. With his horse, he sets off at high speed preparing for the battle to come. He says he will fight, and to stop the invasion he will destroy the magic kingdom first. The emperor and his advisors are shocked by the idea of attacking the enemy kingdom first. With the decision made, he orders the army to gather and prepares for war against the magic kingdom. The trio then runs at high speed, preparing for the battle to come. The friend asks if it's okay for just the three of them to go and worries about the two geniuses of the kingdom. Maffei calls him a scaredy cat, and the friend reminds him he was the only one hunted by the boss. With a determined look, our hero says he can't be wrong and is confident. He then remembers he won't admit his mistake and prepares for what's coming. With Zuyu's image in his mind, he remembers the flame burning on her shield. Arriving at a destroyed village, he finds a blue flame and prepares to investigate. He thinks the flame might be a trail left by Zuyu and wonders if she is there. Suddenly, the flame attacks him, and he feels agonizing pain in his hands from the fire. With a scream of pain, he is consumed by the flames and prepares for the worst that can happen. Worried, the friend asks what is wrong with him and tries to approach to help. But our hero stops him and says the fire is beyond their ability and they shouldn't get close. He then realizes if he hadn't cut off his arm, he would have been burned to ashes. With a serious look, Maffei watches the scene silently before making a decision. Desperate, our hero screams for Maffei and challenges him to cut him if he is his brother. With his sword in hand, Maffei advances and says he's been holding back for a long time with that sword. The Pluto seed in his body then begins to glow and absorb the blue flames. The scene cuts to the seed absorbing the flames and turning into a red sphere. He then realizes the S-rank seed absorbed the underworld fire and saved him. With his sword glowing, Maffei prepares to use his Pingyang sword technique. Our hero screams at Maffei and wonders why he's attacking him like that. He prepares to use the path of the ghostly eye soldier. With his sword technique, Maffei launches an energy wave that pacifies the sun and attacks. The energy wave spreads and hits our hero squarely with a large light explosion. Shocked by the scene, Maffei can't believe what he is seeing and wonders how it is possible. Shocked, Maffei wonders how it is possible he knows the Pingyang sword technique. With a smile, our hero says to learn that just a glance is enough. With a scream of surprise, Maffei is shocked by the ease with which he learned the technique. The friend then comforts him and says it's normal to learn slowly and he himself took an afternoon. With an evil smile, our hero says he still doesn't understand what a true genius is. Suddenly, a mysterious man watches them and says he never expected the three rats to be so big. The man recognizes them as the three princes of the kingdom and feels flattered by the visit. He invites them to go with him and prepares to use his magic. With his earth explosion ability, he launches a fire wave advancing against the trio. But our hero hits him with his mask and says he died for talking too much in battle. He prepares for the next step and for what is to come. With the mask in hand, he has a bold idea and prepares to put it into practice. In the Great Witch Kingdom, a mysterious woman watches the arrival of the enemy army. One of the servants informs the Qian nation has gathered its troops and is marching toward them. The woman named Shisharong wonders why the Qian army came on its own. A mysterious man stares at the queen and prepares for the confrontation to come. The servants praise him as a genius and say with him the Qian kingdom will be destroyed. The man named Gusu says even if the enemy kingdom gathers a large army, they will die. With a disdainful look, Shisharong says if it were Qiaoyu saying that she would believe it. And thinking of Qiaoyu, Gusu prepares to show his true power in battle. He brags about reaching the intermediate level and that he will defeat Qiaoyu, and then says Qiaoyu is just a stepping stone on his path and his true goal is another. With a shout of command, he orders his army to advance and show the power of the Dawu kingdom. With their masks and robes, the soldiers obey and prepare for the battle to come. Looking at the enemy army, Gusu feels a strange familiarity and prepares for combat. The scene cuts to the two armies preparing for battle on a snowy plain. On a cliff, the prince and princess of the Dawu kingdom watch the arrival of the enemy army. With a shout of command, Gusu orders his army to advance and make the Qian army suffer. One of the mysterious figures summons a shadow servant and prepares for the battle to come. The shadow servant charges full force at the enemy army and prepares for the attack. Shocked, the guards recognize the monster summoned by the Dawu kingdom prince and prepare. Suddenly, it starts snowing, and the soldiers wonder what is happening on the battlefield. With an ice aura, Shisharong prepares to use her magic and attack the enemy army. With a shout of command, the shadow monsters advance, and the battle begins full force on the field. The guards try to protect themselves from the ice attacks, but are hit squarely and defeated. The battle continues with the two armies clashing in a large explosion of power and magic. The general screams for the soldiers to hold their position and wonders where the crown prince is. Suddenly, he sees a mysterious figure advancing and prepares for what's coming. With a series of rapid attacks, the mysterious figure defeats the enemy soldiers easily. The system notifies player Qiaoyu defeated NPC Wu Hu and gained attribute points and experience. With a shout of joy, our hero celebrates reaching level 20 and prepares for more. Gusu watches the scene shocked and wonders what happened and how that was possible. Suddenly, a large fire and lightning explosion happens in the middle of the Dawu Kingdom army. Shocked by the scene, he wonders what will happen and if there is a ghost on the battlefield. With a shout of command, he orders everyone to take off their masks to reveal their identities. With Gusu's order, the soldiers take off their masks, revealing their true identities. Our hero then approaches and prepares for the confrontation with the Dawu Kingdom army. Gusu questions why the three don't take off their masks and stares at them suspiciously. Our hero says he wanted to get along as a common mage but was alienated. He then takes off the mask and greets Gusu, saying it is unexpected or surprising. Shocked by the scene, Gusu screams Kyaoyu's name and can't believe what he is seeing. Our hero congratulates him on becoming the crown prince and challenges him to battle. With a knee embrace, he hits him squarely and throws him far away with a powerful blow. Shocked, the guards scream the prince's name and prepare for what's coming in the battle. Followed on the ground, Gusu laughs and says he already sacrificed a minion and used assimilation shadow. Suddenly, Shishirong appears, and our hero prepares for the confrontation with the woman. She says she didn't expect to enter the same instance as him and in a hostile camp. With a shout of command, he orders Yang Shangdi to deal with her and says he doesn't hit women. She calls him a dogman and attacks him with her ice archery ability. The friend summons an earth wall to protect him and says her opponent is him. Mafei tells them to take their time and he will gain experience on the battlefield. Gusu stares at our hero and prepares for the final confrontation. With a shadowy aura, he uses Shadow Bite and prepares for a devastating attack. Surrounded by the aura, he says only by defeating him can he wash away the humiliation he suffered. Our hero realizes in that state Gusu gives him a stronger feeling of oppression than Lu Yanheng. He activates the path of the ghostly eye soldier. With his new vision, he can clearly see Gusu's movements and aura in the battle. With angel wings, Gusu charges full force at our hero and prepares to attack. With a jump and a spin, he manages to dodge the attack and prepares for a counterattack. He hits him squarely and Gusu screams in pain from the devastating blow. With teeth clenched in anger, Gusu stares at him with a look of pure fury and surprise. He tries to counterattack, but our hero manages to dodge the blow with agility. He says he just needs to obey the law and he can find his weakness. Gusu advances and says he will tear his stinking mouth apart and won't lose again. With a punch, he charges full force at our hero, preparing for the final attack. With a powerful punch, our hero hits him squarely and throws him far away with the blow. Fallen on the ground, Gusu screams it's impossible and can't believe he was defeated. With a series of attacks, he pressures him and throws him to the ground with a devastating blow. The scene cuts to the intense battle with the two clashing and a large explosion of power. With a final blow, he defeats him and throws him to the ground with a large impact and an explosion. Shocked, Gusu wonders how he became so strong and realizes his actions were seen. With a mocking tone, our hero comforts him and says it's not his fault and he did a good job. Followed and defeated, Gusu wonders if he is a genius and remembers when he was called that. The scene cuts to our hero watching the scene with a serious and determined look. Our hero then complains to Yang Shangdi for kidnapping the woman like that. Worried, the friend says her ice spells are very powerful and they need to be careful. With the two captured, he asks what our hero will do with them now in the battle. He then says it's better to send them out of the dungeon first to avoid trouble. Suddenly, a mysterious man appears and apologizes for arriving late to the rescue. The friend warns him to be careful and reveals the old man was the boss they faced last time. The old man introduces himself as the national teacher of the Dao Kingdom and stares at the trio with power. Suddenly, Mafei returns to the battle and prepares for the confrontation with the dungeon boss. With a golden aura, he says they can't defeat the boss without him and prepares to fight. The friend is shocked by his level and asks how much experience he gained on the battlefield. The national teacher praises the three princes and prepares to use his magic against them. Shishirong charges full force at the trio, preparing for a devastating attack. The system reveals the historical boss wife and stats, who is a level 25 mage. Our hero realizes the boss's attributes are completely opposite to his and prepares. With her staff in hand, Shishirong offers to help the teacher in the battle against the trio. But he refuses the help and says he can handle them alone and tells the princess to rest. With a blue aura, he says not to leave and prepares to use his water magic. Using his water spear ability, he launches a series of attacks against the trio with everything. Mafei advances and says the old man beat him last time and he will get revenge. He launches an energy wave against the national teacher, but the teacher summons a wooden shield barrier to protect himself from Mafei's attack. With the sword's impact, the wooden barrier shatters into pieces, and the teacher retreats. Mafei then launches a rain of golden energy swords against the national teacher. With his sword, he tries to defend but is hit by several of Mafei's attacks. The friend then uses his Yellow Spring Swamp ability and traps him with sand. Surrounded by sand, the teacher tries to break free but is completely immobilized. Our hero then advances with his spear and prepares for a devastating attack against him. But the teacher uses his Earth Fission ability and manages to break free from the sand. With a shout of command, he orders everyone to retreat and prepares for a powerful attack. Shocked by the scene, our hero can't believe the teacher managed to escape. With his Fire God Explosion ability, he launches a fire wave against the trio. Our hero realizes the boss's agility is 0 and it's impossible to steal his speed. With a large fire explosion, the trio is hit squarely and thrown far away with the blow. The system then warns that the Fury state has been triggered, and our hero prepares to retaliate. He charges full force at the national teacher for the confrontation, and asks if it's his turn and prepares for the attack. He says a boss with only 1000 HP will be killed with a single blow. Shocked, the teacher wonders how he is still standing after being hit by his explosion. Our hero says there are many things he doesn't expect and advances for the attack. With a punch to the ground, he creates a crater and prepares for a surprise attack against the teacher. The scene cuts to the intense battle with the two clashing in a large explosion of power. With his skeleton king ring, he says the same trick doesn't work twice against a saint. With his golden spear, he advances and prepares for a devastating attack against the teacher. But the teacher summons a barrier and says his attack is useless against his defense. The spear hits the barrier, and the teacher manages to defend against the attack successfully. The scene cuts to the barrier breaking and the teacher being hit squarely by the attack. Shocked by the scene, our hero wonders if that is even possible and can't believe what he sees. With his gold magic, the teacher launches a rain of energy needles against the protagonist. Hit squarely, he is thrown far away by the impact and falls to the ground wounded by the magic. He realizes he needs to get close to use his ability but can't get near. With his attributes and fighting style completely suppressed, he realizes there is no chance to fight. The friend summons an earth shield wall to protect himself from the teacher's attacks. But the teacher uses his wood magic and summons vines that destroy the earth wall. The vines charge full force at the trio and prepare for a devastating attack. The scene cuts to the vines spreading and destroying everything in their path with great force. Our hero thanks the friend for delaying him, and the friend says he is completely defeated. Angry, the friend wonders if the old man's mana is infinite and how he can be so strong. With an idea in mind, our hero asks the friend to repeat what he said about infinite mana. With a smile, he confirms that's it and prepares for the next step of the plan. He thinks even the strongest abilities consume energy and he can't have infinite mana. Gusu warns him to give up and says he only lasted less than 10 rounds against the teacher. With a mocking tone, our hero reminds him he didn't last long in his hands either. He then realizes the teacher has been standing in the same spot since he arrived there. With a flashback, he remembers the teacher's first reaction wasn't to hide but to distance himself. With glowing eyes, he wonders if there is something suspicious happening there in the battle. With a plan, he orders the friend to summon the Earth Dragon Bullet and prepares for the attack. The teacher asks if they think he is deaf and prepares for the attack. He launches a wave of attacks against the trio. The spells charge full force at them, preparing for a devastating attack. Mafei uses his sword to separate worlds and tries to counterattack the teacher. But the teacher says it's useless and manages to defend against Mafei's attack easily. Our hero sees a good chance and advances to attack the teacher while he is distracted. Worried, the friend screams brother use name and prepares for the worst that can happen. With his Earth Dragon Bomb ability, he says there is no turning back and attacks. With a great impact, the ground breaks and the teacher is hit squarely by the blow. With the force of the impact, the teacher is launched into the air and is vulnerable mid-air. With his Wall of Size ability, he tries to protect himself from the attack, but it's useless. The scene cuts to the teacher being hit squarely and falling to the ground defeated. Our hero says it seems he guessed right and reveals the teacher's secret. Shocked, the friends agree to help and prepare for the final attack against the teacher. With a combined attack, they launch the Earth Dragon Bomb and the world-separating sword. He says the 5 elements are united as one. Using his 5 directions heavenly gate, he summons a golden barrier to protect himself. The trio's combined attack hits the barrier but fails to break it successfully. The friend then uses his Earth Explosion technique in the Yellow Spring Swamp. With his sword, Mafei uses the first move of the Pinyin technique and attacks the barrier. The combined attack hits the barrier squarely but fails to break it with the impact. The teacher mocks them and says it's impossible to break the seal of his heavenly gate. Shocked by the scene, he can't believe what he is seeing and is surprised. Suddenly, our hero attacks him from below and throws him into the air with a powerful blow. He realizes their attack wasn't to break the gate, but to cover his actions. With his water curtain, he tries to protect himself, but our hero manages to grab him. He holds him and prepares for the counterattack against the teacher. He asks if it isn't his turn after taking a beating for so long. The teacher tries to defend against the protagonist's attack, but our hero hits him squarely and a large fire explosion happens. With a golden aura, our hero says melee combat is his territory. With a series of punches, he hits him squarely and throws him to the ground with a devastating blow. Worried, Shisherong says they need to act or the dungeon mission will be declared a failure. But Mafei and Yang Shangdi block her way and prevent her from interfering in the battle. The scene cuts to Gusu's face watching the scene with a serious and determined look. Angry, the teacher says even if he dies, he will take the crown prince with him. With a multicolored aura, he says the 5 elements are in conflict and he is going to explode. The scene cuts to the teacher being consumed by the energy of the 5 elements in conflict. He then warns him that if he lets go, both can survive, but if not, both will die. Our hero says he is the only one who will die and prepares for the attack. With a powerful punch, he hits him squarely and a large energy explosion happens. With a sequence of punches, he pressures him and defeats him with a final devastating blow. The system notifies he defeated the boss and gained 25 attribute points and 125 experience. With the teacher defeated, a multicolored aura spreads and our hero holds him down. The protagonist seems determined to finish the mission. The system shows the Silver Lion Helm, which increases head defense by 50 and gives damage immunity. Immediately after, a massive explosion of red and golden energy takes over the entire place. Our hero then realizes his gamble paid off and the helm's immunity might be a game bug. Confused, he sees a spectral version of the item form around his head suddenly. But the spectral helm breaks and the system warns the Silver Lion Helm was damaged. The system informs the helm's hidden effect was activated, and upon being damaged its level increased. With that, he receives congratulations for leveling up and reaching intermediate level with 15 reward attribute points. Surprised by the aura on his body, he wonders if he really reached the intermediate level so fast. He sees the Superman skill converts strength into defense agility, and another converts strength into attack power. The protagonist then wonders how a Necromancer became a character with such broken stats. Checking the panel, he sees his stats of 888 defense and 777 strength. With a Brave Mage Heart talent, his skills and S and A rank items are shown on the screen. Next, he looks at his equipment and celebrates the boss dropped very good items. He picks up the drops and gets a D rank book, the Devouring Barrier, and an A rank disposable item. The item is the 5 Elements Heart, and he thinks with that he can use the 5 elements like the boss. But the Mechanical Empress appears and warns him that if he uses the heart it will replace her. Without thinking twice, he throws the item to his friend Yang Xiangdi and says he has a gift for him. His friend thanks him for the kindness and says from that moment on he will do anything for Qiaoyu. Tsuyoshi then turns and says he has something very important to tell the two friends. He asks if she remembers Bai Zi, the organization that kidnapped them after the school exam. Confused, our hero wonders what Bai Zi is and what that means for the mission. Shi Shirong then reveals Jingda has been infiltrated by more than one member of the organization. With a surprised look, the protagonist questions her and asks how she knows that information. She explains people from Jingda invited them to join Bai Zi in other dungeons. With the revelation that it's Lin Lang, he thinks he didn't expect the boy to already have his eye on her. Back at the palace, an order from Majesty is announced to everyone present at court. Concubine Yang Gai is crowned as the new queen of the kingdom and walks with a smile. With a smile, the emperor stares at her and asks if she has anything to say now that she is queen. With a humble look, she says she is just taking advantage of the emperor's influence. On the roof, the friend asks if he came all the way there for an NPC who will reset anyway. He wonders if NPCs with consciousness are still NPCs and what the connection is to his parents and Bai Zi. The friend says he is overthinking and NPC is just an NPC and calls him to leave. Suddenly, he feels something is wrong and wonders why he is being suppressed with such high attributes. With a determined look, he thinks if it doesn't work he will use the Identify Thief as father card. A muscular man says he has a strong body and won't worry about breaking it in the fight. The Mechanical Empress warns the protagonist to cut the muscular opponent's wrist. With a quick attack, he hits the man's wrist and deals 999 damage. The big guy manages to defend and dodge the attacks with his strong arms. Angry, he says the protagonist irritated him and he will shove his head in a bad place. Our hero realizes the opponent's weak point is the joints and uses his Gale boots. With a quick move, he advances and prepares for a precise attack on the enemy's joints. With his staff, he attacks the man's joints with a series of fast and powerful blows. Hit squarely, the man feels the pain of the blows and prepares for a counterattack. Suddenly, a purple-haired young man appears and watches the scene shocked by the battle. A white-haired man and his team emerge from the forest and prepare to intervene. With a red aura, the muscular man gets furious and prepares for a devastating attack. The purple-haired young man screams at the white-haired man and accuses him of disrespecting the Hunter Guild. A hooded figure watches the scene and says someone interesting has arrived for the battle. The hooded man's group then confronts the white-haired man's team and orders them to leave. Shocked, the men from the hooded man's group encounter a skeletal and scary creature. The man reveals himself as Huang Huiyu, the former leader of the Hunter Guild, with his hammer. Angry, he says Ping Yang is showing off and asks if he thinks the guild has no one. The hooded man asks who he is, and the old man introduces himself as Huang Huiyu with pride. The hooded man's men are shocked to learn the former guild leader is still alive. The purple-haired young man screams in anger and asks his grandfather to kill all those who insulted the guild. With his Divine Flame Explosion hammer, he prepares for a devastating attack. With a powerful blow, he hits the hooded man squarely with a large fire explosion. The impact force creates a crater in the ground and raises a cloud of dust and debris. The scene cuts to the large fire explosion spreading across the entire battlefield. The old man mocks and says the fate of those who provoke the guild is death and Ping Yang is weak. But to his surprise, the hooded man stands up unharmed and stares at him with a defiant look. Shocked, the old man wonders how it is possible his attack caused no damage. The hooded man then stares at him and says it's simple and the old man is simply too weak. The hooded man's men are shocked to see the Hammer King called weak and wonder about Ping Yang's level. One of the hooded man's men notes the scene and says that is the most valuable lesson on acting. With a laugh, the old man says it's been a while since he heard such a funny joke as being weak. The director says he is just stating facts and stares at him with a serious look. The old man challenges him to show what makes him so confident in his words. With his divine flaming hell bell, the old man advances and attacks. The director tells Maffei to watch and explains the sword's strength lies in its changeable nature. He continues and says against a hammer user, one must avoid confrontation and attack the weakness. With a quick move, he dodges the old man's attack and prepares for the counterattack. The blonde guy celebrates that is a live lesson from the #1 sword cultivator. Angry, the old man screams he would rather die than be humiliated and will make Ping Yang pay with blood. The director then says he doesn't want to humiliate him and finds him good teaching material. Furious, the old man calls him a death seeker and attacks him, but Pingyang starts explaining the sword realms. He reveals the sword has 6 main realms, which are Hao, Radiance, Manifestation, Force, and Intent. With his sword glowing, he explains Kui Manifestation and the users will form the sword's force. With the pressure of the hooded man's power, the old man screams it's too much and prepares for the worst. The sword energy wave hits the old man with devastating force on the field. The extras are shocked and comment on the powerful aura of the director's attack. Pingyang then explains everyone's sword intent is different and Ma Fei needs to find his path. With that, the Hammer King is caught squarely by the technique and cannot defend against the blow. The attack's power is so great it cuts everything in its path with absurd precision. In seconds, an entire forest is completely devastated by the sword's skill. The protagonist realizes the skill seems to have a soul when the director uses it. With the impact, Huang Huayu is disarmed and thrown far away, completely defeated. The scene shows the destruction caused by what they call sword intent. Desperate, the old man's grandson screams seeing his grandfather falling lifeless in the arena. The spectators are terrified seeing the Hammer King, one of the 8 kings, being killed. But our hero realizes something is wrong and the old man hasn't really died yet. Director Ji Pingyang also seems to notice the battle isn't over there yet. Fallen on the ground, the former guild leader gets up showing he survived the blow. Suddenly, green vines burst from the ground and trap the director, completely immobilizing him. Worried, the students scream the director's name seeing him caught by the vines. Trapped in the branches, he releases his sword intent and prepares for the counterattack. With a purple aura, he cuts the vines and frees himself with a single powerful blow. The vines then charge full force at the protagonist and his friends in the forest. Our hero pushes his friends, but he gets trapped by the vines, being held hostage, and the old man is fleeing. The MC tells them not to worry about him and go after the fleeing old man. The protagonist then prepares to use the Ghost Eye's power and save his friend. Trapped in the vines, he apologizes for delaying them and feels guilty for the escape. With his purple sword, the director hits him and says he did well to save his companion. The protagonist apologizes for delaying them, and the director comforts him saying he acted right. He then says it wasn't his fault and the boy saved his comrade immediately. The director reveals only the Wood King, one of the 8 kings, could escape his perception. With a smile, the director says it was good the boy was rescued and prepares for the next step. The director attacks the enemy guild members. The director warns the guild will be in conflict with them and hopes the protagonist gets stronger. With the goals set, he tells the protagonist to work hard and pressure creates motivation. Fallen on the ground, the old man's grandson watches the director's team leave with a hateful look. With a last look of anger, he promises he will make them all suffer for what they did. The scene cuts to a school building with an orange sunset in the background. Back at the dorm, the friend celebrates the room as the best place and relaxes on his bed. Suddenly, the other friend calls him and tells him and Ma Fei to come see something shocking on the phone. The phone shows the Chun family mansion was burned down and there were no survivors on the site. Our hero is shocked to read the Tang family was annihilated and wonders how it is possible. He then thinks unless it was Tang Wuma himself, no one would dare attack the family. With a worried look, he wonders if his friend Tang Lan is okay after the incident. The friend tells him not to worry about the great family's gossip and it doesn't concern them. Our hero then remembers the director said Professor Wan can answer about his body. Professor Wan greets him and teases him about returning to attend classes at school. With a smile, he asks her to stop joking and says the director sent him to look for her. He then explains a level 21 friend has over 2,000 attribute points but doesn't seem that strong. Shocked, the professor calls him a monster and he defends himself saying it's just his friend. With a smile, she reveals her stats and shows she is a level 45 martial arts warrior. Surprised, he realizes the level above the advanced stage is the king's stage and questions her. She explains that even with double his level, her attribute points are just over 3,000. The professor compares him to a child with an AK-47 saying he doesn't use his full power. With the explanation, he understands and asks how he can release the true power of his attributes. She says it's simple and he can increase his level to integrate his strength or strengthen his weapons. He thinks his talent is his biggest card. Increasing attributes would be putting the cart before the horse. The professor then says there is another way and prepares to reveal the secret to him. He realizes if 2,000 attributes aren't enough, he will increase to 4,000 or more. He thinks of the powerful weapon in hand, even a child can sweep everything away. The professor warns him no one in the other world broke the 2,000 points barrier at the intermediate stage. With determination, he says then he will be the first to break the barrier and corrects himself to his friend. With a smile, he thanks the professor for her help and says he understood everything perfectly. But the professor stops him and tells him to wait a bit before leaving the place. She then invites him to participate in the Global Otherworld University competition. The protagonist thinks about the proposal and prepares to give his answer to Professor Wan. He remembers the competition is for 3rd and 4th year students and Longshang also invited him. The professor explains if he wants to participate, he can form his own team to gain experience. With a smile, he asks if there is any benefit in participating in the individual competition. Angry, she hits him on the head and says if he gets a good ranking, there will be rewards. She then gives him 2 options to obtain the combat competition qualification and sign up. With With an evil smile, she says the second option is simply to fight against herself. He asks what the difference is between fighting her and going straight to death, and she says none. With gratitude, he agrees to participate and says without their help he wouldn't be where he is. With a determined look, he says first of all he needs to deal with one more important thing. In the endless forest, he asks if the information is reliable and receives an affirmative answer. The waifu reveals she set up a meeting with Lin Lang at 8 o'clock in the endless forest, and he will come. Our hero then understands the situation and thanks her for helping with the laid-out plan. With nightfall, the moon illuminates the forest, and the agreed time finally arrives. Lin Lang then says it's great she sees things his way and Baizi will change her life. She thanks him and with a serious look says it's an honor to join the Baizi organization. He then invites her to follow him and promises to show the true face of that world. Suddenly, a hooded figure screams Ice Wall Prison and launches a surprise attack. With the attack, Lin Lang is surrounded by ice spikes and becomes completely immobilized. The girl then warns him she was already merciful with him and prepares for the next step. Out of nowhere, our hero appears with a spear and charges full force at Lin Lang trapped in the ice. The enemy reveals his face with scales and wonders how Qiao Yu appeared there suddenly. With his scaled arm, he manages to defend against the protagonist's attack successfully. The two then start an intense battle with Lin Lang trying to defend against the blows. He screams asking why he is attacking since he helped him escape on Ghost Mountain. Tioshi says he himself said they would be enemies and he won't take the blame for the Chun family's death. Angry, Lin Lang says he has no idea of the power the Baizi organization possesses. He then charges full force at the protagonist and prepares for the attack. He says our hero has no idea how great Baizi's power is. The protagonist thinks Lin Lang's appearance has become even less human than before. With a scream of fury, the enemy says it was worth it and he wouldn't understand his journey. Our hero then says he is beyond salvation and not to blame him for using force. With his golden spear, he advances and the two clash in a duel of blades and claws. Lin Lang uses his Shadow Dragon Claw and charges to attack the protagonist with everything. But our hero manages to hold the attack with his own hands and stares at him with contempt. With a smile, he asks if that is what he calls a dragon and activates the Dragon Roar combo. With his staff, he hits him once, and the system notifies the combo stacked successfully. The scene cuts to the protagonist holding his staff firmly preparing for the attack. With a shout of command, he launches the Dragon Roar combo and hits Lin Lang squarely. Shocked, the enemy wonders how it is possible and can't believe the force of the blow. With the impact, a large energy explosion happens and defeats him with a single attack. Fallen on the ground and wounded, Lin Lang prepares to use his last resort in battle. With a green aura, he gets up and the system shows his level 25 stats. The protagonist remembers the 10,000 Poisons Cave and the NPC fusion with the boss. He then wonders if Lin Lang also has a boss inside him and what Baizi's goal is. Angry, the enemy screams he was forced to use his transformation and prepares to attack. With his Dragonification ability, he transforms completely into a draconic creature. With the transformation, his strength, defense, and agility stats increase drastically. He warns Dragonification causes permanent damage and our hero deserves to die for forcing him. He charges full force at the protagonist with a big explosion. With a green energy ball, he attacks the protagonist preparing for the final blow. With an evil smile, he charges against the MC. Our hero says he already killed a freak like him when he was at the apprentice stage. With his Gale Boots, he charges full force at Lin Lang in his draconic form. With his spear, he hits him squarely, and the enemy screams in pain from the powerful blow. With the attack's impact, a large fire explosion happens in the dark forest. Fallen on the ground, Lin Lang screams it's impossible and can't believe a human is that strong. Desperate, he says it's not fair and he paid almost everything to have that power. With a look of fury, he laments his power is fragile and the situation is unfair. The protagonist then says nothing is impossible and his power is enough to deal with him. With his spear, he immobilizes him and says he won't kill him because he needs him to clear his name. Angry, Lin Lang screams he is a flood dragon and not just any lizard. With a punch, our hero hits him and calls him a lizard preparing to take him. He then drags him through the forest and prepares to leave the place with the prisoner. Our hero wonders if he wants to leave and prepares for danger. Suddenly, a rain of ice needles advances and completely surrounds them in the forest. A group of masked men appears and says they searched for him everywhere and found him. With a smile, our hero stares at them and asks if they are sure they caught him. His friends appear and prepare for battle against the men. One of the men mocks Lin Lang and calls him useless trash for being defeated. The protagonist asks if they are the same ones from Ghost Mountain, and a masked man confirms without giving prizes. With an enemy attack shout, the battle begins with everyone facing each other in the dark forest. Then Buffet uses his ability and sweeps 1,000 armies with a single blow of his sword. The blow hits one of the men's shields, but he manages to defend without any problem. Shocked by the scene, the blonde friend wonders why his attack caused no damage. Our hero then screams to ignore them and kill the support in the group's rear first. The shield men try to stop him, but he charges full force at the enemies. His friend then uses the Yellow Springs Land Swamp and Sand Binding to help. With sand magic, he manages to trap the shield men and immobilize them in battle. One of the men then screams and orders his companions to kill the chubby one first. 3 assassins charge full force at Yang Shengdi preparing to attack. With his staff, he uses earth vision and prepares for a powerful counterattack. The ground opens, and the three assassins fall into the fissure, being defeated by the blow. Surprised, one of the masked men wonders how the protagonist's friend can use earth magic. The shield men then advance and try to stop the protagonist from reaching the support. With his staff, our hero charges full force at the shield men in battle. He manages to break one of their shields with a single powerful blow from his staff. With the path clear, he passes the shield men and advances to the group's support. One of the men warns the boy isn't normal and they need to be careful with him. The protagonist asks their codename and remembers Baizi ranks by strength. The leader reveals his codename is 2333 and invites him to join them. He then says if the protagonist goes with them, all his questions will be answered. With a smile, the leader reveals he knows his parents' whereabouts and blackmails him. Shocked by the revelation, our hero stares at the leader with a look of pure surprise. His friends are also shocked by the news and can't believe what they heard. Our hero asks if his parents are in Baizi and what their relationship is with the organization. The leader says he will know the answers if he goes with them to the organization's base. But our hero advances and hits him with a powerful punch, throwing him far away with the blow. With a determined look, he says he will find the truth alone and without their help. He thinks if his parents are enemies of Baizi, going there with his current strength would be suicide. One of the men says he is dreaming and it's a good opportunity for their attack. With that, one of the mages launches a flame spear full force at the group of friends. Next, another mage uses his Dawn Holy Sword with a blue energy aura. And a third launches the heaven-dispersing turbulent wind with his dark power. The three attacks combine into a vortex of colorful and powerful energy in the forest. The energy wave charges full force at our hero with a large explosion. The impact of the combined attack creates a large power explosion on the battlefield. With the Ghost Eye, he uses the Thousand Arms path and receives 1,600 damage. He then uses the Leveling Sun Sword art and the Leveling Sun Slash with his spear. The attack hits several enemies, dealing 857 damage to one of them. But the healers use Divine Pulse and start healing their injured companions. Our hero then challenges them and asks if their healing is faster than his blade. With a quick strike, he hits one of the healers while he tries to heal himself in battle. Another healer then uses Divine Pulse to try to save his injured companions. But the protagonist advances and cuts the healers with his golden spear mercilessly. Desperate, one of the men begs them to stop healing him and let him die in peace. With a smile, the protagonist says they underestimated his damage and activates the Dragon Roar combo. With a series of attacks, he defeats the shield men with his devastating power. With the victory, he mocks and says he hopes they can heal faster next time. Terrified, the remaining healers start fleeing and say there is something wrong with him. With his spear, he launches a final slash and prepares to end the battle once and for all. With a cry of pain, the healers are hit squarely and defeated by the blow. The scene cuts to our hero watching the battlefield with a determined look. The friend then warns him all enemies were defeated and the battle is over. With the victory, he decides to return and says the business with Baizi will come to an end sooner or later. The scene cuts to Kyoto University. In the director's office, our hero throws Lin Lang on the table and says he brought him back. Fainted on the table, Lin Lang seems to be in a deplorable state after the long battle. Shocked by the scene, the director asks what happened to him and stares at him with concern. Our hero explains the Baizi organization is the cause and they are the true cancer. The scene cuts to the director's office where he details the encounter with the organization. With a serious look, the director says it's fine and prepares for the next step against Baizi. He then gives him a sword pellet and says he will feel it if he crushes it in danger. The director releases his aura. With the item in hand, our hero thanks him and thinks dealing with Baizi will be easier. The director then gives him an A-rank Xianqi pendant that increases spirit and skill power. Surprised by the gift, he asks if the director is really giving him that item. With a slap, the director says the item has been with him since the intermediate stage and to cherish it. The protagonist worries and asks if giving the pendant won't affect his combat power. But the director says not to worry and anything works for him at that moment. The system then congratulates the director for binding a new S-rank equipment and rewards him. The scene cuts to a tropical beach with a blue sea and sunny sky in the background. A mysterious man then catches a big fish and prepares for what's coming. A blonde man greets him as Chief Bai and recognizes him as the Sword King and asks about the Hammer King. The Sword King reveals the Wood King saved him, but he lost half his body. The Wood King says to defeat Ji Pingyang they need to unite and attack together. Chief Bai agrees and says the battlefield will be in Kiao Enking's son's hometown. The Sword King says he has no objections and prepares for the plan that was drawn up. With the deal made, he says goodbye and says he is leaving with his men from the beach. The scene cuts to the Sword King watching the scene silently before asking a question. He asks how many of the 8 kings they plan to mobilize for the ambush against Ji Pingyang. The scene cuts to the school clock tower. A hooded man then knocks on one of the room windows and prepares to enter. Professor Wan recognizes him as Lin Lang and prepares for what he has to say. Lin Lang tells her to go with him and the director already told him everything about the plan. The scene cuts to the room window being bathed in a mysterious and bright blue light. The light transports them to an unknown place with stone pillars and a dark sky. Lin Lang reveals that is the second stage of training, a place to dodge swordfish. Professor 1 says it's the teacher's fault if teaching isn't rigorous and drinks. She then invites him to drink and says he is her student and she can't escape responsibility. With a gulp, Lin Lang drinks the whiskey bottle and prepares for what's coming. But he chokes on the drink and coughs loudly, recovering from the strong gulp he took. The professor says she is addicted to fighting and ended up becoming a professor in Kyoto. Surprised by the story, Lin Lang wonders if Professor 1 really has a past like that. She says true strength lies in having the courage to face mistakes made in life. With a smile, she says she isn't good at lecturing but thinks he understood. Lin Lang then agrees and says he was wrong and will accept the school's punishment. He drinks and says his life starts again from that moment. He then asks if he can reach Qiaoyu's level, and she laughs saying he is a monster. The scene cuts to the school campus. The friend asks why our hero is wearing a mask, and he explains it's for the tournament. Mafei then says such a big competition can't be without him and prepares to go. The scene cuts to the university campus hosting the global combat tournament. A girl says she is afraid of hindering them, and the friend comforts her wrongly. Angry, she questions him, and he tries to correct himself saying she is better than a dog. With a red face, Mafei gets punched by the girl, and the protagonist's friend laughs at the scene. The scene cuts to a ruined building. The group arrives at the exclusive instance and prepares for the challenge awaiting them inside. With masks, the girl asks if the team doesn't need 5 people and suggests calling Zhu. The friend interrupts her and says the instance is called Silent City and invites her to enter. With zero difficulty, the instance is described as ruins of a civilization with profane power. A masked man greets them and prepares to speak with the protagonist group. With a smile, he asks if they are going to enter the instance and offers to go first. He introduces himself as Wang Tiju, a 4th-year student at Kangkong University. Our hero then introduces himself as Qia Dapao from Gata Village Arts and Sciences College. With a smile, Wang invites them to enter the instance together and says more companions is better. The protagonist group then prepares to enter the instance with the newly formed team. The scene cuts to Wang's team staring at the protagonist group with an air of superiority. A white-haired girl with cat ears appears and joins the group for the instance. With a serious look, she stares at Wang and prepares for the challenge awaiting them in the dungeon. The cat-eared girl seems annoyed with the situation and stares at Wang with a serious look. One of the team members says to forget it and not get annoyed with a teammate. With his mask, our hero says it's fine and they don't mind the confusion. Wang then apologizes and invites everyone to enter the Silent City instance. With a blue glow, the group is teleported and enters the dungeon for the challenge awaiting them. A mysterious voice asks if he believes in the power of blessings and wishes for happiness. The voice continues and says unconsciously he already believes his will can bring good. Our hero then wonders if things really change because of his will and who is speaking. The protagonist seems confused by the situation. Strapped to a chair, the mission is revealed to investigate the supernatural power of the Silent City. The system warns that the reward depends on the ranking and tells him to believe in his will. A dark female creature appears and stares at him with her glowing red eyes. With a smile, he wonders if the instance is exciting and prepares for what's coming. The creature then attacks him with her blue head and sharp teeth, and he screams in fright. With a knife in hand, the creature charges and prepares for a devastating attack against him. With his spear, he defends against the creature's attack and prepares for the counterattack. With a quick move, he frees himself from the chains and charges full force at her. With a single blow, he defeats her, and the system congratulates him for defeating the faceless ghost. With the victory, he realizes he has arrived at an intense place and prepares for what's coming. With his spear in hand, he stares at the approaching creatures with a determined look. The creatures with red eyes and mouth stare at him with a sinister and threatening air. With a smile, he asks if they are trying to scare him and prepares for battle. With a shout of command, he charges and attacks them with his golden spear, gaining death ki. The creatures then start fleeing and scatter through the dark hall of the instance. Our hero then tells them not to run and that he still needs more death ki to level up. With a series of attacks, he defeats all the creatures and gains more death ki with the victory. He then realizes he needs to find his friends because Ziyu is a support and is in danger. Upon opening a door, he realizes someone else was teleported to the same location as him. He hears footsteps approaching and prepares for what is to come. Suddenly, Wang appears and he recognizes him and asks if he also got separated from his team. The two stare at each other with a defiant look and prepare for the confrontation in the dark room. Suddenly, a cry for help echoes through the corridor and darkness takes over the place. A giant spider with a human face chases the other team members fiercely. Desperate, the friend asks Brother Cannon for help and prepares for the worst that can happen. With his spear, our hero charges and prepares to attack the giant spider with everything. With a powerful jump, he attacks the creature and hits it squarely with a devastating blow. Wang congratulates him on the kill, but the protagonist realizes he didn't receive the kill notification. With a green aura, the spider starts regenerating and prepares for the counterattack. The system reveals it is a human-faced spider, an epic monster with resurrection ability. Shocked, the friend wonders what the 998 resurrection attempts are. Our hero then tells him to go first and that he will deal with the scary creature. The friend asks what he is going to do, and he says he has a plan and not to worry. He prepares to use his ability and face the spider alone. With his golden spear, he charges and prepares for a powerful attack against the creature. With the impact, the spider is thrown far away. The protagonist prepares to catch up with his friends in the dungeon. Arriving at the location, he finds his companions and prepares for what is to come. The friend greets him and he asks where Tiju is, and the guy explains he already went in. He then finds notes from someone named Wang Teng warning about the true Silent City. The notes say the city is the true hell and an enchantment can protect them. The friend believes the notes but can only read half the words of the enchantment. Mafei says he is better than him and can read 6 of the enchantment words. Our hero then says not to bother and to enter the city directly without the enchantment. With a smile, he invites them to go, and the group advances to the true Silent City. The group walks through the desolate city with a purple sky and a gloomy and cold atmosphere. The friend then complains she is very cold and hugs herself to try to keep warm. With a confused look, she wonders what that is and prepares for what is to come. She sees a photo of a couple. When the man in the photo gives an evil smile, the friend then screams and drops the photo. She points to a photo and says there is a ghost in it. With a smile, our hero wonders if that is a good thing and prepares to act. He then picks up the photo and prepares to use his power to deal with the ghost. With a determined look, he stares at the photo and prepares for what is to come. The ghost in the photo stares at him with glowing eyes and prepares for the surprise attack. With his spear, he attacks the photos and gains 50 death Kai with the defeat of the ghosts. With a smile, he complains that 50 points is too little and asks to bring more ghosts. The friend wonders how he became even fiercer and stares at him with a shocked look. Suddenly, a little girl appears running and asking for help in the dark street of the city. The friend then sees her and warns the group to look at the approaching girl. With a look of despair, the little girl runs towards them asking for help. With tears in her eyes, she begs for help and approaches the group with fear. Mafei warns everyone to be careful and not fall for the mysterious little girl's tricks. With a smile, our hero says there is more and prepares for what is to come. He then approaches the little girl and asks what is wrong with her in a gentle tone. The little girl says her mother fell and she can't lift her alone at home. With a smile, our hero tells her to take him there and he will help her solve it. The group then follows the little girl through the dark streets of the city towards her house. Arriving at the location, she points to the door and says that is her house, and he agrees. With a kick, he breaks the glass door and prepares to enter the apartment. Upon entering, they encounter a giant purple ghost and prepare for battle. The ghost screams and charges full force at the group with a shadowy and powerful aura. The creature attacks them with its purple energy and throws them far away with a large explosion. With a smile, the protagonist asks if that is all and challenges it to call more reinforcements. The ghost then prepares for a powerful attack with its mouth full of sharp teeth. With his spear, our hero prepares for the counterattack against the ghostly creature. He then hits it squarely with his golden spear and gains 100 death Kai with the victory. Shocked by the scene, the little girl stares at the protagonist with a look of pure surprise. With a smile, he says he solved her family's problem and stares at her gently. He then asks where her mother is and if the creature he killed was her mother. With a quick blow, our hero hits her. He then gains 50 more death Kai with the defeat of the ghost girl in the room. The friend asks how he confirmed there was a problem and stares at him curiously. With a smile, he explains he has seen that kind of trap many times before and knows it. Mafei says the instance isn't that simple, and the number of ghosts is greater than they imagined. Suddenly, the friend sees something pass and prepares for the danger approaching the group. With a scream of fright, she asks what that was, and the friend asks what is wrong. She points and says something passed them at high speed and stares at him with fear. Our hero starts chasing the creature and asks it not to run away. With his mask, he charges full force and tells the creature not to run from him in the city. An old Taoist appears and warns him to be careful with the 100-year-old vengeful spirit. With a lightning aura, he casts the 5 Yang Thunder and prepares for the attack. The creature then screams in pain as it is hit squarely by the Taoist's lightning attack. With its body in blue energy flames, the creature stares at the Taoist with a look of pure fury. The scene cuts to the creature being consumed by the energy and dissolving into pure light. With the creature's defeat, the Taoist watches the scene and prepares for what is to come. Angry, our hero screams and asks who the hell let his death Ki value escape. The scene cuts to the desolate street where the Taoist and the creature faced each other in battle. With a furious look, the protagonist complains about losing the chance to gain more death Ki. The Taoist then says the power of his 5 Yang Thunder hasn't weakened much over time. Our hero asks who he is, and the old man introduces himself as Zhang Junyu, the successor of the Taoist sect. With a smile, he thinks a Taoist NPC will be useful in that ghost-filled instance. Suddenly, the Taoist senses Ghost Kai ahead and prepares for the approaching danger. A sphere of dark energy advances through the street at high speed towards the two. Our hero then charges and says he can't let the old man steal his death Ki again. Worried, the Taoist warns him not to act recklessly and prepares to intervene. With his flying sword, he advances and warns him that his mortal weapon cannot hurt ghosts. But our hero attacks the energy sphere with his golden spear and hits it squarely. Shocked by the scene, the Taoist wonders how that is possible and can't believe what he sees. With his feet glowing, he runs at high speed through the dark street of the ghost city. From the top of building, our hero watches a horde of ghosts attacking Tiju and his team. Surprised by the scene, he wonders what Wang Tiju is doing there in that situation. The ghosts with glowing red eyes charge full force at the group ferociously. Wang then tells the cat-eared girl to remember the enchantment written on the wall. With hands in prayer position, she starts reciting the enchantment to protect herself. A golden aura then surrounds the team and protects them from the ghost attacks on the street. The golden light spreads and drives away the ghosts, who retreat with the power of the enchantment. The ghosts then stare at the light with a fearful look and prepare to retreat. With the ghosts retreat, the team celebrates that the enchantment really worked. The scene cuts to the protagonist's face watching the scene with a smile of satisfaction. The Taoist wonders where the ghost Kai went and how it disappeared so suddenly. He then asks Wang if they saw any ghosts and where the young man with the glaive is. One of the team members whispers that the old man is an important NPC and they need to follow him. Wang then introduces himself and says they already dealt with the ghosts and stares at him with pride. With a smile, he invites him to travel together and says he respects people like the Taoist. With a golden aura, our hero appears and calls for Tizu with a scolding tone. He says he killed the ghost quickly so the Taoist wouldn't be fooled by him. Wang then apologizes and says he was just scouting the path for the group of friends. He asks why they arrived so late and if they didn't chant the protection mantra. The protagonist says they didn't bother and thinks the mantra only repels the ghosts. With a smile, Wang understands the situation and apologizes to Brother Cannon for the misunderstanding. The cat-eared girl calls him pathetic for being subservient to people from a trash university. Angry, the friend prepares for a fight and questions her about what she said about them. With a smile, she calls them trash and asks if they want to fight her there. Wang then interferes and offers to travel together, with them following behind to avoid trouble. Our hero decides to trust him for now and thinks with his strength they can't cause trouble. The Taoist gets annoyed with the delay and says if they don't go he will go alone on the mission. With a smile, Wang asks the Taoist to guide them and prepares to move forward. The Taoist wonders why there are so many outsiders in an abandoned city and fears the worst. He then reveals he is talking about the Ghost King of the Silent City and the danger he represents. He explains the ghosts fight and devour each other until the most powerful Ghost King is born. The cat-eared girl says strong doesn't describe the terror of a Ghost King and its disaster. The Taoist reveals his father barely managed to destroy a Ghost King with the help of an expert. With the mention of a fallen monk on the path of ghosts, our hero starts to remember. He remembers the ghost monk of Ghost Mountain and wonders if there is a connection. With a quick move, he grabs the Taoist and demands to know his father's name immediately. The cat-eared girl scolds him and orders him to release the Taoist immediately. With an angry shout, our hero tells her to shut up and stares at him with an intense look. The Taoist then reveals his father's name is Zhang Erhe and stares at him with surprise. Shocked, the protagonist remembers Zhang Erhe is the name of the NPC from Ghost Mountain. He wonders if the time flow is different or if there is another reason for the coincidence. The cat-eared girl threatens him and tells him not to challenge her for being from a trash university. The friend then asks him to release the Taoist and resolve the situation calmly. The Taoist recognizes him as the expert who helped his father kill the Ghost King. With the revelation, our hero confirms he was the one who killed the monk and stares at him. With a confused look, our hero asks what hunch that is and what he means. The Taoist explains that before dying, his father understood the truth of the world and the protagonist's origin. In a flashback, the Taoist's father reveals he finally understood why he didn't find Qiao Yu. He then says the protagonist doesn't belong to that world and came from another place. With a last breath, he reveals our hero comes from the main world and stares at him. In the flashback, the Taoist's father faces a lightning storm and calls it heavenly punishment. With the storm falling on the temple, a voice mocks and says the old man is scared. But Zhang Erhe stands firm and says he doesn't fear death despite seeing that as a threat. He then asks his son Zunyu to remember he will one day meet someone named Qiao Yu. The father also tells him to warn that both worlds are real and his people were deceived. Back to the present, the young Taoist stares at the protagonist and can't believe he found him. Our hero wonders if he is an NPC with consciousness but concludes if the old man is right they aren't. Suddenly, one of the friends calls him Brother Yu and warns something wrong is approaching. Then several ghostly and shadowy creatures appear flying towards the entire group. With a smile, the MC says the moment is perfect and his weapon needs 500 more death QI. He charges with his glaive, and the system shows he gained 100 more death QI value. With a series of blows, the QI value reaches 10,000, and damage to souls increases by 200%. The system warns him the weapon can't handle it and needs an upgrade, but he celebrates the feat. Worried, the Taoist tells him to be careful because the ghost key hasn't dissipated yet. Then a blonde extra with a mask appears with a girl and seems quite shocked by the scene. Suddenly, a skeletal hand emerges from the ground and prepares to attack the group of extras. Desperate, they scream and wonder what those things coming out of the city ground are. With a scared look, the Taoist senses a terrifying aura and prepares for danger. A ghost waifu appears, and the system warns the mission was completed and they can leave. With his talisman, the Taoist uses his 7 killings ghost god decree ability. With a shout of command, he launches a wave of golden energy against the Ghost Queen. But the system warns the exit was closed and the mission is now to defeat her in the dungeon. The impact force of the Taoist magic creates a large explosion of light on the city street. One of the extras screams for his companions to chant the protection mantra quickly. With hands in prayer, the team starts reciting the mantra, and a golden aura surrounds them. But the Ghost Queen stares at the light barrier with a look of pure disdain and power. With an evil smile and a single word, she orders everyone there to kneel before her. The team is then forced to kneel and wonder why they can't control themselves. The ghost waifu mocks them and says she will leave them blind and with broken arms. With the force of the pressure, the team is thrown hard to the ground with no way to react to the power. Shocked, the Taoist wonders how a mere evil ghost can use the law follows words. The friend then asks if being handsome grants immunity to the Ghost Queen's ability. Angry, the ghost waifu wonders how it is possible they weren't affected. With a scream of fury, she casts her curse again and curses them with more injuries. With the force of the curse, Wong's team is thrown to the ground with great pressure. With a smile, our hero says her power doesn't affect them and she should give up. With a jump, he charges full force at the Ghost Queen and prepares for the attack. With a look of contempt, she calls him an arrogant fool and prepares for the counterattack. The two then clash in a duel of power with a large explosion of energy and light. With his Gale Boots, he charges full force and activates his Dragon Roar combo. The Ghost Queen watches the attack approaching with a look of pure surprise and shock. With his combo, he launches a rain of golden attacks that hit the Queen squarely. One of the fallen extras wonders if the Ghost Queen was defeated by the attack. Worried, the Taoist warns the protagonist to be careful because the Ghost Key hasn't dissipated. With a serious look, our hero says he knows because the instance mission hasn't ended yet. Suddenly, a lake of blood forms on the ground and prepares to attack the protagonist's group. Our hero then pulls a blood tentacle and prepares for what is to come in the battle. With a red aura, he prepares for the confrontation with the Ghost Queen on the city street. One of Wong's friends then uses her healing ability and prepares to help in the battle. With the healing, our hero recovers his energy and prepares for the next attack against the Queen. With the Blood Lake, the Ghost Queen regenerates and prepares for the counterattack. The system reveals the Queen's stats, who is a resentful spirit witch level 28. Our hero realizes her immortal body is linked to the Blood Lake and comes up with a plan. With a shout of command, he orders Yang Shangdi to find a way to drain the Blood Lake. The friend then agrees and uses his Earth Fission ability to attack the Blood Lake. With the fissure, the Blood Lake starts draining, and the Queen becomes vulnerable to attack. With the opportunity, our hero charges full force at the Ghost Queen with his spear. With a shout of command, he attacks her with a powerful blow and throws her far away with the impact. The friend then uses his Yellow Springs Land Swamp ability and traps her in the mud. With the Queen immobilized, he charges full force at her. With a double attack, Mafei and our hero use their blows on the Ghost Queen. Despite the combined attack, the Ghost Waifu doesn't seem hurt at all by the offensive. With blood splatters, the creature screams furiously that she won't let what they did slide. Surrounded by red flames, she brags about being immortal and indestructible to the group. The friend then says to leave the lake to him and uses his sand binding ability. Angry, the Queen calls him a damn fatty and says she will kill him first in the battle. Using his sand magic, the friend manages to trap the Ghost Queen and immobilizes her on the street. He then thinks he can't waste the 5 elements heart the protagonist gave him. With a shout of command, he casts the Fire God explosion and a large explosion happens. Shocked, Wong's team wonders how the fat mage can use the power of the 5 elements. But the Queen emerges from the flames with sharp teeth and screams everyone there deserves to die. With his golden spear, our hero advances and prepares for the final attack against the Queen. Shocked, she wonders how it is possible he is such terrifying death Kai like that. He says it's nothing and it's his specialty and hits her with a series of blows. Hit squarely, the Queen screams in pain with sharp teeth and a look of pure fury. With his staff, he says it's time to send her to the afterlife and attacks her with everything. With a powerful cut of golden energy, he hits the Ghost Queen squarely on the street. The Taoist then wonders if that isn't his job and if that's how you send someone off. With the impact, the Ghost Queen unravels in a large explosion of dark energy. The system congratulates him and reveals he gained levels, points, and items for completing the mission. With the items in hand, he celebrates the benefit of being illiterate and prepares to use them. With the upgrade stone, his B-rank Golden Dragon Glaive upgrades to A-rank successfully. The new A-rank weapon has a spirit and can switch between light and dark states. With a smile, he celebrates the new weapon and says it is perfect for a necromancer like him. He then sees his friends with Wong's team and realizes they also gained a lot. Wong thanks him for the help and warns he won't go easy in the combat tournament. The cat-eared girl stares at him with a look of pure fury and prepares for the tournament. The friend warns him to be careful with a girl named Chu Xin and that she looked at him darkly. With a smile, he tells them not to worry about a spoiled brat and says goodbye to his friends. With his new stats, he wonders which teacher director Ji arranged to train him. With his new stats, he thinks he will surprise his new trainer with his power. Suddenly, he is attacked by a mysterious force and prepares for what is to come. With a surprised look, he wonders what the hell is happening there in that place. The scene cuts to the school campus with a gentle breeze blowing through the trees and buildings. Trapped by a giant hand, he wonders if it is Chu Xin getting revenge for what he did. With a red aura, he tries to break free, but the hand squeezes him with incredible force. He realizes he can't break free and the power of that existence is immense. Angry, he demands to know who is behind the attack and challenges him to appear at once. With a strong squeeze, the hand crushes him, and he is thrown into a dark and mysterious place. The scene cuts to the protagonist falling into a dark abyss without end and without hope. Trapped by the hand, he wonders what place that is and why there is an old table there. With a newspaper in hand, he reads it with a look of pure surprise and shock at the revelation. With an attentive look, he stares at the newspaper and prepares for what he will discover next. The news reveals his father and another man were the founders of the Baizi company 13 years ago. Shocked, he wonders what his mother's relationship is with the other founder of the Baizi company. With the revelation, he wonders what the company's connection to the Baizi organization is. Back to reality, Professor One knocks on the director's door, and he invites her in. The director greets her and asks if the Lin Lang matter has been resolved at school. With a worried look, she warns him protagonist Qiao Yu is in serious trouble. The director doubts and asks what kind of trouble he could have and remembers the sword pellet. Suddenly, the professor attacks him with a fire aura. With a purple aura, the director stands up and stares at the professor. With his sword, he attacks her and throws her against the wall with a single powerful blow. With his muscular body, the professor gets up and says the director is really powerful. The director realizes the fake and demands to know who she is since she isn't the real professor. With an evil smile, the imposter says he didn't expect him to find out so quickly. He then reveals himself as the Painting King, one of the 8 kings, and stares at him with a smile. The director says he doesn't care and demands to know what he did with protagonist Qiao Yu. The imposter laughs and says he still cares about the boy and warns him to look back. Suddenly, the Hammer King, one of the 8 kings, appears and warns him to worry about himself. Angry, the director says whoever dares touch a student of his school deserves death. A woman then appears and praises Ji Pingyang's sharp attitude with a smile on her lips. She reveals herself as the Shadow King, one of the 8 kings, and questions him about the school invasion. With a provocative look, the villain challenges him to guess how many of the 8 kings are present there. But the director calls them a bunch of chickens and dogs, and says it doesn't matter how many there are. The Hammer King then screams the director's name and swears revenge for what happened last time. With his Divine Flame Explosion hammer, he attacks, and a large explosion happens on the spot. The director manages to dodge the attack with agility and prepares for the counter-attack. The Painting King then advances and says that will be the day of Ji Pingyang's death in battle. With his sword, he uses the rainbow-piercing sword technique and charges full force. The Hammer King then screams and warns his companion to be careful with the director's attack. He reveals the Poison King's poison has already taken effect on the director stealthily. The scene cuts to several of the 8 kings preparing for the final attack against the director. The Poison King, one of the 8 kings, appears and says he won't escape even if he had wings. The villain says soon he will lose his powers, and a poison mark appears on his neck. The Shadow King says to begin and prepares for the attack against the school director. The Game King, one of the 8 kings, appears with a golden aura and joins the battle. The Fire King, one of the 8 kings, emerges with a red aura and prepares for combat. The Sword King, one of the 8 kings, appears and prepares for the battle against the director. With a combined technique, the 8 kings launch the Divine Phoenix World Destruction. With his sword, the director prepares to counterattack the combined technique. The scene cuts to the 2 attacks colliding in a large explosion of power and light. The 2 energy spheres clash and create a large shockwave on the battlefield. The force of the impact hits everyone, and they are thrown far away by the large explosion. The director manages to defend against the attack, and a large energy explosion happens. He gets up and prepares for what's coming in the battle. He realizes the poison is still in his body, but he can suppress it for now. The Sword King wonders how he can fight against 7 of them even while poisoned. The Fire King says it will be difficult to defeat him without Chief Bai, and they need to buy time. Back in the dark abyss, our hero continues to stare into the darkness, understanding nothing. A mysterious voice asks if he found the answers he was looking for there in the abyss. Suddenly, the man grabs him, and he recognizes him as Qiao Yu with a surprised look. The protagonist turns with a serious look, and asks who he is and prepares for danger. The man reveals himself as Bai Shiyan and stares at him with a defiant and powerful look. With a furious look, he says the protagonist cannot call him by his name. Confused, our hero asks why, and the man prepares to reveal his identity. He reveals he is his maternal uncle and stares at him with a serious look. Shocked by the revelation, he wonders why Baizi captured him if they are relatives. With a suspicious look, he asks if the man has proof he is his real uncle. The uncle then reveals his mother is his biological sister and asks what other proof he needs. Our hero asks what the purpose of trapping him there in the abyss was. The uncle reveals he wanted to force his father to appear but has now changed his mind. He says as his uncle he needs to give him a gift for their first meeting. With a punch, he hits him squarely and throws him far away with a powerful and devastating blow. With the impact of the blow, a large explosion of white energy happens in the dark abyss. The uncle calls him a coward and threatens him with death if he doesn't fight seriously in the battle. Fallen on the ground and injured, our hero gets up with difficulty and prepares to fight. With a look of anger, he realizes the uncle is serious and really wants to kill him. But he advances and says since the uncle isn't using his full strength, he has nothing to fear. With a punch, he hits him squarely. He wonders how it's possible and can't believe what is happening. The uncle stares at him and the MC can't believe what he saw. Our hero warns him if he daydreams he might end up dying, and takes a punch that sends him flying against the wall. With his torch dragon glaive in hand, the MC gets up. The uncle notices the weapon and wonders if it's an A-rank growth type weapon with a spirit. He says the protagonist seems to have many secrets, and challenges him, saying he wants to see his full power in battle. With a punch, he charges full force at the protagonist. With the punch's impact, our hero is thrown far away with great force and speed, and generates a large explosion. With a wounded face, he realizes the Chionki pendant activated a barrier to protect him. The MC uses a sequence of energy attacks, but the attacks seem to have no effect on his uncle. The uncle wonders if it's a sword pellet and is surprised by the item the director gave. Fallen on the ground, he thinks without his defense the punch would have taken half his life. Back in the battle, the director realizes the sword pellet was activated and worries. The uncle then mocks the protagonist's father's lineage and calls it weak and useless. With a series of punches, he advances and prepares for a devastating attack against his nephew. The punches hit him squarely, and he complains of pain with a large energy explosion. With a smile, he wonders what fist technique that is and that he can't keep up. He then feels like he is facing a monstrous wave and prepares for the worst. With his villain dad card, he offers to become the uncle's adoptive son in battle. But the system warns the card use failed, and he is shocked by the news. With a powerful punch, he throws him to the ground and generates a large crater. The uncle calls him weak and offers to teach his technique if he renounces his surname. Fallen on the ground and injured, our hero spits and prepares to answer his uncle's proposal. With a look of defiance, he suggests the uncle change his name so they have the same one. Angry, the uncle kicks the MC. With a look of contempt, he says the nephew's mouth is as cheap as his father's. Suddenly, a voice calls him Chief Bai, and he wonders if the bait was caught in the trap. With a shadowy aura, he gives him one last chance and says his promise still stands. Our hero then realizes his uncle simply disappeared and wonders if he left. Angry, he screams his uncle's name and orders him to at least get him out of there before leaving. Meanwhile, in the director's battle, the Sword King charges full force at him. The director then launches a series of dark energy attacks against the 8 kings. With a worried look, the Sword King screams for Chief Bai and asks if he won't act. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears on the battlefield. With a look of contempt, Chief Bai asks if the Sword King is telling him what to do. Scared, the Sword King says he wouldn't dare, but they can't defeat the director. The director realizes Chief Bai is more dangerous than all the 8 kings combined in battle. Chief Bai reveals the director's realm surpassed the Saint stage a long time ago. Shocked, the 8 kings wonder how it's possible, and can't believe what they just heard. The Hammer King wonders if all professions aren't capped at level 70. Angry, the director demands to know who he is and what he did with the protagonist. Chief Bai introduces himself as the controller of the Bai Z organization. With eyes glowing with rage, the director screams the organization's name with pure fury. He remembers his student Ziyu and calls them hiding rats for daring to appear there. With the mark on his neck, he prepares for the confrontation with Chief Bai. The Poison King says the director's poison is working and uses her 7 purple steps ability. Chief Bai says he doesn't like showing his face and needs to kill the director once and for all. Trapped in the abyss, our hero screams his uncle's name and demands he let him out of there. With his torch dragon glaive, he attacks the abyss walls with a large explosion. Suddenly, a blue tattoo appears on his body. With a scream of pain, he is consumed and feels agonizing pain. The energy then molds itself and forms a strange shape. With the transformation complete, he emerges with a dark aura.